Chapter 3282. You really don't have the qualifications to do that. What death god? It's just a martial soul condensed from death aura. You can scare others, but can you scare me? Ling Xiao sneered. The ice-revered sword appeared in his left hand and the bloodthirsty demon sword appeared in his right. This was the first time two high-quality Emperor artifact swords appeared at the same time. Long live! Long live! On the Eight Immortals Empire's side, cheers constantly sounded. Ling Xiao's current aura was at least not inferior to Dugu Kangying's. However, Jian Fulong shook his head, the worry on his face growing stronger. There was only one explanation for why Ling Xiao would use two high-quality Emperor artifact swords at the same time. Dugu Kangying was too strong, so he had no choice but to do so. Bloodthirsty demon sword? That's mine. Dugu Kangying had always been brooding over this bloodthirsty demon sword. With this demon sword, he could truly be considered to be in his complete form. However, Dugu Kangying gave this sword to Ling Xiao at the last moment, causing him to fail at the last moment. He was very unhappy in his heart. He wanted to take back the bloodthirsty demon sword that belonged to him. However, the powerful aura released by Ling Xiao made Dugu Kangying frown. This kid was indeed stronger than the one he met at the tea party of gods and devils. Could it be that his cultivation had advanced again? No, how is that possible? It's only been a little more than a day since then. Even if he has top-notch talent, it's absolutely impossible. Thinking of this, Dugu Kangying no longer hesitated. His eyes were filled with killing intent, representing his endless hatred and fear for Ling Xiao. The black death aura on his body made him look like a real death god. Cold, gloomy, and exterminating everything. A low roar came from his throat. Dugu Kangying lightly stepped on the ground and his body shot towards Ling Xiao like a black arrow. The terrifying death god martial soul behind him was incomparably malevolent. The huge scythe seemed to want to harvest all life in front of it. At the same time, a scythe appeared in Dugu Kangying's hand. It was clearly a high-quality Emperor artifact that had been meticulously crafted. Compared to the bloodthirsty demon sword, it was not inferior. The scythe tore through the void, making an unpleasant and ear-piercing sound. Dugu Kangying's cultivation was at the peak of the 5th-level life sizes, coupled with the death god martial soul and the hell battle body that Dugu Kangying had condensed from hell. It was just an ordinary strike. He didn't even use any moves, but its power seemed to be even more terrifying than that of a medium general realm martial arts technique. The Eight Immortals' kingdom's brows furrowed. Although they supported Ling Xiao, they did not trust him blindly. Dugu Kangying's cultivation and strength were clearly higher than Ling Xiao's. It would be difficult for Ling Xiao to block this attack. They looked at Ling Xiao. And Ling Xiao didn't use any martial skills. It was just a light stab of his sword. However, this stab contained his comprehension of sword intent. Fast. Extremely fast. The ice-revered sword and the death scythe slammed into each other, creating a storm of energy that tore at each other in the void. Boom. A moment later, the storm of energy exploded. Ling Xiao retreated several dozen meters. Dugu Kangying didn't have the upper hand either, and was also forced back several dozen meters. Neither of them used any martial skills in their first clash, and the result was a draw. This scene made many people very surprised. After all, Dugu Kangying was a 5th division life-sizer. He even had the hell battle body. And yet, he couldn't suppress Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength had already reached a level where he could contend against Dugu Kangying. Their anxiety and despair had turned into hope and hope. The cheers from the Eight Immortals' kingdom grew even louder. The battle hadn't been as tragic as they had imagined. Ling Xiao had shown the side of the child of miracles. A 3rd-level life-sizer fighting a 5th-level life-sizer, and yet he wasn't afraid at all. Just how terrifyingly strong had this young monarch become? Dugu Kangying's expression was unsightly. He had come here aggressively, confident that he could defeat Ling Xiao and take the 3 God Devil medallions and the 9 Paragons catalogue. However, after this exchange of blows, he became less confident. This kid, he thought. I hate to admit it, but to be able to block an ordinary attack from me means that he's grown terrifyingly fast. And it's only been a day. That said, I can sense that he hasn't made any cultivation-based breakthroughs. Perhaps this is my only chance to kill him. I can't afford to fail. Dugu Kangying was truly frightened by Ling Xiao's talent. Ling Xiao's display of talent left him completely terrified. Well done, kid. No wonder the monarch was willing to place his hopes of revenge on you when he was possessed, and not me. It seems he was right. Eunuch Gao stood next to the carriage, coldly watching the battle. His eyes flashed with determination. Since Ling Xiao was so talented, then even if he had to die here today, he would buy some time for Ling Xiao to grow. He was preparing to launch a sneak attack on Dugu Kangying. He would use his own life force to unleash his final splendor. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me, old man? Is that all you've got? You want to make a fool of yourself? Ling Xiao said disdainfully after standing still. Chmph. You'll be crying soon enough. Dugu Kangying refused to believe that Ling Xiao was a match for him at this point. He gave up on his wild fantasies. He reorganized his attack, and began to pursue Ling Xiao. This time, he used a martial skill. Naturally, Ling Xiao did the same. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows before splitting up again. If you want to make me cry, Dugu Kangying said, then you shouldn't use such a boring method. Don't you have the ghost god seal? Use it. Let me see how powerful your ghost deity seal is. With 2 swords in hand, Ling Xiao swept through everything in his path. As long as he stood there, he was the stabilizing force of the kingdom of the 8 immortals. Morale instantly soared. Their monarch's cultivation base clearly wasn't high enough, and yet he was no weaker than Dugu Kangying in terms of battle prowess. How valiant was this? How shocking was this? How did you do it, kid? Dugu Kangying asked. For most people, challenging someone 1 level above them is already very difficult. But you're 2 levels above you, and you're challenging someone in the 5th stratum of life seizing. Back at the Tea of Gods and Devils, I was very curious. How did you do it? Dugu Kangying was completely flabbergasted. He simply couldn't understand how Ling Xiao could be so powerful. Chapter 3283. Are you scared? All I can tell you is that I have something you don't. You were resurrected from hell, and the thing you're most proud of is your experience, right? Unfortunately, your experience is not worth mentioning in front of me. Therefore, you have no advantage over me in this fight. Ling Xiao chuckled coldly. Besides, don't forget that I have Little Gold with me. You have to be careful. Who knows when I'll have Little Gold launch a sneak attack? Don't you dare die here. Are you trying to scare me? Dugu Kangying said, frowning. Although he didn't want to believe Ling Xiao, he had to admit that Ling Xiao was telling the truth. His experience was simply too useful when dealing with other martial artists. He could easily make fools of his enemies. But when it came to Ling Xiao, it was as if he had lost all of his experience. And then there was Little Gold, who was a nightmare to him. Last time outside Sword God City, Dugu Kangying had almost lost his life because of Little Gold's sneak attack. Although he was a bit stronger than before, he still hadn't made a breakthrough. Without reaching the 6th stratum of life seizing, Little Gold could still kill him. Therefore, he had to be careful. Trying to scare you? Do as you please. Ling Xiao sneered. Don't be scared by that brat, Dugu Kangying. He's obviously trying to weaken your will to fight, Lord Black said loudly. Dugu Kangying suddenly realized what was going on. Well done, kid. You're really crafty. Crafty. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Do I need to weaken your battle intent to deal with you? What a joke. Ling Xiao sneered. It doesn't matter if you're right or not. You're going to die, kid. A high-level general class martial skill, tyrannical saber of death, torment of living beings. As Dugu Kangying roared, the blood-colored scythe in his hand began to emanate a towering aura of death. The terrifying scythe slashed toward Ling Xiao with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. It was as if the entire hell had collapsed and crashed down on Ling Xiao. It's actually a lower-rank martial skill. This Dugu Kangying is indeed a unique existence in the Sword Empire. Aside from Ling Xiao, there's really no one who can fight with him for so long. Jian Fulong smiled bitterly. Will Ling Xiao be able to withstand it? Jian Luoying asked worriedly. I don't know. Maybe. Everything depends on Ling Xiao's mastery of martial skills. Jian Fulong didn't fully understand Ling Xiao. For example, he only knew that Ling Xiao had killed the sunbird on Sun Island. He didn't know the entire battle process. While everyone was talking, Dugu Kangying's attack had already arrived. Compared to the previous series of attacks, this attack was truly terrifying. Previously, it was almost like a warm-up. It was completely a joke. Whether or not Ling Xiao could block this attack was perhaps the key turning point of this battle. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. They found that in the face of this brazen attack, he still maintained an indifferent expression, as if nothing mattered. Such an expression made Dugu Kangying even angrier. Keep pretending, keep pretending. I don't believe that you can withstand this high-level general realm martial arts technique. In Dugu Kangying's eyes, Ling Xiao's calmness was completely an act. It was impossible for him to block his attack. Rumble. Billowing black gas swept over. The air was constantly torn apart, the space was in chaos, and explosions continued. The power of an advanced general martial skill was indeed terrifying. It was completely different from ordinary attacks. Are you pretending? You really don't believe that you're old and that your era has passed? Now, I'll show you the power of the new era. Golden Dragon Seal. Break it. Amidst the angry roar, Ling Xiao temporarily put away his two swords. He flipped his hands and formed a seal. Above his head, a terrifying golden dragon roared, looking ahead with a majestic and domineering gaze. The surrounding black gas of death was actually forced back by the golden light. The golden dragon collided with the death scythe. A series of violent explosions could be heard. The terrifying golden dragon seal actually blocked Dugu Kangying's advanced general martial skill. Not only that, the two of them retreated almost at the same time. They were both sent flying by the terrifying force. Golden Dragon Seal. It's actually the Golden Dragon Seal. Looking at the familiar move, eunuch Jiao thought of his master, Dugu Beijing, and the scene when the ungrateful Dugu Kangying seized Dugu Beijing's body. He was surprised that Ling Xiao could cultivate the Golden Dragon Seal to such a level. How long had it been? This young man was probably more terrifying than everyone imagined. In the entire 9 Supremes, he might be the top genius. Eunuch Jiao was not the only one who was surprised. Everyone present was a little dumbfounded. They thought that once Dugu Kangying used the advanced general martial skill, he could easily kill Ling Xiao. The martial artists of the 8 Immortals Kingdom were even ready to save Ling Xiao. On the Heavenly Sword Hall's side, many people were ready to cheer. Unfortunately, the current situation was different from what they had imagined. Ling Xiao had also learned an advanced general martial skill. And it was so powerful. Dugu Kangying's expression was very ugly, as if he had been smeared with a layer of potash. Are you that surprised? When you seized Dugu Beijing's body, he gave me the Golden Dragon Seal. You should know that with my talent, it's easy to learn it. I've said it before, it's better to use your Demon God Seal. Otherwise, you'll really die here today. Ling Xiao looked at Dugu Kangying contemptuously, as if he did not put Dugu Kangying in his eyes at all. That brat really hid his strength well. He actually managed to cultivate the Golden Dragon Seal to such a level. It seems that as long as Dugu Kangying doesn't use the Demon God Seal, he really can't do anything to him. Jian Fulong laughed, but he was also a little surprised in his heart. He had only been in seclusion for a little more than a day, but he found that Ling Xiao's fighting strength was really much stronger than before. Was this just an illusion? Or could it be that Ling Xiao's talent was even more terrifying than he had imagined? Heaven-defying talent, a peerless monster. This is what I've only heard of in the past. Today, I've really seen it. However, what if Dugu Kangying uses the Demon God Seal? The power of the Demon God Seal can even ignore a magic treasure like the ancient Demon Mirror. Jian 18 was still a little worried. Although he was proud of Ling Xiao's excellence, the more he didn't want anything to happen to Ling Xiao. Alright, since you want to taste the Demon God Seal, this old man will fulfill your wish. Dugu Kangying was completely annoyed. Facing a mere Ling Xiao, He actually couldn't deal with him after spending so much time. This was simply a disgrace. He originally didn't want to use the demon god seal because it was too powerful and consumed too much of his energy. However, if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao today, he was afraid that it wouldn't be so easy for him in the future. Chapter 3284. A terrifying aura of death gathered in his hands. Ling Xiao was in no hurry to attack as he looked at the ghost god seal. To him, Dugu Kangying's most powerful weapon was the ghost god seal. As long as he could break it, everything would no longer be a problem. Kai. At that moment, a shocking scene happened on the battlefield. Eunuch Gao, who had been standing there with his head lowered, suddenly unleashed the most brilliant attack of his life. A sword pierced through Dugu Kangying's body. Blood spurted out, and the black aura began to spurt out uncontrollably. Dugu Kangying, who was condensing the ghost god seal, did not expect such an attack from behind. He thought that he had already intimidated Eunuch Gao. He thought that Eunuch Gao would never dare to sneak up on him. But he was wrong, and very wrong. Eunuch Gao had never been intimidated by him. Eunuch Gao only had Dugu Beijing as his master. Although it was blind loyalty, it was absolute loyalty. He would die without regrets to avenge his master. Damn it! Dugu Kangying roared, grabbed Eunuch Gao, and lifted him up. How dare you sneak up on me? You're courting death. He no longer hoped to intimidate this person. He wanted to kill Eunuch Gao in front of everyone. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to betray him. Hihi, what's so scary about death? My only regret is that I can't kill you before I die. Eunuch Gao sneered, showing no fear in the face of death. You want to die? It won't be that easy. I've changed my mind. I'm going to lock you up and make you suffer a fate worse than death every day. Dugu Kangying roared. Hey, we're still fighting. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Dugu Kangying's ear. Dugu Kangying trembled in fear when he heard that voice. Ling Xiao attacked. He cut off Dugu Kangying's arm. Then, Ling Xiao threw Eunuch Gao toward the 8 Immortals nation. Old eunuch, if you want to see me avenge your master, then live well. You won't be able to see anything if you die. As he spoke, Ling Xiao stabbed out again, his target being Dugu Kangying's head. Right at that moment, the motionless Lord Black was finally unable to contain himself. He suddenly appeared between Ling Xiao and Dugu Kangying, grabbed Dugu Kangying, and tore through the sky. That terrifying aura made Ling Xiao's expression turn ugly. 6th Division of Life seizing? At least. Seeing Dugu Kangying being rescued by Lord Black, the Heavenly Sword Hall's army was completely stunned. They were here to flatten the 8 Immortals' kingdom. Why did it seem like they had become stray dogs instead? Listen up, surrender is your only way out. Otherwise, I'll kill you all. Ling Xiao floated in the air and said in a clear voice. Surrender. There was no other choice. Dugu Kangying had already been defeated, so how could they still dare to resist? Besides, among those people, there were quite a few martial artists who were unhappy with Dugu Kangying to begin with. Although they weren't as brave as Eunuch Gao, they naturally couldn't continue to serve Dugu Kangying in this situation. Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, Dragonesque Elephant Emperor, I'll leave the matter of recruiting these people to you. If anyone dares to feign compliance, kill them all. He wasn't afraid of these people rebelling at all, even if he didn't use the soul-assimilating pill. Now that the Heavenly Sword Hall's experts were chatting, the 8 Immortals' Kingdom's experts were increasing in number. Any one of them could kill all of these people. If they didn't want to die, they had to be obedient. Oh, no problem. At that moment, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor and Dragonesque Elephant Emperor were still in shock. They couldn't believe it. The Heavenly Sword Hall's powerful attack had ended just like that. Dugu Kangying had been defeated just like that. It was like a dream. Long live the Emperor. It was just like when Ling Xiao defeated Dugu Shengjian, repelled the Heavenly Sword Hall's army, and protected the Dragonesque Elephant tribe. This time, he still stood up, but the one who was repelled was Dugu Kangying. No words of praise could describe their feelings at that moment. Leave the praises for later. Since Dugu Kangying has been defeated, why don't we take this opportunity to take down the Sword Dynasty in one fell swoop? Ling Xiao felt that it was time. He had already obtained the divine demon order. If he could unify the Sword Dynasty before leaving, not only would he be more at ease, but it would also increase his strength directly. The process of unifying was directly linked to the power of the heavenly tyrant martial soul. The heavenly dragon power, the white tiger power, the divine phoenix power, and the black tortoise power that was constantly getting stronger. The more places he unified, the more powerful he would be. One should know that the heavenly dragon power, the white tiger power, and the divine phoenix power were not as powerful as the black tortoise power. This was mainly because the black tortoise continent was bigger and the martial artists were stronger. It was more difficult to unify. Good idea. Let's hold the celebration banquet in the Sword God City. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor laughed. Of course. Everyone agreed with Ling Xiao's idea. Now that Dugu Kangying had escaped with serious injuries and the Heavenly Sword Hall's million troops had surrendered to the Eight Immortals' kingdom, the Heavenly Sword Hall was already dead in name. This was definitely the best opportunity. As a result, the Eight Immortals' kingdom's army set out. The surrendered troops were divided into different camps and fought together. In just 20 days, the Sword Dynasty's army finally gathered in the Sword God City and unified the Sword Dynasty. The Sword Dynasty was officially renamed to the Eight Immortals Kingdom. Ling Xiao was still an imperial emperor. Under the imperial emperor, there were 5 kings. They were the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, the Dragon Elephant Emperor, the 18th Sword Emperor, Zhen Fu Long, and Haim Myung Ko. Although Haim Myung Ko's strength was not as strong as the other 4, she was more talented. In addition, she had the closest relationship with the Heavenly Empire. No one objected to her being the king. Ling Xiao still did not care about worldly affairs. He left all the government affairs to the 5 kings. He only focused on pursuing martial arts. No one felt that there was anything wrong with this. After all, the stronger Ling Xiao was, the more stable the Eight Immortals' kingdom would be. On this day, the Sword God City was renamed to the Eight Immortals City and a grand celebration was held. The whole city was jubilant. It's a pity that Sister Moon Maiden isn't here. Otherwise, she would definitely enjoy such a lively scene. After a day of celebration, Ling Xiao sat on the roof of the former Sword God Palace, which was now the Emperor Palace. He looked at the moon and drank wine. He couldn't help but miss the past. Sister Moon Maiden, bear with it for a while longer. The Fiend God order is already in my hands. As long as I kill Dugu Kangying, I will go to the immemorial divine tomb. We will meet again soon. Why are you drinking alone? Jian Luoying's voice sounded. Senior sister, you guys have tormented me today. Why don't you take a break? Ling Xiao laughed. Who dares to mess with you? You're the monarch of the Eight Immortals Empire, yet you managed to take control of the Sword Dynasty in less than a year. I'm afraid no one would believe such a thing in the past. Chapter 3285. To be honest, you've really surprised us. In less than a year, you've become the top expert of the Sword Dynasty and even brought the country under your rule. Apart from a monster like you, who else can do such a thing? Jian Luoying sighed. It's all thanks to your help. Otherwise, I don't know how long I'd have to wait alone. Ling Xiao shook his head. Don't be humble. Do you have any plans for Dugu Kangying? Are you going to look for him? Jian Luoying asked. No need, he'll come to me. Ling Xiao smiled. If nothing unexpected happened, the battle with Dugu Kangying should be his last battle before leaving the Sword Dynasty. As for the black-robed demon envoy, he probably wouldn't attack directly, so he didn't have to worry too much. Your Majesty, someone is looking for you. Just as Ling Xiao and Jian Luoying were chatting, Eunuch Gao's voice was heard. Ling Xiao admired Eunuch Gao very much, so he kept him in the Eight Immortals City to continue serving him. Being in charge of all the servants in Sword God City was considered a high status. Eunuch Gao was grateful that Ling Xiao had saved his life twice, and Ling Xiao was also willing to avenge Dugu Beijan, so he agreed to stay. Who's looking for me? Ling Xiao asked curiously. It's me. Before Eunuch Gao could speak, a person stepped on the air in the dark night sky. Her body was shining with pink light. It was a woman. This woman's every movement exuded an air of arrogance. She was dressed in pink soft armor and looked quite handsome. It was just that the condescending expression on his face really made people feel uncomfortable looking at him. How dare you not kneel when you see the emperor? Eunuch Gao was still very principled when doing things. He was always concerned about the matter, not the person. Kneel. Do you know who I am? How dare you ask me to kneel? On the other hand, you should all kneel and listen to my orders when you see me. The woman was very arrogant and domineering. Oh! My 8 Immortals kingdom has just unified this place, and there are already blind people looking for trouble. Ling Xiao sneered. He drank a mouthful of wine, wiped his mouth, and suddenly shouted, "Kneel." As he spoke, his voice released a terrifying soul force. At the same time, he activated his 4-leaf demonic eyes. The woman suddenly felt her body stiffen and involuntarily knelt down. Hehe, that's right. Come to my 8 Immortals country. No matter who you are, as long as you have no hostility, I will welcome you. However, don't be too arrogant. The only one who can be arrogant here is me. Seeing the woman kneel down, Ling Xiao sneered. Bastard. You dare to use a secret soul technique on me? Do you know the consequences of your actions? The woman struggled to stand up, but she was no match for Ling Xiao's soul power. I don't care who you are. If you're here to talk business, I can treat you with respect. But you actually dare to be arrogant in front of me. I'm very unhappy. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. I am the guard of His Highness the Prince of the Sky Emperor Dynasty. The woman shouted. Sky Emperor Dynasty? Where have I heard of it before? Ling Xiao frowned. He really felt that it was somewhat familiar. Jian Luoying and Eunuch Gao's expressions changed drastically. They quickly knelt down in front of the woman. All of you, get up. In the 8 Immortals country, you can only kneel to your parents and me. Others are not allowed to kneel, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Jian Luoying hesitated for a moment, then stood up. However, Eunuch Gao was a little anxious. Your Majesty, this is the special envoy of the Sky Emperor Dynasty. In the past, the Sword Dynasty, Ice Dynasty, and Fire Dynasty were all subordinate to the Sky Emperor Dynasty. The Prince of the Sky Emperor Dynasty is not to be trifled with. You can't offend him. Eunuch Gao, I know you have good intentions, but you're overthinking it. What Sky Emperor Dynasty? What dogs hit Prince? They're just stray dogs. If they were really powerful, the Sky Emperor sect wouldn't have pulled so many people away, and they wouldn't have split. Ling Xiao finally remembered what the Sky Emperor Dynasty was. The Drasso Elephant Emperor seemed to have mentioned it to him before. But so what if he knew? He didn't acknowledge the Sky Emperor Dynasty. Eunuch Gao thought for a moment, then finally stood up. Are you trying to rebel? The woman was still clamoring. Rebelling? How laughable. Even if the Sword Dynasty was once a vassal of the Sky Emperor Dynasty, it's already been destroyed. The 8 Immortals country has nothing to do with the Sky Emperor Dynasty. What right do you have to say that I'm rebelling? Ling Xiao mocked. If you came here today to talk about this, you can leave now. I'm not interested in listening. No, I'm here on His Highness orders to take the 9 Supremes catalogue and the God and Demon medallion. Your 8 Immortals country is too weak. You don't have the right to have those things. The woman said. Are you an idiot? Ling Xiao couldn't understand. This woman was already under his control, but she still dared to make such a rude request. Young Emperor of the 8 Immortals country, I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just a guard of His Highness. It's not a big deal that you can control me. I'm not afraid to tell you that both the Ice Dynasty and the Fire Dynasty have already pledged their loyalty to His Highness. His Highness doesn't care about your 8 Immortals country, so he doesn't need your loyalty. But the 9 Supremes catalogue and the God and Demon medallion must be given to him. The woman continued. Then go back and tell His Highness to listen to me. You want the God and Demon medallion and the 9 Supremes catalogue? Sure. Go to the immemorial divine tomb. I'll be there soon. If you have the ability, take it from me. Ling Xiao sneered, releasing his pressure on the woman. The woman didn't make a move. She just looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, You'll regret it. Regret? There's no such word in my dictionary, Ling Xiao. But Your Highness, Who does he think he is? He dares to order me around. If he pisses me off, he can forget about the Ice Dynasty and the Fire Dynasty. Ling Xiao said coldly, "Scram. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll kill you." The woman clenched her teeth and didn't say anything else. She turned and left dejectedly. "Your Majesty, what should we do? Dugu Kangying's matter hasn't been resolved, and now there's this new trouble." Eunuch Gao said worriedly. "If I'm not wrong, it should be Dugu Kangying who leaked the news to His Highness, planning to reap the benefits. Haha, what will come will come. What's the use of being afraid?" Ling Xiao smiled. Suddenly, he circulated his internal energy and shouted into the air, "5 kings, hear my order. Come to the imperial court immediately." The 5 kings were gathered to discuss the matter of the Heavenly Dynasty's prince. As for Dugu Kangying, he wasn't even worth mentioning. With Ling Xiao's current strength, he could already crush him. Chapter 3286. After the assembly of the 5 monarchs, the entire city of 8 immortals entered a state of high alert. Meanwhile, beneath the city of 8 immortals, 2 figures were in the middle of something in the destroyed bloodthirsty sword mound. "Dugu Kangying, are you sure this will make Ling Xiao hesitate?" The one who spoke was none other than the black-robed devil emissary. They were none other than Dugu Kangying. "Don't worry, Lord Black. Although Ling Xiao destroyed the bloodthirsty sword mound, he doesn't know that we set up another minor world to protect the bloodline of the Dugu clan. Now, I've set up layers upon layers of thunderstorm bombs that can destroy the city of 8 immortals in an instant. Anyone below the first cycle of life seizing will either die or be seriously injured." Dugu Kangying sneered, "After I'm done, I'll fight Ling Xiao to the death. I refuse to believe that he won't fall for it. Besides, not only have my injuries healed, but my Ghost God seal has also reached greater mastery. It's many times stronger than before. Perhaps I won't even need to detonate these bombs to deal with Ling Xiao. This is just a precaution. Are you really willing to destroy this city?" the black-robed devil emissary asked. "Of course not. This is the foundation of the Dugu clan. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't destroy it. After all, I'm going to take the throne again. I'm going to defeat Ling Xiao in front of everyone in the city. I'm going to show them that their new king isn't worth mentioning. Are you going to give the God Devil medallion to Prince Tian?" the black-robed devil emissary asked. "Don't worry, Lord Black. I promised that the God Devil medallion would be yours, so it will be yours. I was hoping that Prince Tian would fight with Ling Xiao, and then I would take advantage of the situation. However, that guy is too cunning, and has no intention of making a move. I'll have to do it myself." Dugu Kangying said. "Good. Since you've said that, my help wasn't in vain." The black-robed devil emissary nodded. "However, Lord Demon Envoy, although you can't directly deal with Ling Xiao, please do me a favor." Dugu Kangying said, "What I'm most worried about right now is that Prince Tian will reap the benefits of the battle. So, I'll have to trouble you to stop them. You don't have to worry about that. You only need to fight Ling Xiao to the death. Leave the rest to me." The black-clothed demon envoy nodded. "Thank you. I've finished setting things up, so I'll head out first." Dugu Kangying had been saved by the black-clothed devil envoy, so he trusted the black-clothed devil envoy quite a bit. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, in order to complete his task, he could no longer care so much. Watching Dugu Kangying leave, the corners of the black-clothed devil envoy's mouth curled into a sneer of ridicule. "Trash, I'll let you guys fight each other first. General Yulon, don't forget what you promised me. Otherwise, I'll destroy you all." A person walked out from the darkness. It was a woman in aqua-blue battle armor. Her features were delicate and pretty, and her appearance was outstanding. Her figure was so impressive that most men would gulp if they saw her. The black-clothed devil envoy's eyes flickered with greed. "Haha, Lord Devil Envoy, don't worry. The 3 God Devil medallions are naturally yours. What we want is the 9 Supremes catalog and the world of the Sword Dynasty." General Yulon smiled. Standing next to her was another woman, the one who had been forced to kneel by Ling Xiao's soul power last night. "Very well." The black-clothed devil envoy nodded, then disappeared into the pitch-black tunnel. On the other side, Dugu Kanging emerged from the tunnel. He was just about to use a flashy appearance to appear above the city of 8 immortals when he suddenly saw someone walking over. Hehe, isn't this 9 Defiance Falling Moon? Why aren't you kneeling when you see the leader? Seeing Falling Moon, Dugu Kanging smiled savagely. In the blink of an eye, Falling Moon's escape route was completely sealed. Falling Moon was also in the 3rd level of the life-seizing realm, but she couldn't compare to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was the #1 genius in 100,000 years. In terms of talent, even human kings would have to be wary of him. Dugu Kanging, what are you doing here? Falling Moon looked nervously at Dugu Kanging. She was in charge of patrolling, but she never expected to run into Dugu Kanging here. What a joke. I'm the king of this world. Sword God City belongs to me, Dugu Kanging sneered. You actually dare to betray me and side with that brat Ling Xiao? How is that brat better than me? Falling Moon looked around at Dugu Kanging and said, compared to him, you're nothing. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, your little mouth really doesn't give me any face. After all, I was the leader of the 9 Defiance back then. Dugu Kanging laughed. You're so protective of that brat Ling Xiao. Are you having an affair with him? Old fogey, don't talk nonsense. Brother Ling has the woman he loves. I'm not worthy of him. Falling Moon said angrily. Is that so? Then just nice. This old man will help you test his intentions. This place is so remote, the moon is dark and the wind is strong. Just nice, the two of us can kiss each other. Dugu Kanging originally had no interest in women. After all, he was someone who resurrected from hell. Women were merely pink skeletons in his eyes. But if it was Ling Xiao's woman, then it was different. To be able to pile up pain on Ling Xiao's body, even if it was a real skeleton, he would not let it go either. Looking at Dugu Kanging's eyes that were akin to a ferocious beast, Falling Moon felt her entire body seemingly turn stiff, and was actually unable to move. Only at this time did she understand Dugu Kanging's terror. At the same time, she also understood Ling Xiao's might. Facing such a powerful opponent, Ling Xiao was actually still able to contend and even defeat him. That was truly too inconceivable. Thinking about Ling Xiao? It's useless. Only this old man knows here. Even that idiot Dugu Beijing doesn't know. It's really rare for you to be able to find this place. You're simply a white swan that delivered itself to my doorstep. Do you think this old man should eat you? The corner of his mouth hooked up into a crazy smile. Although I haven't touched a woman for many years, it shouldn't be difficult. This old man will make you feel pleasure. Falling Moon tried her best to calm herself down. She looked at Dugu Kanging in horror and anger and said, You want to defile me? You want to make Brother Ling angry? It's useless. I'll kill myself before you do such a thing. You absolutely can't stop me. Although I'm not your match, I can still do this. Kill yourself. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've already set up thunderstorm bombs beneath the entire Sword God City. Although the power of those things isn't great, they're densely packed together in tens of thousands. They can definitely easily blast the entire Sword God City away. If you dare to kill yourself, I dare to detonate them. At that time, not only you, but all your friends will die. Including Ling Xiao, whom you're protecting. Chapter 3287. You beast. You lunatic. Falling Moon looked at Dugu Kanging in astonishment. She never expected that Dugu Kanging would be so deranged. Ha ha ha, scold me however you like. It doesn't matter. Anyone who goes against me, Dugu Kanging, must die. Including that Ling Xiao you like. There's no need to deny it. This old man is also experienced. How can I not see it? It's a pity that the falling flowers are unrequited. That Ling Xiao doesn't seem to have any romantic feelings for you. Since that's the case, this old man will properly enjoy you on his behalf. Otherwise, it would be a pity if such a beautiful person like you were to die. You will definitely die a horrible death. Falling Moon said coldly. Horrible death. Ha ha, it's a pity that you won't be able to see it. Dugu Kanging laughed shamelessly and began to approach Falling Moon. Falling Moon had already begun to circulate the true essence in her body. It was actually very easy for her to commit suicide. However, the problem was that Dugu Kangying was using the lives of the entire city of 8 immortals to threaten her. She was currently very distressed. She could not care less about other people, but she was different. However, Ling Xiao, Bai Fang, Long Xiong, Ba Dao, and the others were her closest brothers and sisters. Although they had not become sworn brothers, everyone was prepared to sacrifice themselves for others. How could she watch as they were blasted to death? Finally, she closed her eyes as 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. For those people she cared about, she would definitely abandon herself. Even if she was trampled on by that beast, she would accept it. Hehe, have you accepted your fate? That's for the best. It saves this old man from wasting more effort. Dugu Kangying was very pleased. It seemed that setting up the thunderstorm array underground was really too smart. With that thing, be it Ling Xiao or others, they would have to hold back in front of him. Pa! A beam of white light shone down on Dugu Kangying's position. It was extremely dazzling, causing Dugu Kangying to hastily close his eyes and frantically retreat. Then, there was a second, third, and fourth light. Countless lights locked onto Dugu Kangying. No matter where he retreated, the lights would follow. The originally slumbering city of 8 immortals suddenly woke up, and all the lights were lit up. The originally pitch-black city became brightly lit. Old man, you finally came out. In the sky, Ling Xiao was dressed in green robes, his black hair fluttering as he looked coldly at Dugu Kangying. After the 5 Kings convention, the entire city of 8 immortals was to be on guard. Even the slightest rustle. Therefore, within the boundaries of this city, whether it was Falling Moon or an ordinary family, as long as they could hold on for a minute or two, they would definitely not be silently killed. If Dugu Kangying directly used a vicious move against Falling Moon, he might really be able to kill Falling Moon. Unfortunately, at this crucial moment, his lust overflowed. Wasting a few minutes in vain, the alarm system of the entire 8 Immortals city was activated. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was the first to arrive. Come. Come. Dugu Kangying snorted coldly, grabbed Falling Moon's arm, and soared into the sky. He was very high profile. He deliberately wanted everyone in the city to see him. Because only by defeating Ling Xiao in front of everyone's eyes and completely destroying the confidence of the people of the 8 Immortals Kingdom would he be able to take back his sword dynasty from Ling Xiao's hands. Dugu Kangying had appeared. For a time, the entire city was in an uproar. In the past, Dugu Kangying, who had possessed Dugu Beijing and controlled Sword God Hall and Sword Dynasty, had appeared. He had come back to take back his throne. Tonight, in this city of 8 immortals, the final battle would probably be carried out. The entire city was in an uproar because of this. The people of the 8 immortals kingdom were looking forward to Ling Xiao killing Dugu Kangying. As for the people of Sword God Hall, they were prepared to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. These guys were basically fence-sitters. They would submit to whoever won. Previously, it was Ling Xiao who barged into Sword God City to cause trouble and then left casually. And now, Ling Xiao had become the master of Sword God City, City of 8 Immortals, but it was someone else who came to cause trouble. As the Imperial Emperor of the 8 Immortals Kingdom, did he have the ability to protect his own people? Would he be like Dugu Beijing, only able to watch the other party wreak havoc in the city? And powerless to do anything? Seeing more and more people gather here, Dugu Kangying was very excited. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, you came out at the right time. Today, this old man came here to trample on you in front of your subjects. Dugu Kangying was very excited. The audience's support made him feel the importance of his battle. As long as he won, he could smoothly take down Sword Dynasty and become the king here again. Moreover, he might also obtain the support of the black-clothed devil envoy, making Sword Dynasty stronger from then on. The two sides confronting each other in the sky became the focus of attention. Countless neutral martial artists were watching the battle from the rooftops, treetops, the sky, and taverns. This might be the top battle in the history of Sword Dynasty. Do you think Ling Xiao can sit firmly on the position of Imperial Emperor? That's hard to say. Since Dugu Kangying dared to come, It means that he has the confidence to win. Before the battle begins, nothing is certain. But I think Ling Xiao is still better. Didn't Dugu Kangying already lose to Ling Xiao in the previous battle? Then you're wrong. Rumor has it that Dugu Kangying was stabbed by eunuch Gao. Otherwise, once the ghost god seal appeared, Ling Xiao would have been defeated. How can you say that's something that hasn't happened before? How do you know that the Imperial Emperor of the Eight Immortals Kingdom didn't hold back? What's more, the Imperial Emperor's talent can be said to be the best in Sword Dynasty. It has been 20 days since that battle. How can you be sure that he hasn't broken through? Such discussions appeared in many places. There were people who thought that Dugu Kangying would win, and there were also many who thought that Ling Xiao would win. No one could convince anyone. So in the end, it still depended on the situation of this battle. Dugu Kangying, you're finally here. I thought you would forever be that underground rat, hiding and refusing to see anyone. Ling Xiao looked at Dugu Kangying and sneered. Hihi, can't you see that I have a hostage in my hand? How dare you boast so shamelessly in front of me? Dugu Kangying said loudly. Hostage? Why didn't I see it? As Ling Xiao spoke, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Dugu Kangying. The black shadow stabbed at Dugu Kangying, scaring him so much that he hurriedly dodged. But he didn't expect that it was simply a diversion. In just an instant, Yang Yu was snatched back by Ling Xiao. Sister Yang Yu, are you all right? Ling Xiao asked gently as he held Yang Yu with one hand. Don't worry about me. That guy is crazy. He buried thousands of thunderstorm bombs under the Eight Immortals city. Yang Yu shouted anxiously. Oh! Ling Xiao's brows instantly furrowed. Chapter 3288. He, since you already know, then obediently surrender. Don't make any unnecessary resistance. So what if you take the hostages away? Everyone in Sword God City is my hostage. How many people can you save? Dugu Kangying laughed crazily. His voice also spread throughout the entire Eight Immortals city. F***CK, that guy is crazy. Run for your life. We can't stay in this city. Let's go. Chaos began to arise in the Eight Immortals city. However, Ling Xiao still looked indifferently at Dugu Kangying opposite him. There would naturally be someone to deal with the chaos in the city. He only had one mission, and that was to kill Dugu Kangying. He didn't need to care about anything else. Escape. No one can escape today. If anyone dares to escape, I will immediately detonate the thunderstorm bomb. Dugu Kangying sneered. Then, with a thought, a mushroom cloud exploded in the direction of the city gate. This scene frightened many people who were trying to escape. They stood there trembling in fear, looking at the sky in horror. Could it be that they really had to place all their hopes on the Eight Immortals Kingdom's emperor? Most of the people who fled were originally residents of the Sword Dynasty. Their impression of Ling Xiao was still limited to the confrontation above Sword God City. They didn't know if Ling Xiao could truly make this country live and work in peace. Therefore, it was impossible for them to trust Ling Xiao. Now, they only had two choices. Trust Ling Xiao, or rely on Dugu Kangying. Escape. It was impossible to escape. But no matter which choice it was, they had to wait for the end of this battle. How about it, Ling Xiao? Tell me your choice. Dugu Kangying looked at Ling Xiao and laughed wantonly. My choice. You'll die. Ling Xiao looked at Dugu Kangying indifferently without the slightest bit of panic. I want to see if you can detonate those thunderstorm bombs faster or if I can kill you faster. Ling Xiao sneered. He had already noticed that Dugu Kangying needed soul force to detonate those thunderstorm bombs. This gave him an opening to exploit. As long as he could block the other party's soul power, he would be able to prevent the other party from detonating it. Barrier Martial Spirit. He hadn't used this special martial soul for a long time. This martial soul didn't have any attacking power, but it was invincible in trapping enemies. As long as Ling Xiao stayed within the barrier and didn't die, no matter how powerful the enemy was, they wouldn't be able to break through the barrier. The only way was to kill him. This barrier could block any energy waves, including soul power. What? Dugu Kangying had never seen Ling Xiao possess such a martial spirit. When he tried to detonate the thunderstorm bomb, he realized that there was no reaction. Are you surprised? Ling Xiao mocked. If your so-called confidence is these thunderstorm bombs, then I'm sorry, but you've already failed. Damn it, I didn't expect you to have such a martial spirit. Looks like you've learned the spirit-capturing divine skill. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to obtain so many martial spirits. Dugu Kangying frowned. His plan had failed, and it seemed that he could only meet force with force. Fortunately, he still had a trump card. Otherwise, he would have completely failed today. Thinking of this, he smiled faintly and said, "This old man has heard of this barrier martial spirit. Once it's activated and cancelled, it will take some time before it can be activated again." That's right. So what? Ling Xiao asked. Hihi, haven't you noticed that there are only the two of us in this barrier? Dugu Kangying sneered. I still don't understand. Is this something you should be happy about? Ling Xiao shrugged. Idiot, do you really think you're a match for this old man? If it wasn't for Eunuch Gao's sneak attack last time, you would have died under this old man's ghost god seal. Dugu Kangying said fiercely, Today, you dare to fight me one-on-one. Let's see who can save you. Is this what you want to say? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Then, he hooked his hand and said, Make your move. Let me see how strong your so-called ghost god seal is. While the two of them were fighting in the barrier, the 5 kings had already begun to move. Through Yang Yu's reminder, they entered the underground tunnel to eliminate the thunderstorm bomb. No matter what, the thunderstorm bomb was a hidden danger. Even if they couldn't use their soul power to detonate it, it would be troublesome if Dugu Kangying had other helpers. The black-clothed demon envoy didn't count. That guy only wanted the fiend god token. He wouldn't do it himself. However, there was still Prince Tian. That was a little troublesome. Therefore, it was important to eliminate the thunderstorm bomb as soon as possible. Of course, the most important thing was the battle between Ling Xiao and Dugu Kangying. If Ling Xiao lost this battle, the 8 Immortals' kingdom would lose everything and be completely finished. After all, the 8 Immortals' kingdom still needed Ling Xiao to support it. Without him, the 8 Immortals' kingdom was nothing. Are we safe? Many people realized that the thunderstorm bomb wouldn't explode. Probably. Who wants to try and escape? Someone suggested. I've decided not to run. I believe that Ling Xiao can definitely defeat Dugu Kangying and save the 8 Immortals city from Dugu Kangying's clutches. Finally, someone decided to trust Ling Xiao. Idiot, how can that kid be a match for that old monster Dugu Kangying? If you don't run, we'll run. Naturally, there were still people who were unwilling to trust Ling Xiao. Taking advantage of the thunderstorm bomb's inability to explode, they wanted to escape. Brothers, open your eyes wide and see clearly who chose to escape at this critical moment in the 8 Immortals city. Although it's pardonable to escape, don't even think about being qualified to live in the 8 Immortals city in the future. Unless these people make great contributions in the future, they'll never get any resources from the 8 Immortals kingdom. As well as rewards. Long Xiong stood on top of the city wall. He was now the commander of the 8 Immortals city's imperial army, and this order was secretly conveyed to him by Ling Xiao. They wouldn't stop those who fled, but since they had chosen to escape, they could forget about the 8 Immortals kingdom protecting them. Commander, can the Imperial Emperor win? A soldier asked. Are you afraid? I'm afraid, but I won't run away. The soldier replied. Don't worry. In the Sword Dynasty, the Imperial Emperor is an invincible existence. Dugu Kangying is not worth mentioning in front of him, Long Xiong said in a clear voice. You also saw how easy it was for him to save Yang Yu from Dugu Kangying. Moreover, it was equally easy for him to stop Dugu Kangying from detonating the thunderstorm bomb. What reason do we have not to trust him? Yes. The morale of the soldiers was greatly boosted. It wasn't because of Long Xiong's words, but because what Long Xiong said was the truth. What they had was an imperial emperor who constantly created miracles. They had no reason not to believe in such an imperial emperor. In the sky, Dugu Kangying's eyes released hatred, anger, unwillingness, cruelty, and other incomparably complicated emotions. Chapter 3289. Everything that had happened today was completely different from what Dugu Kangying had imagined. That left him a bit panicked. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, only looked at him with indifference. It was almost as if he weren't looking at a person, but a corpse. Damn it. What gives you the right to look down on me, you stinking brat? Dugu Kangying gnashed his teeth in anger. Because you're really bad, he said. You tried to use tricks to beat me. That's proof of your fear. You're afraid of me, so why should I respect you? Ling Xiao sneered. If you had come to fight me fair and square, I might have given you a glorious death. But today, I'm going to make sure you lose all dignity. You were once a hero, but now I'm going to turn into a devil and kill you. Don't you think that's ironic? Bullshit. Dugu Kangying roared. He hated it when people brought up his past. After all, it was his scars. Under the gazes of everyone present, he charged at Ling Xiao, unleashing a barrage of attacks. The confrontation began in an instant. But to everyone's shock, Ling Xiao didn't even use his beast soul transformation. Nor did he use any weapons. He simply stared coldly at his opponent, not moving a muscle. Now that he was in the 4th stratum of the life-seizing level, he didn't care about 5th stratum life sizes at all. Although Dugu Kangying was a special existence among 5th stratum life sizes, he didn't care. Either way, he wasn't worth mentioning. His black hair whipped about. His green robes fluttered. Ling Xiao stood there, proud and domineering. He didn't even make a move, allowing Dugu Kangying to unleash a barrage of attacks. Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by the faint image of a Xuanwu tortoise. Even if he didn't make a move, Dugu Kangying couldn't hurt him. Because Ling Xiao had unified the Sword Dynasty, his Xuanwu tortoise godbody had become even stronger. Ruyu Umbel. It was a shocking scene. Explosions rang out constantly. Within the enchantment, a terrifying power was constantly howling. No one could even see Dugu Kangying clearly. However, Ling Xiao's figure was very clear. Because from the beginning until the end, he had only been standing there without moving at all. He had no intention of making a move at all. However, all of Dugu Kangying's attacks were neutralized. Your so-called attack, is that all? It's really disappointing. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Dugu Kangying, as if he was looking at a mantis that overestimated its own strength and was trying to stop a chariot. Are you giving me a massage? Or are you scratching an itch? How could this be? Dugu Kangying was completely dumbfounded. Although he did not use the ghost deity seal, according to his attack power, even an ordinary attack was equivalent to the power of a mid-level general-level martial art. However, in front of Ling Xiao, it was so useless that it had no effect at all. 20 days is useless to trash like you, but to me, 20 days can change a lot of things. Do you think I'm still the same person I was 20 days ago? Ling Xiao mocked. Ling Xiao, you freak. Although they were cursing, it actually sounded like they were praising Ling Xiao. Everyone in the City of 8 Immortals was completely shocked. They had considered many possibilities, but none of them could have predicted something like this. The mighty Dugu Kangying was at the peak of the 5th division of life-seizing, and yet he was being played like a fool by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was just standing there, letting him hit him, and yet he couldn't even move a muscle. How was he supposed to kill Ling Xiao? From the look of it, this young man who had risen to prominence like a comet and unified the Sword Dynasty wasn't just lucky. Too heaven-defying. Too terrifying. It looks like Dugu Kangying is completely helpless. The two of them aren't even on the same level. This is ridiculous. How could Ling Xiao be so strong? It's too early to tell. Don't forget that Dugu Kangying still hasn't used his terrifying ghost deity seal. Even if Ling Xiao seems relaxed right now, as long as Dugu Kangying uses his ghost deity seal, he'll be in big trouble. More discussions broke out. Many people knew that Dugu Kangying had the ghost deity seal, but they didn't know that he also had a magical treasure he had borrowed from the black-robed devil emissary, the soul-seizing banner. The soul-seizing banner was a terrifying magical treasure that could absorb the souls of others to strengthen itself. Every additional soul in one's body would increase one's strength. Dugu Kangying had used the soul-seizing banner to wipe out a small nation. He had absorbed the souls of more than 300,000 people from that nation. Although the soul-seizing banner was similar to the bloodthirsty demon sword, the backlash was terrifying. Therefore, Dugu Kangying wouldn't use it unless it was absolutely necessary. But now, he had no chance of winning against Ling Xiao. If he didn't use the soul-seizing banner now, when would he? It shouldn't be a problem if I just use it for a bit, Dugu Kangying thought. After a moment of thought, he realized that this battle wasn't just a matter of life and death, but also his future. He didn't want the plan he had planned for so many years to fail at the last step. There was a momentary pause in the intense battle. Ling Xiao was still standing there indifferently, coldly looking at Dugu Kangying. Seeing Ling Xiao's disdainful expression, the anger in Dugu Kangying's heart continued to expand and burn. He waved his hand and the soul-seizing banner appeared in his hand. Then, his body began to undergo a drastic change. As though he was in great pain, the souls of the dead were released from the soul-seizing banner and poured into his body. His eyes gradually turned black. It wasn't the black of his pupils, but his entire body. He was like a demon. Dugu Kangying's expression became increasingly malevolent and terrifying, and his entire body gradually grew larger. Previously, he was only about 1.7 meters tall, but now, his height had increased to 2 meters, and it seemed that he was still growing taller. It's about time. 10,000 souls can still allow me to maintain my sense of self. If I continue, I'm afraid I'll lose my sense of self. That wouldn't be good. When Dugu Kangying's height increased to about 2.5 meters, it finally came to a stop. He was like a monster that had crawled out of hell, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura of death that no one dared to look directly at. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was still as calm and carefree as ever, as though he was completely indifferent to Dugu Kangying's transformation. The soul-seizing banner. It seems to be somewhat similar to the bloodthirsty demon sword, but you're more powerful than Dugu Batian. Your strength has increased by so much, yet you can still maintain your sense of self. I have to praise you. Ling Xiao smiled. Pretending to be calm? Dugu Kangying mocked, you're already very impressive to be able to force me to use the power of the soul-seizing banner. However, it all ends here. Chapter 3290. Even as the words left his mouth, black veins appeared all over Dugu Kangying's body, accompanied by a bizarre shriek. Dugu Kangying's hellish battle body had fused with 10,000 souls, giving him a talent even more terrifying than Dugu Batian's. This former hero was indeed not an ordinary person. What kind of monster is that? What did Dugu Kangying do? How could he be so terrifying? I don't know. But I'm sure Ling Xiao is in big trouble. I really hope Ling Xiao can win. Dugu Kangying is a complete freak. I heard that in order to get stronger, he wiped out a small border kingdom and absorbed the souls of 300,000 people into his soul-seizing banner. I wish I could, but can he really do it? What other abilities does Ling Xiao have that we don't know about? At that very moment, Dugu Kangying's expression was simply too fearful, so much so that many people were afraid of him. If someone like him became king, how could they protect their own lives? Because of that, many people began to support Ling Xiao. However, Dugu Kangying's strength made them wonder if Ling Xiao could win. Regardless of their doubts, Dugu Kangying had already begun his transformation. Death transformation. As he completed his transformation, Dugu Kangying's strength increased by a significant amount, to the point where he was almost at the 6th division of the life-seizing level. It was a terrifying level of power that left many people in shock. And yet, Ling Xiao didn't feel the slightest bit of fear in the face of such an opponent. After all, he had used the same move he had used on the Bloodsucker Devil. Generally speaking, such a move that could dramatically increase one's strength had a negative side effect. So what if Dugu Kangying was close to the 6th division of the life-seizing level? In the end, he was still a fake. Down below, the audience watched on nervously. Some people even forgot to breathe. After all, this was a matter of life and death. It wasn't just an ordinary fight. Would Ling Xiao be able to maintain his advantage in the face of such boundless power? No. Could he hold his ground? They didn't expect to win. As long as they didn't lose, they would be satisfied. Dugu Kangying was incredibly excited by the power pouring out of him. The feeling of loss and worry completely disappeared. He looked at Ling Xiao, hoping to see a trace of fear on Ling Xiao's face. Unfortunately, he didn't. Not to mention fear, he didn't even panic. What was going on? Doesn't that kid know fear? Or was he born without such an expression? Or was he just putting on an act? He wasn't sure, but at this moment, he felt that there was no need for him to dwell on it. No matter what the reason was, as long as he could borrow this terrifying power to kill Ling Xiao. That'll do. Go to hell, pretentious guy. I'll use my attacks to completely change that poker face of yours. Dugu Kangying roared and launched an attack. His speed and strength were several times greater than before. Like a comet, he crashed into Ling Xiao. Below, everyone's hearts tightened. Could Ling Xiao block it? You have become much stronger, but to kill me? You're thinking too much. Vajra Ape Beast Soul Transformation. Invincible Vajra. Ling Xiao finally used his Beast Soul Transformation. A ball of golden light enveloped his entire body, as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor. Get lost. After transforming, Ling Xiao condensed a huge golden thousand catty rod in his hand. Then, he suddenly brandished it and ruthlessly smashed it at Dugu Kangying, who was charging over. Boom! A terrifying loud sound was heard, and Dugu Kangying's body was directly sent flying by the rod. Midway, he spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his expression became even more ferocious. Impossible, 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 he roared crazily, and more dead souls were released from the soul-seizing banner and poured into his body. His eyes seemed to have gradually lost their clarity and became blank, as if they no longer belonged to him. 20,000 dead souls, let's see if you can survive this. Dugu Kangying's body had already become 4 meters tall, but it was obvious that it was very difficult for him to maintain his sense of self. However, his strength had indeed increased by a lot. The same attack blasted over. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. But that was all. Sun God's ability, Bloodthirsty Plague. The enemy's strength was constantly increasing, but he had used a special method, so he naturally had a way to deal with it. The Bloodthirsty Plague was currently the one Ling Xiao used the most of the Sun God's 3 abilities. He used it more than the Golden Light technique. When facing an opponent weaker than him, this ability could directly kill them. When facing opponents stronger than him, it was even more effective, as it could weaken the opponent's strength. It was simply a divine ability that he always had at home and traveling. With the release of the Bloodthirsty Plague, large amounts of plague germs merged into Dugu Kangying's body through his blood. The blood-red plague almost completely surrounded Dugu Kangying. Then, it quickly disappeared. By the time Dugu Kangying realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Every plague germ could cause Dugu Kangying's body to suffer the most helpless invasion. This was the first time Dugu Kangying had encountered such an ability. Apart from relying on his powerful vital essence to suppress it, he had no other way. A large amount of vital essence was mobilized to suppress the bloodthirsty plague. As a result, the combat strength that relied on the power of the dead souls was constantly weakened. This torment made him feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, what frightened him the most was that those germs contained a terrifying amount of soul power, which caused the souls he absorbed to rebel in his body. In that instant, his soul suffered a huge test, as if it was being torn apart by those souls. It was almost as if it didn't belong to him anymore. No, I can't do this. If this goes on, I'm afraid my body will be taken over by these souls. What the hell is this? How can it be so terrifying? Dugu Kangying never dreamed that Ling Xiao would have such a terrifying divine ability. It was as if it was specially used to restrain his soul-seizing banner. Ling Xiao looked at Dugu Kangying as his lips curled into a mocking sneer. The bloodthirsty plague originally didn't have the effect of destroying souls, but Ling Xiao had modified it. He had merged his soul power into it. This caused the souls that Dugu Kangying had absorbed to rebel. This wasn't a brilliant ability. As long as one's control of soul power was strong enough, many people could do it. Of course, the only person in the world who had the bloodthirsty plague was Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao's sneer, Dugu Kangying felt like he was going crazy. What kind of joke was this? He didn't hesitate to make a deal with the black-clothed demon envoy and agreed to hand over the fiend god token in exchange for the soul-seizing banner. He originally thought that as long as he used this thing, he would be able to firmly suppress Ling Xiao. He never expected such a situation. Chapter 3291. Why? Why must you be my enemy? Despicable guy. Dugu Kangying roared angrily. You think too highly of yourself. I have no interest in being your enemy. Aren't you the one who did this? Ling Xiao mocked. I'm going to kill you. As long as you're dead, no one in the Sword Dynasty can be my enemy. Dugu Kangying temporarily suppressed the bloodthirsty plague and roared as he charged at Ling Xiao. He knew very well that if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao in a short time, he would definitely be tormented to death by the plague. Ling Xiao sneered when he saw Dugu Kangying charging at him. If it was 20 days ago, he wouldn't have any chance of winning against Dugu Kangying. But today, Dugu Kangying was nothing more than a struggling clown in front of him. Of course, his opponent was still very powerful. Therefore, although he could look down on his opponent strategically, he would never underestimate his opponent tactically. Tyrannical blade of death, torment of all living beings. Dugu Kangying had used this move in the previous confrontation at the border, but today's move was much more powerful than that. The terrifying death sickle turned into a giant blood-red blade and slashed at Ling Xiao. This sickle felt like it could even split the city of 8 immortals into 2. Fortunately, it was in the spirit formation martial spirit. Otherwise, the city of 8 immortals would have been reduced to ruins if Ling Xiao and Dugu Kangying were to fight here. Ling Xiao coldly observed his opponent's every move. He could shatter this giant sickle in the past, and he could do the same today. Activating his true energy, a golden dragon let out a loud dragon roar above Ling Xiao's head. Golden Dragon Seal. It was also a degraded high-grade martial skill. The Golden Dragon Seal was dazzling, while the Death Sickle was dark and gloomy. One was blazing hot, while the other was frighteningly cold. It was as if the two extremes exploded in the spirit formation martial spirit. Under the Vajra ape transformation, Ling Xiao was forced back, while Dugu Kangying didn't move an inch. Even with the suppression of the bloodthirsty plague, this death transformation was truly abnormal. A move that Dugu Kangying had risked everything to unleash was no joke. In terms of battle, Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage this time. However, he was only pushed back and did not show any signs of injury. Even so, Dugu Kangying was still very excited. That was because his previous attack had failed to even make Ling Xiao take half a step back. This meant that he was right to use the power of the soul-seizing banner. 30,000 departed souls. In order to win, the crazy Dugu Kangying did not hesitate to release even more souls. His eyes were already turning white, and he seemed to be losing consciousness. Even if I become a devil, as long as I can kill you, it doesn't matter. Dugu Kangying let out a furious roar, leaving behind only a sliver of consciousness. He wanted to keep this sliver of consciousness to watch Ling Xiao get killed. Will he be all right? The people below became nervous. In order to defeat Ling Xiao, Dugu Kangying had gone crazy. He was even willing to hand over his soul to the devil. His strength had increased greatly. How could anything happen? The Emperor Lord will not lose. But that soul-seizing banner is too abnormal. I also know that in terms of normal strength, the Emperor Lord will definitely not lose to that old monster Dugu Kangying. However, the existence of the soul-seizing banner might change this situation. After acknowledging Ling Xiao's identity as the Emperor Lord, most of the people in the city of the 8 immortals began to support Ling Xiao. Because only if Ling Xiao won, they would not be ruled by that abnormal old monster Dugu Kangying. They would not have to die under the thunderstorm array. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, although you and I are in different eras, you are the most terrifying opponent that I, Dugu Kangying, have ever encountered in my life. Don't worry, you will also be killed by my most powerful move and completely disappear from this world. Dying under this move is definitely something you should be proud of. Dugu Kangying laughed as if he could already see the direction of victory in this battle. Unfortunately, in my opinion, you are just an overconfident mantis on my path of martial arts. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ling Xiao said indifferently. In the face of Dugu Kangying's powerful strength, Ling Xiao's expression was still calm and relaxed. It was as if there was still a lot of strength that had not been released. His body changed from the Vajra ape beast soul to the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul. Because he knew that Dugu Kangying was going to use the Ghost God seal. A peak general level martial skill. It was also the most powerful gift that Dugu Kangying had received from the black-clothed demon envoy. It was even better than the soul-seizing banner. Facing the Ghost God seal, Ling Xiao didn't dare to underestimate it. This thing could really take his life, so he couldn't underestimate it. The Ghost God seal was incomparably powerful. Now, with Dugu Kangying's death transformation, its power had increased by more than several times. A terrifying black aura constantly swept out from Dugu Kangying's body, as if a hole had been torn open in hell. Dugu Kangying became even more ferocious. He no longer looked like a human, but more like a terrifying monster. Ghost God Seal. You've always wanted to see this move. Today, I'll show it to you. With that, Dugu Kangying performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Necromancy power poured into the Ghost God seal, and the image of an enormous ghost god appeared in front of him. It was a black god seal, and was rapidly taking shape. The black god was incomparably large, and was so ferocious that it looked down on all living things. Many of the martial artists in the City of 8 Immortals felt the terror of death. Many of them even dropped to their knees. And that was with the help of a martial soul. It was a terrifying power that was shocking to behold. Ling Xiao's Taiji eye spun, and his brow furrowed. Given Dugu Kangying's current strength, even an ordinary 6th-level life-sizer would have a hard time dealing with the Ghost God seal. Although Ling Xiao had never seen the true power of a 6th-level life-sizer, he could imagine it. After all, this was a peak general-level martial skill. And it also had the terrifying power of the soul-seizing banner. Although the black-robed devil emissary hadn't personally made a move, the fact that he had given Dugu Kangying these two things was truly shocking. Originally, if there were no accidents, Ling Xiao would definitely not be alive. Perhaps the black-robed devil emissary thought the same. And yet, Ling Xiao turned out to be the biggest surprise of all. He was a monster that defied common sense. Prepare to die. You old foe. Dugu Kangying had no choice but to admit that Ling Xiao was the biggest problem in his plan. If he didn't deal with him now, he would never be able to fulfill his ambitions. Roaring, he unleashed the Ghost God seal. The Ghost God in front of him roared and lunged toward Ling Xiao. Chapter 3292. Everyone stared in terror at Dugu Kangying's palm strike, which could shake heaven and earth and cause ghosts and gods to weep. Everyone in the City of 8 Immortals was shaken to the core. Ling Xiao was going to be defeated. The monarch was going to be defeated. He was finished. Such negative thoughts gradually spread under the terrifying pressure and the aura of despair. Dugu Kangying was invincible. That was the consensus of most people. There were also a few people who were waiting for Ling Xiao to unleash a miracle on them. Is he smiling? One of the martial artists asked, noticing Ling Xiao's expression. No way. How can he be smiling in this situation? I'm not lying. See for yourself. Everyone was looking at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was smiling, and his smile was as dazzling as a sunflower in full bloom. Was he afraid? Of course not. Although the Ghost God seal was powerful, Yang Qi had long since seen through it with his Taiji eye. Originally, Ling Xiao had wondered if he would need to use the extermination godswords to defeat Dugu Kangying. But then, he came to the conclusion that the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation was not an option. He could fuse the power of the Xuanwu turtle. As a 4th division life-sizer, he could use the golden dragon seal to defeat Dugu Kangying. In that case, there was no need to reveal the extermination godswords. After all, the longer he could keep a trump card, the more useful it would be. It's really a waste to use the ghost deity seal at the peak of the general realm in your hands. Let's end this battle here. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. In his unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation, his aura began to climb. The battle prowess of a 4th division life-sizer was fully unleashed. In fact, his aura was far more terrifying than that of any other 5th division life-sizer. Even the black-robed devilish emissary was shaken. This brat is a freak. It seems we have no choice but to get rid of him. The devilish emissary's eyes flickered with madness. If Dugu Kangying and General Yulon were unable to kill Ling Xiao, then he would have to do it himself. Since he had already offended Ling Xiao, he absolutely could not let him continue to live. Otherwise, he would definitely become a terrifying opponent in the future, and even he would not be able to suppress him. The moment his strength completely erupted, Ling Xiao also began to form seals. It was still the Golden Dragon Seal. However, the power of the Golden Dragon Seal was more than 10 times stronger than before. This move was equally shocking. The golden dragon that was emitting a golden light was so bright that many people couldn't open their eyes. Golden Dragon Seal? It can't be. How can an advanced general realm martial arts technique defeat a peak general realm martial arts technique? It seems that the Emperor is really at his wit's end. Today might become the darkest day in the history of the 8 Immortals City. Hehe, that group of idiots. Who asked them to believe in that Ling Xiao? We're the smart ones. We escaped early and didn't have to be buried with them. There were all kinds of opinions in the crowd. However, they could not change the situation of the battle. Ling Xiao's hands finally blasted out. The moment the golden dragon roared out, many people felt their hearts tremble. It was as if the real golden dragon had come from ancient times to punish the devil in front of him. Gold and black became the main colors in the sky, splitting the boundary into 2 halves, each occupying half of the sky. What's going on? Dugu Kangying was stunned for a moment. He had seen Dugu Beijing use the Golden Dragon Seal before, but its power was not so great. Humph, no matter what, how can a mere advanced general realm martial arts technique be a match for my peak general realm martial arts technique? After a moment of shock, Dugu Kangying chose to ignore it. He didn't believe that his palm would lose to Ling Xiao's. This was his strongest palm strike with all his strength. If it lost, then he would really be at his wit's end. The golden dragon and the demon finally collided in the sky. The golden and black energies penetrated, bit, and attacked each other, trying to destroy each other. Everyone stared nervously at the place where the energies intersected. They couldn't see the situation of the battle, only the 2 energies entangled there. Who would win? Who would become the winner of this pinnacle battle? Swallow it, Golden Dragon. Following Ling Xiao's furious roar, the roaring golden dragon bit the demon god's neck. Then, its entire body coiled around the demon and tied it up. The demon was also using its hands to tear the golden dragon, tearing off the scales on the golden dragon's body. However, its power was obviously getting weaker and weaker. In the battle, the demon god seal lost to the golden dragon seal. In the end, the demon's shadow completely collapsed. It disappeared between heaven and earth, and the entire boundary turned into a golden world. No. This is impossible. Dugu Kangying would rather die than believe that his all-out attack would end up like this. Ling Xiao defeated his demon god seal with the golden dragon seal, which was obviously a level lower than his. Why? Why did this happen? His face was full of disbelief. But at this moment, confusion and shock were meaningless. Not only did the golden dragon seal not disappear, but it became even more terrifying after devouring the demon god seal. It pounced at Dugu Kangying with extreme speed, wanting to completely defeat him. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Soul-seizing banner, release all your power. Dugu Kangying didn't know what would happen if he released all the power of the soul-seizing banner. But at this moment, he couldn't care less because he didn't want to die. At this moment, his dream was shattered. How impressive was he when he seized Dugu Beijing's body? He thought that from then on, there wouldn't be a second person in the Sword Dynasty who would be his match. But at this moment, Ling Xiao appeared. Ling Xiao used the Golden Dragon Seal that he couldn't be more familiar with to defeat the Demon God Seal that he thought was the strongest. His mentality had already collapsed. Terrifying souls were constantly released from the soul-seizing banner and poured into Dugu Kangying's body. Dugu Kangying let out a shocking scream. You reap what you sow. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded as the Golden Dragon Seal finally blasted into Dugu Kangying's body. The souls that had poured into his body were all blasted out in an instant and fled in all directions. In a small country at the border of the Sword Dynasty. 20 days ago, this place became a dead country. Everyone had turned into walking corpses. They had no soul or thoughts. The 8 Immortals' kingdom sent a group of special forces to the small country to investigate. They hadn't left yet. Suddenly, they saw a black thing flying over from the horizon. When it got closer, they realized that it was a black light. The light fell into the bodies of the walking corpses. Then, a miracle happened. The special forces of the 8 Immortals' kingdom saw a shocking scene. The walking corpses all returned to their original appearance. They became people with thoughts and souls again. It must be the Celestial Emperor. Yes, the Celestial Emperor defeated Dugu Kangying. Chapter 3293. Amidst the praises, the special forces of the 8 Immortals' kingdom saw the citizens of the small country kneeling in the direction of the 8 Immortals' city. The souls that flew back possessed the memories of that place, allowing them to know who had saved them. The flying speed of the souls was extremely fast, so when they arrived at the small border country, the battle in the 8 Immortals' city had yet to end. The terrifying golden dragon seal slammed into Dugu Kangying's body. Then, the blazing golden light continued to burn Dugu Kangying's body. Why? Why did you become so strong? Dugu Kangying roared. Without the power of the souls, he was completely defeated. The soul-seizing banner also turned into an ordinary soul banner and was instantly burned by the golden dragon seal. I've already said that your era is over. Now, it's my era. Ling Xiao's indifferent voice sounded in Dugu Kangying's ears. Dead people shouldn't continue to stir up trouble. Go back to where you belong. I'm not willing. I'm not willing. Ling Xiao, even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. Ha ha ha, you probably don't know that you've offended Prince Tian. He sent his powerful subordinate, General Yulon, to kill you. If I can't kill you, you'll still die. Dugu Kangying suddenly laughed crazily. I know. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You know? Dugu Kangying's wild laughter came to an abrupt end. That's right. Not only do I know that Prince Tian sent someone over, I also know that the black-clothed emissary is colluding with them. And you're just a chess piece they're using. If you die, no one will feel any heartache or pity you. Ling Xiao sneered. Don't worry, I won't let you be alone. I won't let that black-clothed emissary leave the Sword Dynasty alive. Since he dares to secretly harm me, he must die. At this point, Dugu Kangying's body was almost melted by the blazing golden light. Countless people looked at this scene with astonishment. Boom. Suddenly, Dugu Kangying's body exploded. Ling Xiao was sent flying. He spat out blood and his face was extremely pale. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. However, no one noticed the sly smile that flashed across Ling Xiao's lips. The martial spirit disappeared. Ling Xiao's body swayed as he landed on the ground. He seemed to be seriously injured, but he still won. Dugu Kangying, who was thought to be invincible, had already turned into a pool of blood. Not even his bones remained. After a moment of silence, the entire city of 8 Immortals burst into cheers. As for those who had escaped in advance, they were filled with regret. Ling Xiao won. Although he was injured, he still won. From today onwards, there would no longer be a sword dynasty among the 9 supremes, but an 8 Immortals kingdom. Ling 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 lees to heaven immortals rise rise rise. To the Emperor to the Emperor to the Emperor Emperor to the Immortals to heaven immortals. Until now, there were still many people who couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Duto the Dugu itu Dugus, to accept to be. Dugu Kangying had vanished into thin air and could no longer be resurrected. Ling Xiao, no, the Emperor has finally killed that old monster. Genius is no longer enough to describe the Emperor's talent. He will definitely lead the 8 Immortals kingdom to become one of the 9 supremes. That's right, it will definitely be more prestigious than the previous sword dynasty. Ling Xiao listened to the crowd's discussion and enjoyed it. What he needed was not only to rule this force in name, but more importantly, to make the people of this force truly treat him as their leader. That way, his martial spirit of Tyrant Heaven would be even stronger. His grand wish would be easier to realize. Emperor, are you all right? Long Xiong hurriedly supported Ling Xiao, who was on the verge of collapse, and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Ling Xiao winked at Long Xiong. Long Xiong instantly understood. However, he did not say anything, nor did he show anything. He knew that Ling Xiao was inviting him into a trap. If he did not show any signs of injury, how could those rats hiding in the dark appear so easily? You really gave me a fright. Long Xiong laughed bitterly, feeling that his worries were a little unnecessary. Was there a need for Ling Xiao to be worried? This guy was really cunning. Let's not talk about this. Guess what I found? Ling Xiao smiled mysteriously. The Myriad Kingdom Catalogue. The last piece of the Nine Supremes Catalogue. It concerns the Nine Supremes treasures and the Nine Supremes sword formula. It's actually in Dugu Kangying's storage ring? Long Xiong was surprised. That's right. Other than a large number of mid-grade spirit stones, it's this thing. There's also a lot of heaven's tribulation pills, enough for me to endure several heavenly tribulations. Ling Xiao said excitedly. At this time, the 5 kings and Yang Yu had also rushed back. The thunderstorm bombs have all been removed. There shouldn't be anything left behind. As Yang Yu spoke, she looked around. Where's Dugu Kangying? Dead. Ling Xiao said indifferently, as if he were talking about something insignificant. In fact, it was true. Killing Dugu Kangying wasn't a big deal. He didn't really care. The truly terrifying one was actually the black-robed devil envoy. Ling Xiao suspected that guy was a 6th-level life-sizer. It wouldn't be easy to kill him. However, this was something that had to be done. As long as the black-robed devil envoy was alive, he wouldn't feel at ease. Especially when he went to the archaic divine tomb, where the black-robed devil envoy would definitely cause trouble. As for Prince Tian's people, they weren't weak either. However, he hadn't seen them before, so he couldn't tell. He touched his storage ring. The bloodthirsty demon sword was inside. If he really couldn't do it, he would have to use the power of the bloodthirsty demon sword. Although it looked terrifying, there was no doubt that it could become very powerful. Furthermore, the negative effects weren't as great as the bloodthirsty demon rat. It was completely acceptable. You actually killed such a powerful person? Truly inconceivable. That guy's strength is much greater than Dugu Beijan's. Jian Fulong said in shock. Although he knew that Ling Xiao was strong, he hadn't expected him to be this strong. He really had missed out on an exciting battle. Dugu Kangying was just an undead who was forcibly resurrected. There's nothing to be afraid of. As Ling Xiao spoke, he suddenly turned to look at a dark corner not too far away. At this time, the sky was already turning white. Although the battle seemed short, it had been going on for almost an entire night. The first rays of the morning sun shone on that place, revealing a few indistinct shadows. Since you're here, why bother hiding? Prince Tian's people aren't cowards, are they? Ling Xiao said coldly, looking at the corner. Heh. You have good eyesight. You actually noticed us. That's good. We'd like to ask for something from you. From the darkness, 3 figures walked out. The originally excited people became nervous again. The auras coming from these 3 were even more terrifying than Dugu Kangying's. Chapter 3294. Whether it's the God Devil Medallion or the 9 Paragons Catalogue, there's no way I'll give them to you. Just give up, Ling Xiao said, shaking his head. Just as Pink said, you really are an idiot who doesn't know how to adapt. I'm General Yulon, a subordinate of the Imperial Prince. I'm a 6th Division life-sizer, and I could raise the city of 8 immortals to the ground in an instant. Are you sure you can stand up to me? General Yulon was even more arrogant than Pink. The night before, Pink had been suppressed by Ling Xiao's soul power, so she wasn't as arrogant as she had been the night before. But this General Yulon was 10 times more arrogant than her. Her arrogance was simply overwhelming. So what? That's what she said to me yesterday. And what happened? She ran away with her tail between her legs, didn't she? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. I really admire your courage. You're injured like that, and yet you're still able to act so calm. That's rare. Since negotiations have failed, There's no point in wasting words. Hand over the 9 Paragons catalogue and the God Devil medallion, or die. General Yulon chuckled. Truth be told, she had never imagined that she would actually threaten a 4th Division life-sizer. It was simply too embarrassing. He couldn't even take a single blow from her. I don't want to waste words with you. Either get the hell out of here, or die. The kingdom of 8 immortals belongs to me, Ling Xiao. The city of 8 immortals belongs to me, Ling Xiao. It's not a place where any random person can come and go as they please. Ling Xiao replied forcefully. Kill him, Pink, General Yulon said. General Yulon couldn't be bothered to attack a 4th Division life-sizer. Even if she won, it would be too embarrassing. Therefore, she let Pink Red, who was by her side, take action. Don't underestimate that guy, you idiot. The black-robed devil emissary said. He had been watching Ling Xiao since the Tea of Gods and Devils, and had watched as Ling Xiao rose to prominence. Naturally, he knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Although General Yulon was a 6th Division life-sizer, she didn't even have 10% of the power in her Sea of Cultivation. He was one of the weakest 6th Division life-sizers. Facing Ling Xiao, he really couldn't underestimate him. What a joke. You're scared of a puny 4th Division life-sizer? It makes me wonder if you're really the black-garbed devil emissary. General Yulon sneered and said to Pink beside her, Go and kill that brat quickly. Don't waste any more time. Prince Tien is still waiting for our 9 Supremes catalogue. Yes, General. Rouge was very afraid of Ling Xiao, but today, Ling Xiao was seriously injured, so she had some expectations and confidence. She felt that with her own strength, killing a heavily injured Ling Xiao would not be a problem. With a tremble, she instantly passed through the defense set up by Jian Fulong and the others and appeared before Ling Xiao. Today, I can avenge last night. Rouge's face lit up with excitement. Ever since she had become Prince Tien's bodyguard, she had never been humiliated like last night. Today, she would finally be able to return the humiliation to her opponent. Do you really think there's no one in the Sword Dynasty who can stop you? Are you looking to die? All of a sudden, Jian Fulong let out a cold snort and waved the flag in his hand. A huge puppet drilled out from the ground. It reached out and grabbed Rouge, then slammed her down onto the ground. Everything happened so quickly that Rouge didn't even have time to react. By the time she realized what was happening, it was already too late. The enormous hand of the golem slammed her down onto the ground as easily as if it were a mosquito. At that moment, she felt that her consciousness was about to blur. Die. Jian Fulong said, taking advantage of the opportunity to stab his sword into Rouge's body, splitting her in two. Rouge was a 5th Division life-sizer, so how could she possibly survive being ganged up on by 2 5th Division life-sizers? General Yulon, Yong Qi said. Is that all you're capable of is sending your subordinates to their deaths? Do you really think the 8 Immortals' kingdom is made of clay? That anyone can bully you? Ling Xiao looked over at General Yulon, chuckling coldly. Fine. Very well, you forced me to do this. How dare you kill Prince Tien's bodyguard? It doesn't matter what you say, the 8 Immortals' kingdom is finished. General Yulon's face was ashen as she launched an attack, not at Ling Xiao, but at Jian Fulong. She wanted to kill Jian Fulong so that she could take revenge for Rouge. At that moment, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a bright light. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Truth be told, there was nothing he could do to 2 6th Division life-sizers. But if he killed one of them, it would be a completely different story. There was no hesitation. The ice-revered sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. Then, a dazzling sword light appeared. Extermination God Sword. It was as if all of the life force in the world had been sucked dry. Everything became deathly still. Suddenly, a sword appeared in the middle of that deathly world. It was the Extermination God Sword, shining with dazzling light. The sword light closed in on General Yulon. General Yulon hadn't taken Ling Xiao seriously, and had only wanted to kill Jian Fulong. By the time she realized how terrifying Ling Xiao's sword was, she was already dead. It was too late. She felt the threat of death, and then desperately released her own attack in an attempt to block this sword. Unfortunately, due to her hasty response, she wasn't even able to use half of her power. Ling Xiao stabbed her in the throat, killing her on the spot. In the moment before she died, a look of shock appeared on her face, as if she were surprised that Ling Xiao didn't seem injured at all. The blazing sword light melted General Yulon's body. It all happened too quickly. When the people of the City of Eight Immortals saw three people with auras even more terrifying than Dugu Kangying's, they assumed that the city was in danger. Who could have guessed that two of the three would be killed in the blink of an eye? Shit. You bunch of trash. I told you not to underestimate that guy. The black-robed emissary was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He had already warned General Yulon, but General Yulon still didn't take him seriously. In the end, she had been killed by Ling Xiao's extermination godsword. So, you're faking injury, Ling Xiao, he said coldly. But you killed Prince Tian. Do you really think you can live? The emissary said coldly. Don't tell me you want me to just stand here and let them kill me. Ling Xiao looked at the emissary and said mockingly, today, I'm not just going to kill them. I'm going to kill you. The emissary stared in shock for a moment, then burst out laughing. Are you sure you didn't say anything wrong? Compared to that trash General Yulon, I'm a 6th stage life-sizer with 50% of the power in my sea of cultivation. I'm at least 5 times stronger than her. She might underestimate me, but I won't. Besides, if you kill me, aren't you afraid of offending the owner of the God-Devil Medallion? If I say I'm going to kill you, then I have a way to do it. As for the owner of the God-Devil Medallion, I actually want to meet him. For all these years, I've treated the martial artists of the Western domains like fools and guinea pigs. I, Ling Xiao, will go to the Primeval God Necropolis to see for myself. As for you, you won't have that chance. Chapter 3295. Ling Xiao looked at the black-clothed devil envoy. Although he is also afraid of the owner of the God and Devil token, if he doesn't get rid of this guy, he will never have a day of peace and the Eight Immortals nation will never have peace. Therefore, this is something that must be done. As for the consequences, he has thought about it but he is not afraid. There will be many difficulties on the road of martial arts. He can't give up just because of a little bit of difficulty. Alright, although the master told us not to take the initiative to kill people, since you are the one who provoked it, I don't need to be restrained anymore. The black-clothed devil envoy suddenly took off the mask on his face and also pulled off the black robe. Only a black robe exuding a fierce aura. That's for the best. Ling Xiao glanced at Jian Fulong and said, Martial uncle, I will leave the safety of the Eight Immortals city to you. Black-clothed devil envoy, let's go up and fight. I didn't expect you to have a compassionate heart. What if I don't agree? The black-clothed devil envoy sneered. I am creating convenience for you, how can you not agree? Here, you don't dare to hurt those innocent people, so you will definitely be restrained. After all, the owner of the God and Devil token is not allowed to kill people indiscriminately. I provoked you but they didn't. If you kill them, you will also get into trouble, right? But when you reach a high place, you don't have to worry so much. As Ling Xiao spoke, his body once again soared into the sky dozens of meters high. Sure enough, the black-clothed devil envoy also followed. Just as Ling Xiao said, due to the rules of the God and Devil token's owner, he can't harm ordinary people. Therefore, the battle in the sky is the most suitable. Let's begin. Ling Xiao sneered and a ball of flames swept out from his body. It turned into another Ling Xiao. It is the Golden Phoenix incarnation. The Golden Phoenix incarnation's body is rolling with terrifying demon fire. In terms of strength, it is probably not much weaker than Ling Xiao. This is Ling Xiao's most crucial battle strength. Today, he used it against the black-clothed devil envoy because the opponent is too strong. Ling Xiao wants to use the Golden Phoenix incarnation to protect his main body. He is waiting for an opportunity to kill the black-clothed devil envoy. One piece of trash is trash, 2 pieces of trash are also trash. Although I won't underestimate you, I won't think too highly of you either. After all, you're just a 4th division life-sizer. The aura of the black-clothed demonic envoy began to surge. See, a 6th division life-sizer, unleashed 50% of his power. Rumble. That terrifying aura actually caused the City of Eight Immortals, which was dozens of meters away, to shake. Kill. Ling Xiao didn't waste any words. He pounced at the black-clothed demon envoy with the golden phoenix incarnation. However, they were moving in different directions. No matter how strong the black-robed demon envoy was, he was still just one person. Ling Xiao and the golden phoenix incarnation worked together seamlessly. They were definitely a great threat to the black-clothed devil envoy. After all, the golden phoenix incarnation was actually controlled by Ling Xiao's will. Hit wherever you point. Their minds were completely connected. This was much better than the two of them working together. Seeing Ling Xiao and the golden phoenix incarnation pounce at him, the black-clothed devil envoy's face turned unsightly. This lunatic actually dares to attack me. It seems he really thinks he's stronger than me if I don't reveal some of my true strength. The black-clothed devil envoy had already decided to kill Ling Xiao. Since he had already started attacking, he had a very good reason to do so. The black-clothed devil envoy stood there, coldly observing Ling Xiao's every move. However, he didn't look at the golden phoenix incarnation. As long as he focused on Ling Xiao and defeated Ling Xiao, the golden phoenix incarnation would naturally disappear. Therefore, in a sense, there was no problem with this strategy. Facing the black-clothed devil envoy, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. The reason he dared to attack the black-clothed devil envoy today was because he had a trump card he could use. However, when to use it was very important. If he used it too early, it wouldn't be as effective as a surprise attack. If he used it too late, it wouldn't be of much help. Therefore, although he looked relaxed on the surface, he was actually quite nervous. If it weren't for the black-clothed devil envoy constantly targeting him, he really wouldn't want to provoke a 6th-stage life-sizer. At this time, Ling Xiao had already transformed into his unbounded heavenly rat beast soul. As for the rest of his beast souls, they were all used to their respective martial soul skills. Violet lightning bull beast soul, earthquakes and mountains quakes. In the instant that Ling Xiao closed in on the black-clothed devil envoy, he used earthquakes and mountains quakes. However, the black-clothed devil envoy was extremely crafty. As soon as he used earthquakes and mountains quakes, he flew into the air, preventing the move from being effective. However, Ling Xiao didn't panic. After all, his opponent wasn't that easy to deal with. Seeing the black-clothed devil envoy fly into the air, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out an icy dragon breath. In midair, it was very difficult to dodge. Although the black-clothed devil envoy was on guard, he was still affected by the cold air, and his body froze for a moment. In that moment, Ling Xiao took advantage of the opportunity to use his sun god divine ability, the bloodthirsty plague. It was a divine ability that weakened the opponent. All of the previous preparations were to ensure that the move would hit the black-clothed devil envoy. Slowed down by the icy dragon breath, the black-clothed devil envoy naturally couldn't avoid the move. Surrounded by blood-red germs, the black-clothed devil envoy's face fell. He had seen Ling Xiao use this move more than once. Therefore, he was very careful. However, the blood-red germs seemed to be everywhere. No matter how careful he was still affected. It didn't matter if he was in the 6th stage of life-seizing or not. As soon as the bloodthirsty plague entered his body, it began to take effect. Even the black-clothed devil envoy wasn't completely immune to the bloodthirsty plague. Damn it! What the hell is this? Even though the black-robed emissary had seen Ling Xiao's divine ability before, to be honest, even after studying it for a very long time, he still couldn't figure out what it was. If he couldn't figure it out, then he couldn't do anything about it. The bloodthirsty plague was already beginning to destroy his cells and blood, making him feel very uncomfortable. He had no choice but to use 20% of his energy to suppress the bloodthirsty plague. If he didn't do that, he believed that the germs would completely disintegrate his body from the inside before he could defeat Ling Xiao. I'm not done yet. Facing the black-clothed devil envoy, Ling Xiao didn't dare to fight with a cultivation mindset. Even the slightest bit of carelessness could lead to his death. Therefore, he had to use everything he could to weaken his opponent, and then kill him. 9 Snakes Venom Domain, Deathly Kingdom Black Poison. The terrifying black poison mist began to surge toward the black-clothed devil envoy. At the same time, Ling Xiao released his barrier martial spirit, controlling the Death Country black poison to only be released in this barrier. It wouldn't spread to the city below. Cough, cough. At first, the black-clothed devil envoy didn't pay much attention to the poison, but as soon as he breathed it in, he realized something was wrong. Chapter 3296. Although the power of the Death Kingdom black poison was not as terrifying as the bloodthirsty plague, it was definitely not bad. The black-robed demon envoy had no choice but to use another 10% of his power to repel the black poison. In this way, the black-robed demon envoy could only use 70% of his power at most. Considering that any martial artist would reserve 10% of their power to escape in a real battle, the black-robed demon envoy would probably only be able to use 60% of his power. This could be said to have severely weakened the black-robed demon envoy. Even so, Ling Xiao still did not dare to underestimate his opponent. After all, his opponent came from the primordial divine tomb. No one knew if he had any other magical abilities. At this moment, the Golden Phoenix incarnation had already arrived behind the black-robed demon envoy. His entire body was burning with blazing deviant fire. This was Ling Xiao's deviant fire, and it was currently enveloping his entire body. This allowed every attack of the Golden Phoenix incarnation to cause damage on the level of the deviant fire. The black-robed demon envoy did not dare to take it head-on. Even he was afraid of the power of the deviant fire. Moreover, he felt that there was no need for him to fight to the death with an incarnation. The real opponent was still Ling Xiao. He absolutely could not let Ling Xiao take advantage of this loophole. It seems that this Ling Xiao is even more terrifying than I imagined. Not only does he have these strange abilities, but he can also control deviant fire. The black-robed demon envoy was more and more surprised. He even began to regret offending such a genius. However, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment. To him, Ling Xiao had already attacked him, so he absolutely could not be allowed to live. No matter what, he had to kill Ling Xiao today. There was no other choice. The Golden Phoenix incarnation's attack missed, but Ling Xiao's attack had already formed. He suddenly stabbed his sword from behind. He used the ice-revered sword, and he did not use any moves. With his current level and the grade of the ice-revered sword, the ordinary attack he used was equivalent to a mid-general level martial technique. Moreover, the ordinary attack was faster and more direct, not giving the black-robed demon envoy any chance to dodge. At this very moment, the ice-revered sword transformed into countless sword shadows. In Ling Xiao's hand, a dazzling sword light blossomed as it pierced out continuously. The speed of each sword was extremely fast, so much so that the people in the Eight Immortals city looked as if Ling Xiao had countless Ice Supreme swords in his hands. The black-clothed demon envoy felt extremely vexed. He was clearly much stronger than Ling Xiao, but due to a moment of carelessness, he had been struck by Ling Xiao's bloodthirsty plague and Death Nation's black poison. Coupled with the continuous attacks, he was unable to display his full strength. He could only keep retreating, hoping to advance by retreating and use this opportunity to readjust his offense. As he retreated, the black-clothed demon envoy suddenly felt a sense of danger. It turned out that the Golden Phoenix incarnation was attacking again. The heat of the strange flame left the black-clothed demon envoy in a very sorry state. The deviant fire's attack was actually not inferior to Ling Xiao's own attack at all. What a cunning brat. But do you think you can make me wait for death like this? The black-clothed demon envoy was annoyed. He had actually been forced into such a state by a trash from the western region. This was simply too shameful. He had endured Ling Xiao's attack and his body had been pierced by the Ice Supreme sword, but at this time, he had condensed his own incomparably powerful move. Dance of demons and gods. With a furious roar, a black storm suddenly erupted with his body as the center. Ling Xiao and the Golden Phoenix incarnation were both forced to the side by the black storm. What a pity. Looking at the blood on the Ice Supreme sword, Ling Xiao sighed. This black-clothed demon envoy was truly worthy of being a figure from the immemorial divine tomb. Even if his strength had been weakened to such an extent, he was still able to avoid his vital points at the critical moment and launch a counterattack. It destroyed his plan to end the battle quickly. In the void, countless ghost gods appeared. Although these ghost gods were much weaker than the one from the ghost god seal, there were enough of them. Each of them was filled with a sinister and terrifying aura. Each of them was unafraid of death as they protected the black-clothed demon envoy. First, I'll trap your golden phoenix incarnation. Let's see what other tricks you can play. The feeling of being attacked from the front and back was really unpleasant. Therefore, the black-clothed demon envoy used the dance of demons and gods to trap Ling Xiao's golden phoenix incarnation. In this way, he only needed to face Ling Xiao and did not need to worry about being attacked from behind. After all, that kind of feeling was not very comfortable. Hee, as expected of the black-clothed demon envoy. You're really not that easy to deal with, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Pretentious guy, I'd like to see if you can still laugh. When the black-clothed demon envoy saw Ling Xiao's smile, he was extremely displeased. However, he was also somewhat puzzled. Could it be that Ling Xiao was not relying on the golden phoenix incarnation? He had never seen Xiao Jin before, so he did not know that Ling Xiao's greatest trump card was Xiao Jin. In a sense, Xiao Jin's lethality was even more terrifying than the tyrannical sky martial spirit. I like to laugh, so I can naturally laugh. However, I don't know if you can laugh. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Although he was not that relaxed in his heart, he would never reveal his true emotions on the surface. Currently, everything was developing in the direction he had expected. However, the more it was so, the more he could not be careless. The easiest part of a plan to fail was often the last part. What are you thinking about? Watch my demon god seal. The black-clothed demon envoy roared and threw out a palm. The demon god seal he used was much more ferocious than Dugu Kangying's. Even though his strength was suppressed by nearly 40%, it was still so valiant. The king of demons and gods pounced at Ling Xiao with an earth-shattering black aura. Within the barrier, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. Evading sword steps, Ling Xiao did not clash head-on with his opponent. The black-clothed demon envoy's move was much more powerful than Dugu Kangying's. If he wanted to clash head-on, there were only two choices. One was to use the Annihilation Divine Sword, and the other was to summon the tyrannical Sky Martial Spirit. As for these two trump cards, it was not yet time to use them. Since he could avoid them, he would naturally choose to avoid them. The evading sword steps was a movement technique of the Dugu clan. Now that Ling Xiao had used it, its effect was simply outstanding. Perhaps even a high-level general-level movement technique could not compare to it. It was as if any martial technique in Ling Xiao's hands could be upgraded by a level. This kind of talent was truly terrifying. The black-clothed demon envoy became more and more fearful. And more terrified. His demon god seal was powerful, but Ling Xiao's movement technique was completely unfathomable. It seems that the white-clothed divine envoy's evaluation of him was not wrong. If this kid continues to develop, he might even become the number one of the 9 supremes. He might even threaten the rule of the god and devil Ritz master. If I kill him, the master will definitely not blame me. The killing intent in the black-clothed demon envoy's eyes grew thicker. The god and devil Ritz master liked geniuses, but only geniuses that could be controlled. He absolutely did not like geniuses that could surpass him. Therefore, even if he killed Ling Xiao, the god and devil Ritz master would probably not blame him. On the contrary, he might even reward him. Chapter 3297. The ghost god seal in the black-robed emissary's hand moved faster and faster, and the number of palm imprints increased. Soon, the entire enchantment was filled. Your movement technique isn't bad, the emissary said. But trapping the two of us in this enchantment was your biggest mistake. My ghost god seal has already filled up this small space. Do you have any other way to avoid it? The emissary laughed coldly. He was confident that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to release the enchantment. If he did, he would use the lives of millions of people in the City of 8 Immortals to threaten Ling Xiao. Presumably, Ling Xiao was well aware of that. If I can't avoid it, then I'll just send it all back. Ling Xiao didn't try to avoid it. A terrifying aura erupted from the revered ice sword. Dazzling, scorching light shone out from within the black smoke. Extermination God Sword. Die. The revered ice sword slashed out. And not just once. The emissary could use the Ghost God Seal repeatedly. Ling Xiao could also use the Extermination God Sword repeatedly. However, both the Ghost God Seal and the Extermination God Sword consumed a terrifying amount of internal energy. Right now, the two of them were fighting to see who would run out of internal energy first. Countless streaks of sword light and countless ghost gods fought chaotically in the air. The emissary laughed coldly. Idiot. You might be able to fight people above your level, but you're only a 4th stratum life-sizer. Do you really think you have more internal energy than I do? Ignoring everything else, the two of them unleashed their most powerful martial techniques. Ling Xiao could feel that the energy in his cultivation sea was increasing continuously. 10%. 20%. When his sea of power reached 50%, it began to slow down. And yet, it was still rising. From that, one could see how terrifying the emissary's attacks were. Heh. Is this the move you used to kill General Yulon? It's no weaker than my Ghost God Seal. Killing General Yulon in an instant is normal. Unfortunately, you're like a lamp that's about to run out of oil. Your true energy can't handle such a high level of consumption. The emissary laughed coldly, waiting for Ling Xiao to break down. Idiot. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile. Originally, it would not be easy to defeat the black-clothed demon envoy. However, this black-clothed demon envoy had done the most foolish thing. Competing with him in terms of internal energy? What kind of joke was this? Who was he? He was an apothecary. The elixirs he refined were the best in the entire Black Tortoise mainland. Pills that could restore internal energy could be eaten as casually as fried beans. Could a black-clothed demon envoy do such a thing? To be so stupid to such an extent, there's really no cure for him. Ling Xiao mocked as he secretly consumed a recovery pill. After that, he continued to confront the black-clothed demon envoy. In order to make the black-clothed devil envoy feel that he really couldn't do it, he even deliberately reduced the damage of the annihilation sword. Within the barrier, the black smoke began to suppress the golden light. The golden light had been suppressed to within 3 to 4 meters of Ling Xiao. Heh. Success. The black-clothed demon envoy had no idea that Ling Xiao was doing this on purpose. His biggest mistake in this battle was not investigating Ling Xiao properly. What he didn't know was that Ling Xiao's greatest trump card wasn't strength, nor was it soul power. It was medicinal pills. If he hadn't become an outstanding apothecary, Ling Xiao would never have been able to match up to those geniuses. Ha. Prepare to die. Finally, he could sense that Ling Xiao was about to die. The black-clothed demon envoy gave up on suppressing the bloodthirsty plague and the Death Kingdom Black Blight. He wanted to use all of his power to make one final attack, and kill Ling Xiao. Once he killed Ling Xiao, he was confident that the bloodthirsty plague and the Death Kingdom Black Blight would disappear. 100% power, Ghost God Seal. This was the most powerful attack the black-clothed demon envoy could muster with his cultivation base in the 6th stratum of life seizing. Of course, the previous battle had drained him quite a bit of internal energy. Therefore, the power of this attack was much weaker than usual. After using the Ghost God Seal, the black-clothed demon envoy waited expectantly for a miserable shriek to ring out. However, a moment later, his eyes widened. Ling Xiao, who had been weak moments ago, suddenly became strong. The golden light, which had been compressed to the point where it couldn't be compressed any further, suddenly exploded out, destroying the Ghost God Seal. How is this possible? You didn't even lose any power? The black-clothed demon envoy was completely flabbergasted. He was exhausted, but his opponent didn't seem to have lost any power at all. It was a bizarre scene that filled him with despair. You must be disappointed. I was going to let you see my most powerful trump card. Who would have thought that you'd court death and compete with me in terms of internal energy? Well, there's no need for that now. Just this one strike is enough to take your life. Ling Xiao was already completely enveloped by the resplendent golden light. The revered ice sword transformed into an enormous golden sword. Then, a sword light was released from Ling Xiao's revered ice sword. No. With an earth-shattering scream, the black-robed emissary's body was split in two by the giant sword. His eyes were still filled with the fear he had felt before his death. Even in death, he still didn't understand how Ling Xiao could still possess such terrifying power after confronting him for so long. You're very strong and have a lot of combat experience. Unfortunately, you made a wrong move, so you're the one who died. Not me. Ling Xiao put away the boundary and took the black-clothed demon envoy's storage ring. To be honest, even Ling Xiao was a little surprised that this battle had ended in such a manner. It seemed like learning alchemy from a Yuan Venerate was the right thing to do. In addition to providing a large amount of elixirs for cultivation, it also had such a miraculous effect in battle. This was also very interesting. The black-clothed demon envoy is dead. Many people below still couldn't believe this outcome. 2 6th-level life-sizers had actually been killed by Ling Xiao. It was like a dream. He's dead. There's no aura left. Jian Fulong said with certainty. We're not dreaming, are we? That was the black-clothed demon envoy, one of the 2 high and mighty envoys. He actually died in the city of the 8 immortals? Long Xiong slapped his head, afraid that he was dreaming. Haha, this isn't a dream. Our emperor has already grown into a very reliable powerhouse. Whether it's Prince Tian or the other 9 supremes, they won't dare to underestimate him anymore. Jian Fulong smiled. While they were chatting, all the cultivators in the city of the 8 immortals had already fallen to their knees. Ling Xiao's killing of Dugu Kangying had made them accept Ling Xiao's rule. They had thought of Ling Xiao as their emperor. Therefore, the fact that Ling Xiao had killed 2 6th division life-sizers in a row was enough to make them worship him blindly. In their eyes, Ling Xiao wasn't just a person, but a god. An omnipotent god. Chapter 3298. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Waves of cheers sounded in the sky above the city of 8 immortals. In the sky, the domineering youth had finally completed everything he wanted to do in the Sword Dynasty. However, at this moment, his emotions were a little complicated. He was happy because he could go to the immemorial divine tomb, open up a new battlefield, and get close to the Moon Lady. He was also a little worried because he was going to part with a group of good friends. In this Sword Dynasty, he encountered many powerful enemies. They were either shameless, despicable, or incomparably powerful, but they were all killed by him one by one. Demon Venerable, Dugu Shengjian, Dugu Beijin, Dugu Kangying, Murong Qi, General Yulon, and the Demon Envoy in black. Each and every one of these names was well known. At the same time, he also met many friends. Golden Phoenix Chichi, Sword Sakura, 18th Sword, Gen Subduing Dragon, Falling Moon, Dragon Elephant, Bai Fang, Ba Dao, and so on. The path of martial arts was so exciting. It was just that magnificent. He really felt a little reluctant to part with them. Next, you should be going to the immemorial divine tomb, right? Ling Xiao landed among his friends. Everyone looked at him with complicated feelings. Although they were happy for Ling Xiao, they were also reluctant to part with Ling Xiao. Yes, people always have to move forward. The path of martial arts has no end. But your goal, have never changed. Ling Xiao nodded. It was not difficult to make such a decision. From the Heavenly Dragon continent to the Divine Phoenix continent, to the White Tiger continent, and then to the Black Tortoise continent, he had always been like this. Although the distance was far, the feelings between friends would not fade because of this. The immemorial divine tomb is full of mysteries and dangers. There are countless terrifying monsters there. There is also the mysterious owner of the God Token. And the other competitors of the 9 Supremes. Are you ready? Jian Subduing Dragon asked. Of course, but there are 3 God Tokens. Does Senior Uncle want to go to the immemorial divine tomb with me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. I was waiting for you to say that. I am old, but I have never been to the immemorial divine tomb, so this time, I have to go and take a look no matter what. We have been trapped in this barren land of the western regions for a long time. For me, that place is filled with both hope and challenge. Jian Fulong nodded and said. All right, 3 God Devil tokens, 1 for me, 1 for Little Gold, and 1 for you. Let's go and see what that place looks like for the 8 Immortals country. When the immemorial divine tomb was opened, One had to have a fiend god token to enter, even for demonic beasts. That was why Ling Xiao kept all 3 fiend god tokens in his hands instead of giving them away. In fact, he had already thought about who would accompany him. In any case, now that Jian Fulong had obtained the troll puppet's command flag, in addition to his own strength, his chances of survival were quite high if he went to the immemorial divine tomb. What if all of you leave and the other 9 supremes attack my 8 immortals' country? Falling Moon said worriedly. You don't have to worry about that. Once the immemorial divine tomb opens, the other 9 powerhouses will basically head there. As for the rest, the strongest of them were only in the 5th division of life seizing. Even if they do come, there's no need for you to be afraid. Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix and Emperor Dragon Mammoth are both on the verge of breakthroughs. The medicinal pills I gave them are very useful. Ling Xiao had already looked into the matter. The other 8 supremes had a lot of god-devil tokens, and that was no laughing matter. In contrast, the Sword Dynasty only had 3 tokens. They had tens of thousands of tokens. But if that's the case, the 3 of you will be in danger. Whether it's the Heavenly Prince or the owner of the God-Devil tokens, they won't let you off the hook. Falling Moon frowned. What's there to be afraid of? Different situations call for different measures. When have I, Ling Xiao, ever been afraid of an enemy? The stronger the enemy, the more it motivates me. Whether it's the Heavenly Prince or the owner of the God-Devil tokens, or even Dragon Mother and the other 8 supremes. I'm looking forward to seeing them. Ling Xiao smiled. Forget it, Falling Moon said with a wry smile. There's no point in talking about it. Yang Yu shook her head and smiled bitterly. She understood Ling Xiao's personality very well. It was useless to say more about such matters. In that case, let's throw a banquet to celebrate our new lease on life. The 8 Immortals city had almost been destroyed that day. Now that the crisis had been averted, they naturally had to celebrate. On this day, the entire 8 Immortals nation celebrated. After a long time, Ling Xiao returned to his residence and took out the storage ring of the black-robed demonic envoy. Sure enough, this guy has the cultivation method of the Ghost God Seal. It's a must to cultivate a peak general level martial technique. Ling Xiao excitedly discovered that the Ghost God Seal was in the black-robed demonic envoy's storage ring. At the same time, there were many spirit stones, which had probably been bribed by many people. Ling Xiao didn't cultivate it immediately. Instead, he took out 3 more God-Devil tokens. He hadn't studied them since he had gotten them, as he hadn't had the time. It was said that one could go to the immemorial divine tomb after obtaining the God-Devil token, but Ling Xiao didn't know when exactly. Drip blood. The Yuan Venerate said suddenly. Drip blood. Master, have you also been to the immemorial divine tomb? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Not only have I been there, but I was in a hurry at the time, so I didn't stop for long, the Yuan Venerate replied. Ha ha. Ling Xiao nodded and dripped a drop of his blood on one of the God-Devil tokens. As his blood came into contact with the God-Devil token, a video appeared. This video introduced the situation of the immemorial divine tomb in detail. It was unknown who had done the dubbing, but it was very exciting. After hearing it, people would always want to go to that place to take a look. Along with the dubbing, there were many strange places in the immemorial divine tomb, as well as some powerful demonic beasts. All of this would make a man's adventurous cells become completely active. After the introduction, the dubbing got to the main point. There are still 10 days before the gate of the immemorial divine tomb opens completely. I hope that those who hold the God-Devil token can make all the necessary preparations and gather at the gate of the immemorial divine tomb. We won't wait for you if you're late. These words were the key. The first part of the dubbing was exciting, but the last part was the most important information. Ling Xiao nodded. Fortunately, there were still 10 days. It should take 3 days to rush from the 8 Immortals' kingdom to the gate of the immemorial divine tomb. In other words, he still had 7 days to say goodbye to his friends and cultivate the Ghost God Seal at the same time. The stronger one was, the greater the chance of surviving after going to the immemorial divine tomb. Ling Xiao planned to do everything he needed to do before leaving. This included setting up several powerful array formations for the 8 Immortals city. At the same time, he wanted to explore the underground of the 8 Immortals city again in case the incident with Dugu Kanging happened again. With his soul power, it wouldn't be a problem to search the underground of the 8 Immortals city thoroughly with the help of the Taiji Eye. He hadn't done it before because he hadn't realized it. Now that he had thought of it, he couldn't be careless. Chapter 3299. 10 days wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. After 3 days of travel, the remaining 7 days were very precious. With nothing else to do, Ling Xiao went into secluded cultivation to study the Ghost God Seal. If he succeeded in cultivating the Ghost God Seal, then with the Extermination God's Word, he would have 2 peak general class martial arts. That would be of great help to him on his journey to the Primeval Necropolis. With the enlightenment of the Extermination God's Word, it would be much easier to study the Ghost God Seal. In just 1 day, Ling Xiao was able to see through its secrets and cultivate the Ghost God Seal to the level of minor success. Increasing the level of mastery required constant tempering in battle. For now, he didn't need to worry about it. At the same time, Jian Fulong also went into secluded cultivation. He wanted to reach the 6th stratum of life seizing. That way, he would have a better chance of entering the Primeval Necropolis. It wasn't a fantasy. After all, he had hundreds of years of experience, and Ling Xiao's medicinal pills. He also had the epiphany he had gained during the battle with the troll puppet. All of those things gave him the foundation for a breakthrough. Of course, whether or not he could break through would depend on luck. Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to help him with that. Xiao Jin was still in a deep sleep. The sunbird was very powerful, which made Xiao Jin's digestion process much more difficult. However, Ling Xiao wasn't worried. He could sense that little gold was growing stronger. There was no danger. After comprehending the Ghost God Seal, Ling Xiao took out the 9 Supremes catalogue. Now that he had all 10 of them, it was time for him to study them. The peak general class martial arts were the foundation. Only the royal class martial arts could help him break through in the Primeval Necropolis. However, before he could do so, Haim Myungko's voice rang out from outside. "Your Majesty, there's something I need to talk to you about. Would that be convenient?" "Wait a moment. I'll be right out." Ling Xiao knew that Haim Myungko normally wouldn't disturb him. Since she was here, it meant that she had something important to tell him. A moment later, the two met in the tea room. "Emperor, I'll get straight to the point. Based on the investigation of our spies in the other 8 supreme powers, we've found out that they're the strongest among the 8 supreme powers. There's some interesting news that you might be interested in." Haim Myungko and Ling Xiao were old friends, so there was no need to be polite. "Is it about the ancient divine tomb?" "That's right. At first, we thought we were going to take the Fiend God token to the door of the divine tomb, but that's not the case." Haim Myungko said, "To be precise, as long as you hold the Fiend God token, all warriors will be teleported to the vicinity of the gate of the divine tomb the moment it fully opens. This way, we can save 3 days of travel time." "Not bad. The divine demon order seems to be the key to the immemorial divine tomb?" Ling Xiao smiled. "That's right. Although very few people have come back alive from the Archean divine tomb in the past few years, the Archean divine tomb is still very rare. Furthermore, they all remained silent. They did not say a single word about what had happened there. But one thing is for sure, as long as they come back alive, their strength will definitely increase greatly. The current Ice Emperor of the Ice Dynasty is someone who has been to the immemorial divine tomb. This time, he'll definitely go again." Haim Myungko nodded and said, "Moreover, it seems that everything is inextricably linked to the Fiend God token. There's an invisible hand behind the scenes controlling everything in the immemorial divine tomb." "The owner of the Fiend God token?" Ling Xiao asked. "I'm not sure about that, but the Fiend God token must have been issued by this person. As for whether there's anyone else behind him, I really can't find out." Haim Myungko said helplessly, "You're already very powerful. Is there any other information?" Ling Xiao asked again. "Yes, there's another very important piece of information. There's a lunatic who came back from the immemorial divine tomb that we accidentally saved. Although he's crazy and doesn't know anything, there's a letter written in blood on his body. The content of the letter is very simple. There's only one paragraph: they made us kill each other. We're like wild beasts in a cage. If we can't kill our opponents, we won't be able to obtain freedom. Blood dyed the entire battlefield red. My companion's corpse was so hideous. I chose to become a demon and stabbed the sharp knife of sin into my wife's throat. I obtained freedom, but I suddenly realized that it was just the beginning of another tragedy. The letter wasn't long, but the content was soul-stirring. They actually wanted to kill each other. In order to live, in order to obtain freedom, this lunatic killed his own wife. But he didn't obtain true freedom. Instead, he discovered something even more despairing. The letter didn't say what it was, and Ling Xiao couldn't possibly know. But what was certain was that it would be very terrifying. Killing each other? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He was considering if he should let Jian Fulong go with him. In summary, Monarch, we suggest that you don't go. That place is even more sinister than you think. The many martial artists in the Western region are just chess pieces in someone else's hands. Haim Myung Ko reminded. Although that's the case, how can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Chess piece. I'm a disobedient chess piece. If I stay in the Western region because of fear and don't dare to step into the immemorial divine tomb, then when can I see Sister Moon Maiden? Don't worry, it's not fixed who's the chess piece and who's the chess player. The immemorial divine tomb is a good place, a place full of opportunities and miracles. Today's ant might become a dinosaur tomorrow. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I wonder if you've heard of the law of the jungle? No. Simply speaking, the core of this law is that the sudden increase in strength will cause the position of an ant to change from that of a dinosaur. Thus, even when the dinosaur faces those ants, they don't dare to be careless and want to get rid of them quickly. The immemorial divine tomb is the key to forming the law of the jungle. Without the foundation of a sudden increase in strength, this law won't be applicable. Ling Xiao smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, the so-called trip to the immemorial divine tomb is probably a dinosaur group that wants to kill those ants that might become stronger. Or a game of recruitment. The Imperial Emperor must be that ant that can become a dinosaur at any time, or even stronger than a dinosaur, right? Haim Myung Ko was relieved. Today's low cultivation didn't mean that one would die after entering the immemorial divine tomb. According to past experience, some young people with mediocre strength would survive. It seemed that the stronger one's talent, the greater the chance of survival. Haim Myung Ko didn't understand the reason behind it before. But now she understood. Because the stronger one's talent, the easier it was to cause a surge in strength, turning oneself from an ant to a powerhouse. I originally planned to let Senior Jian Fulong go with me, but after hearing your news, I changed my mind. It's better to let Long Chen go with me. Long Chen is the most likely to cause a surge in strength. After all, he's a descendant of the immemorial dragon clan. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, Chapter 3300. I'm afraid Senior Jian Fulong won't agree. Haim Myung Ko smiled wryly. Don't worry. I'll make him agree. Ling Xiao chuckled. Do you have any information about the 4 domains of the Black Tortoise? His main goal in the Primeval God Necropolis was to go to the 4 domains, the true heart of the Black Tortoise continent. It was a very important matter. Not much, but I did manage to gather some information. In the Western region, the 4 domains were mythical existences. To the martial artists of the Western domain, the martial artists of the 4 domains are terrifying. Just as the Celestial Emperor knew, the Western region was just a barren land used by the 4 regions to exile prisoners. The density of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is incomparable. Haim Myung Ko replied, in the 4 domains, it's almost impossible to find a martial artist who hasn't undergone reincarnation. It's said that even the weakest martial artists there are first reincarnation gods. Their cultivation starts from the first reincarnation god realm. First reincarnation life-sizers don't even have the right to live there. It's that terrifying. Ling Xiao had thought about how terrifying the 4 domains were, but hearing Haim Myung Ko's words still shocked him. He had worked so hard to reach the 4th stratum of the life-seizing level. He had never imagined that the martial artists of the four domains would start from the first reincarnation god realm. It was a huge blow. It shouldn't be wrong, Haim Myung-ko said. Our sources of information are very reliable. Some of it came from traveling merchants. Those traveling merchants had been to the four regions, but they had quickly fled here. Given their strength, there's no way they could survive there. All right. In that case, I have to go to the primeval god necropolis. I need to reach the first reincarnation god realm as soon as possible. Although Haim Myung-ko's words were a huge blow, Ling Xiao wasn't so easily shaken. Aren't you afraid? Haim Myung-ko asked. I am. Of course I am. That's why I'm doing everything I can to get stronger. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Is there anything else you want to say? Not at the moment. Haim Myung-ko said. All right, then I'll have to trouble you to call Long Chen over when you leave. If Uncle Master comes out of seclusion, tell him to come over as well. There are some things we need to talk about. Ling Xiao had 3 Godfiend tokens, and 2 of them belonged to him and Little Gold. The God Devil Medallion. Soon, Jian Fulong and Long Chen arrived. Ling Xiao explained the situation to Jian Fulong. Jian Fulong remained silent for a long time before he finally nodded and said, I give up. Actually, I've had this feeling before. The immemorial Divine Tomb game was prepared for young geniuses. The experts of the older generation were like ants when they left, and when they returned, they were still ants. They lack the possibility of an outbreak. Teet teet. Teet. Ling Xiao asked. Boss, are you joking? How could I give up the opportunity to increase my strength in a short period of time? The primeval god Necropolis is incomparably dangerous. But from the Heaven Dragon continent to the Black Tortoise continent, I'll follow you. I'll never back down from a fight. You're not just my benefactor, you're my boss. If I talk too much, it'll seem like I'm an outsider. The truth was that Long Chen wanted to help Ling Xiao as much as he could. Others might not be familiar with the Moon Maiden, but he did. He knew how much she had done for Ling Xiao. He would rather use everything he had to help Ling Xiao get to the Four Realms. Good. You're ambitious. But your cultivation base is still too weak. Go into seclusion. When the door of the god Necropolis summons us, I want you to be in the 4th division of life seizing at the very least. Ling Xiao said. Boss, Long Chen said excitedly, you're making things difficult for me. But I'll do my best. While I was searching the City of 8 Immortals, I found the corpse of an enormous dragon. It's a treasure to me, Long Chen said excitedly. In that case, I won't disturb you any further. Go and cultivate. Don't worry, Sect Uncle. I won't just leave. I'll see what the primeval god Necropolis looks like. Once I'm done, I'll definitely come back. When that time comes, I'll make sure the path to the Four Realms is open to all martial artists. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with confidence and determination. Although it was difficult to realize his dream, he was confident that he could do it. I'll wait for that day to come. I'll protect the 8 Immortals' kingdom for you. Chuckling, Jian Fulong left with Long Chen. After they left, Ling Xiao began to study the 9 Paragons catalogue. He didn't want to miss out on any opportunity to improve his strength, especially when it came to a royal-class martial discipline. The 9 Paragons catalogue was actually made up of 10 catalogues. Ling Xiao had long since realized that. Pulling out all 10 catalogues, he placed them in front of him and began to study them. He had already activated his Taiji Eye. There was nothing in the world that his Taiji Eye couldn't see through. If there was, he would take a few more glances. It's still necessary to drip blood. Just like the Fiend God token, I wonder which guy invented the artifact to use such a method to make the item recognize him as its owner. Through the analysis of the Taiji Eye, Ling Xiao came to a conclusion. The 9 Paragons catalogue was, in fact, an artifact. However, it was divided into 10 portions. In order to merge them completely, 10 drops of blood were needed. The 10 catalogues would merge completely through the blood and become a complete catalogue. As the 10 drops of blood dripped down, the 10 catalogues emitted a blood-red glow at the same time. Then, the 10 catalogues floated up and began to piece together in the air. Finally, They connected to form a perfect catalogue. This catalogue clearly depicted the entire Western region and the immemorial divine tomb. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the catalogue. The loud explosion traveled all the way to the outside of the palace. 9 shocking phenomena appeared in the sky. Then, the 9 phenomena continued to merge and finally formed a majestic catalogue of the Western region's divine tomb. This catalogue seemed to be alive, and the scenery inside seemed to be real. The huge image shocked the entire city of the 8 immortals. People walked out of their houses and looked in the direction of the palace. Is our emperor cultivating some kind of strange technique again? It's really shocking. Legend has it that the emperor is the reincarnation of a god. He came to our country to make them stronger. That's right, kneel down and pray. Many people knelt in front of the door and kowtowed in the direction of the image. It was as if it was really a phenomenon created by the gods, as if it could really help them obtain salvation. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of his own people. The 5 kings and other martial artists who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao had all come. Chapter 3301. Is that the 9 Supremes catalogue? Jian Fulong asked, clearly shaken. That's right, Yang Qi said. It's the combination of the 10 catalogues. Truth be told, even I'm shaken by it. I'm starting to suspect that the map of the Western Domain god tombs isn't just related to martial arts, but also to the Primeval god tombs. Ling Xiao nodded. He didn't have any doubts about these people. If he had to doubt even these people, then he would be living a failure. After working so hard for so long, you've finally gotten what you wanted. There's not much time left before the Primeval god tombs opens, so we won't disturb you any further. Focus on your research and study the map of the Western Domain god tombs before then. Perhaps it'll be the key to your journey into the Primeval god tombs. Jian Fulong sighed. That's right. Let's not disturb the emperor's cultivation. Everyone dispersed, and Ling Xiao continued to study the map of the Western Domain god tombs. Back when he had fought over it, he had only known that it was related to a royal-class martial arts. But in the end, those were just rumors, and he wasn't sure if they were true or not. As for what the map of the Western Domain god tombs really meant, he would have to wait and see. After all, rumors tended to be false. He was so focused on studying the map of the Western Domain god tombs that he had no idea how much of an impact the strange phenomenon would have on the people outside. After all, he had defeated Dugu Kangying and slaughtered 2 6th Division life-sizers, making him the most powerful person in the empire. People were incomparably respectful and worshipful of him. But now that the strange phenomenon had appeared, the superstitious people worshipped him even more. They already viewed him as an emissary sent by the heavens to save the common people. Eunuch Gao, is that a strange phenomenon caused by the emperor's cultivation? It's so powerful. After the establishment of the new dynasty, eunuchs were eliminated. However, there were still a few eunuchs from the previous dynasty who remained. After all, they had no other choice but to do this kind of thing. Many of the eunuchs had never seen Ling Xiao before, and when they saw the strange phenomenon, they couldn't contain their excitement. That's right. It's the emperor. Eunuch Gao's eyes were also filled with surprise and admiration. Back then, when Ling Xiao first came to Sword God City, he had fought with Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao had already displayed a terrifying aptitude that was different from ordinary people. Even still, Eunuch Gao could never have guessed that Ling Xiao would be able to kill a 6th Division life-sizer. Now, this young man had grown to a level that others could only look up to. Little guys, remember this. He is the only emperor of the 8 Immortals Kingdom. In the future, he will become the only king of the Western region. Now, all of you should do your job well and train your skills well. Only then can you serve the emperor, understand? Understood. The little ones clenched their fists in excitement. Although they were no longer complete humans, no one discriminated against them here. Compared to the living conditions of the previous dynasty, it was much better. They were also willing to serve this emperor. The phenomenon in the sky became even more real. At the same time, the map of the Western region's divine tomb began to undergo some strange changes. It was as if it had become the center of the entire Western region, forming a strange vortex. The energy in the area was constantly being drawn in. The energy didn't just come from the city of the 8 immortals, but from the entire western region, including the primeval god tombs. At this moment, the cultivators of the other 8 forces also discovered something strange. Strange phenomena had condensed in the sky above each force. In the sky above the Black Snake Devil sect, there was a gigantic black devil serpent formed from the devil energy of heaven and earth. The sky above Ling Long Palace was an ethereal fairy. It was also completely formed by energy, but it was pure chi of heaven and earth. In the sky above the 7 Stars Sword Palace, there was an enormous 7 stars treasured sword. In the sky above the Heavenly King Palace, there was an enormous Heavenly King spear. In the sky above the Hall of Souls, there was a terrifying soul beast. In the sky above the Ice Dynasty, there was an endless stream of frigid energy that resembled a terrifying snowstorm. In the sky above the Fire Dynasty, there was an endless stream of scorching energy that resembled an enormous sun. In the sky above the Myriad Kingdoms, there was a huge dragon palace that looked like a dragon palace in the deep sea. In the sky above the 8 Immortals' kingdom, there were 8 figures. If anyone was familiar with the 8 experts of the 8 Immortals' kingdom, they would definitely recognize that these 8 figures were those 8 experts. In the sky above the primeval god tombs, there was a huge bronze coffin. At the beginning, the phenomenon in the sky shocked the martial artists from the other 8 organizations because they didn't know what it was. They thought that it was the cultivation of a certain expert from each organization. However, after half an hour, all the anomalies suddenly flew in the same direction. That was the 8 Immortals City, the capital of the 8 Immortals Kingdom. It was just that they couldn't see it. If they could see the whole process of the phenomena flying, they would find that they flew over the 8 Immortals City and then merged into the map of the Western region's divine tomb. Ling Xiao could feel that powerful forces and different elements were being generated in the map of the Western region's divine tomb. He didn't know what would happen next, but he was sure that it wouldn't be simple. Is that the scene of the 9 Supremes catalog merging into one? It's really shocking. In the 8 Immortals City, many of the officials and martial artists from the previous dynasty saw this shocking scene. The person who spoke was one of the experts from the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, a 4th-level life-sizer. Originally, these people were not very convinced of Ling Xiao's strength. But now, seeing this shocking scene, they began to tremble with fear. So many people are fighting for the 9 Supremes catalogue, and even the martial artists from the other 8 organizations are participating. I didn't expect that in the end, it would fall into his hands. It seems that he really is the chosen one. From the beginning, the Sword God Hall was doomed to failure. Another person smiled bitterly. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have made him an enemy. This was the true thought of all the officials from the previous dynasty at this moment. Before, they still had a little thought of restoring the previous dynasty. But now, they had completely abandoned that thought. The strange phenomenon in the sky lasted for a full hour before it finally began to dim. The influx of energy from the surroundings also gradually decreased. In the end, the phenomenon completely disappeared. And the map of the Western region's divine tomb in Ling Xiao's hand became stronger than before. He could feel that this was a magic treasure that was more terrifying than his bloodthirsty demon sword and ice-revered sword. With a thought, he sent the map of the Western region's divine tomb into the mountain river world. Then, the map of the Western region's divine tomb automatically transformed into a martial soul. This martial soul not only had the effect of a martial soul, but also the effect of the map of the Western region's divine tomb itself. It was as if it had perfectly merged with Ling Xiao's soul. Chapter 3302. The Western region map of the divine tomb had merged perfectly with Ling Xiao. It would probably accompany him for many years to come. As the Western region map of the divine tomb turned into a martial soul, a piece of information appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. This information was the legendary martial arts of the Western region map of the divine tomb. And there was not only one martial art, but 10 different martial art. 10 primary king-level martial art. Each of them had the terrifying effect of dominating the Western region. Just as he had imagined, these 10 martial arts only had the most fundamental martial way. There were no detailed written records. If he wanted to cultivate, He could only comprehend. If he did not have enough comprehension, he would not be able to cultivate. He tried to comprehend the Demon Lord's sword art. Although his cultivation was much stronger than before, he still felt that it was hard to comprehend. However, he felt that it was still very difficult to comprehend. It was much more difficult than cultivating the Ghost God Seal. King-level martial arts were king-level martial arts. They could not be compared to general-level martial arts. But he was not in a hurry. Anyway, it was in his hands. If he could comprehend it at any time, he would succeed. And he was very confident in his comprehension. Coupled with the powerful analytical ability of the Tai Chi Eye, if he could not comprehend it, no one else could. The 10 martial arts of the Western region map of the Divine Tomb did not have specific requirements. It was just the martial way of the origin. Therefore, the things that each person comprehended would be different. For example, Ling Xiao comprehended the 10 martial arts of the Western region map of the Divine Tomb and directly comprehended the 10 sword arts. Demon Lord Dark Heaven Sword Art, Black Snake Venomous Heaven Sword Art, Ling Long Celestial Sword Art, 7-Star Sky Falling Sword Art, Soul Elder Ling Heaven Sword Art, Ice Supreme Cold Sky Sword Art, Fire Supreme Blazing Sky Sword Art, 8 Immortals Heaven Fighting Sword Art, Heavenly King Sky Dominating Sword Art, Heavenly Sword Art. The 10 sword arts did not have a high or low level. They were all king-level sword arts. Did that mean that Ling Xiao only needed to cultivate one sword art? There was no need to cultivate so many sword arts. In fact, that was not the case. According to Ling Xiao's comprehension, the 10 sword arts had the same initial power. But they could accumulate power. A sword skill had the power of a basic king-level martial skill. But if he used 2 sword techniques at the same time, he could increase his power by 10 times. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The 3 sword techniques were 15 times more powerful. 4 types meant 20 times. Ling Xiao had 10 types of sword arts. If he could successfully cultivate all of them and use them at the same time, the final increase in power would be 50 times. 50 times the attack power. That could be described as monstrous. In fact, the benefits of cultivating 10 sword techniques at the same time were not limited to this. According to the information that Ling Xiao had comprehended, after successfully cultivating the 5 sword techniques, the level of all the sword techniques would automatically increase. From a primary king stage martial skill to a medium king stage martial skill. Ling Xiao was still unable to comprehend any further improvements, but he was certain that the initial state of these 10 sword techniques was definitely not their final state. This thing should also be a martial art that could evolve. If it evolved to its final state, the power of 10 sword techniques at the same time would probably be even more terrifying. It wasn't a waste of my hard work to collect these 10 catalogs. I almost lost my life for this thing. Now it seems that it was definitely worth it. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and praised his wise choice back then. One had to know that it was basically meaningless to obtain 1 catalog back then. Even if he obtained 9, it would be meaningless. At that time, it was very torturous for him. He had spent so much effort, but in the end, he had gained nothing. That was really depressing. Fortunately, he did not give up. In the end, he defeated Dugu Kangying and obtained the 10th catalog. He also successfully obtained this terrifying martial art. With this thing, he would have more capital to go to the primordial divine tomb. The 10 sword techniques, in addition to the accumulation of power, also had different sword intent attributes. Therefore, even if each sword technique was used alone, it would have a different effect. It was definitely worth it to cultivate. The most amazing thing was that as long as one could comprehend one of the sword techniques, then the comprehension of the other 9 sword techniques would become much easier. Of course, easier was relative. Compared to a general-level martial art and an ordinary king-level martial art. Each of these 10 sword techniques required a rather harsh condition to cultivate. For example, when cultivating the Black Snake Venomous Sword technique, one needed a first reincarnation realm snake-type demonic beast's core. To the current Ling Xiao, this was simply a dream. Therefore, he carefully studied the 10 sword techniques and finally chose the one that was most suitable for him and the easiest to cultivate. That was Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword technique. Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword technique required one to possess a strange flame to cultivate it. This was a very difficult thing for others, but for Ling Xiao, it was very simple. It was very easy for him to obtain a strange flame. Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword technique was just like its name. When used, it could release monstrous flames, and the worst was a strange flame. As for the other sword techniques, he could only take one step at a time. After all, the immemorial divine tomb was very big and there were many treasures. Perhaps after entering, he would be able to obtain the treasures needed for cultivation. Right now, there was no need to think too much. He just needed to focus on cultivating Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword technique. Of course, to use Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword technique, he naturally needed a fire attribute sword. Ling Xiao only had the Bloodthirsty Demon Sword and Supreme Ice Sword in his hands. Therefore, he told Jian Fulong about this matter and asked him to help search for a fire attribute sword. It would be best if it was a high-quality Emperor-level sword. If it really didn't work, a mortal-grade Emperor weapon would also work. He would make do with it first. While Jian Fulong was searching for a weapon for him, Ling Xiao had already begun cultivating Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword technique. In the past, if he wanted to comprehend a type of martial arts, the time he needed was at most a day. However, Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword technique took him a total of 7 days and 7 nights. After countless failures and countless frustrations, finally, on the 8th day, behind him, the image of the Western region's immemorial divine tomb appeared. From this image, a blazing giant sword flew out and floated above Ling Xiao's head. Without a weapon, Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword technique can also be used. However, in terms of power, it is naturally inferior to using a weapon. After all, at this stage, weapons can still bring a lot of enhancement to martial arts. But even so, this move should be able to easily kill the black-clothed demon envoy and General Yulon. Although it is only at the entry level, Ling Xiao could feel the power of Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword technique. It was much stronger than Annihilation Sword and Ghost God Seal. Just the entry level was already incomparably shocking. In terms of power, it was probably more than 10 times greater than Annihilation Sword. Of course, powerful martial arts also brought about a terrifying consumption. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, using Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword technique once was already his limit. However, as his cultivation increased, the number of times he could use it would also increase. This was something that Ling Xiao absolutely believed. Chapter 3303. There are less than 3 days left before the primordial divine tomb completely opens. I can go and hone the power of Supreme Flame's sky-scorching sword art. Ling Xiao stood up and did not plan to go into seclusion anymore. For him, he could go into seclusion to comprehend martial techniques, but once he succeeded in comprehending them, actual combat would bring him greater improvement. There was no doubt about that. The moment he walked out of the palace, he felt an aura very similar to that of the black-clothed demon envoy. "You're finally willing to come out." A voice came from not far away. On the roof, a white-clothed woman sat there, sipping tea while looking at Ling Xiao indifferently. White-clothed divine envoy. Ling Xiao recognized this woman. "You're very powerful, you even killed the black-clothed demon envoy." The white-clothed divine envoy laughed. "He asked for it." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "If it weren't for him, my city of 8 immortals wouldn't have been blown up." "Oh, I thought you would deny it. I didn't expect you to admit it so readily." The white-clothed divine envoy was a little surprised, "But this is easy. Although I despise that guy's actions, he is my accomplice after all. You killed him, I can't just do nothing." "What do you want?" Ling Xiao asked. "Simple, take one move from me and this matter will be over. When I go back, I will have an explanation." The white-clothed divine envoy laughed. "Okay, but can I also make a move?" Ling Xiao looked at the white-clothed divine envoy and said, "Of course." The white-clothed divine envoy nodded. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. Did this woman still think that his strength was the same as it was 8 days ago? If that was the case, he would really die if he took one move from this woman. because he could feel that although the white-clothed divine envoy's cultivation was the same as the black-clothed demon envoy's, her true strength was more terrifying than the black-clothed demon envoy's. She said one move, but in fact, she just wanted to kill him. In that case, he didn't need to be polite. Supreme Flame's sky-scorching sword art was worried that he couldn't find a suitable person to test its power, so he could test it on the white-clothed divine envoy. Then, make your move. Ling Xiao soared into the sky and stopped after reaching a height of over 100 meters. The white-robed divine envoy also flew high into the sky. Then, he struck out with his palm. This palm seemed ordinary, but it was actually very powerful. When it was blasted out, there was already thunder and lightning in the void. This world-shaking scene once again affected the hearts of the martial artists in the entire Eight Immortals city. But today, their mentality was completely different. After all, Ling Xiao had already killed 2 6th Division life-sizers, so they had complete faith in Ling Xiao. The 5 kings and the others had no intention of interfering. He even felt a little relieved. The god and demon envoys, legendary figures, had actually come to cause trouble for the emperor, but they did not know that. In exchange for this method, death would be the only outcome. Facing the divine envoy's attack, Ling Xiao did not draw his sword. Instead, he transformed into the beast soul of the everlasting heavenly rat. Then, the map of the divine tombs of the western region appeared behind him. He silently circulated his true essence and activated his sword art. A blazing sword of fire flew out from the map of the divine tombs of the western region. The sword of fire was formed from strange flame, and it emanated a scorching light. Go! Ling Xiao roared, and the sword of fire pierced through the air toward the white-robed divine envoy. At first, the white-robed divine envoy didn't pay it much mind. As far as she was concerned, a 4th Division life-sizer, no matter how strong he was, couldn't possibly unleash a terrifying martial technique. But as the sword of fire neared, the white-robed divine envoy's face fell. What? That's a royal-class martial technique. She was completely shocked. Her martial technique was only at the peak of the general class, but her opponent was using a royal class technique. How was this even possible? Have you heard of the 9 Supremes catalogue? Ling Xiao's voice rang out in the white-robed divine envoy's ears. I thought you were different from the black-robed devil envoy. Who would have guessed that you'd want to kill me? Is it because you feel threatened by my innate gift? The 9 Supremes catalogue. Rumor has it that if you collect it, you'll get a royal-class martial technique. How is this possible? How could you possibly collect it all? Not even my master was able to collect it all in 10,000 years. At most, he only managed to collect 9 of them. Sadly, someone from the Dragon Mammoth tribe of the Sword Dynasty stole them all. The white-robed divine envoy was completely shaken. Unfortunately, there was no time for her to report this shocking information to her master. The terrifying flaming sword pierced through her body, carrying with it the flames of the heavens. You killed us 2 emissaries. There's no way my master doesn't know about it. The archaic god Necropolis is destined to be your grave. In the moment before she died, the white-robed divine envoy let out a hysterical cry. Don't worry, he said. I'll definitely go to the archaic god Necropolis. But that place will be the grave of my enemies. If your master dares to attack me, I'll kill him. After releasing Supreme Flame's blazing sky sword art once, Ling Xiao felt incomparably tired. This thing was really incomparably powerful. Although it was incredibly powerful, it still consumed a lot of energy. It seemed that it would be best not to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Originally, he had been thinking about going out to practice his sword, but now he decided against it. The white-robed divine envoy was the perfect target for him to test his sword on. That was how terrifying the Heavenblaze sword of the Paragon was. Everyone knew that Ling Xiao could definitely defeat the white-robed divine envoy. But to tell the truth, the fact that Ling Xiao had killed the white-robed divine envoy with a single sword strike was shocking. His Majesty got even stronger in 8 short days. Yeah. I bet he's already gained enlightenment of the royal-class martial arts from the 9 Paragons catalogue. Only someone with that level of comprehension would be able to reach such a terrifying level in such a short time. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with even more reverence and respect than before. In the following 3 days, Ling Xiao didn't touch the 9 Paragon's sword of the Paragon. Instead, he focused on the Ghost God Seal and the Extermination God Sword. In the coming battles, the Ghost God Seal and the Extermination God Sword would be his main weapons of choice. On the final day, Ling Xiao gathered everyone he knew and bid them farewell. Although they didn't want to, they knew that Ling Xiao couldn't change his mind. Long Chen had already emerged from seclusion. Of course, he didn't let Ling Xiao down. After absorbing the dragon corpse, his cultivation base broke through to the 5th division of the life-seizing level. Although his fighting prowess couldn't compare to Ling Xiao's, his cultivation base was actually higher than Ling Xiao's. That was the ultimate advantage of the dragon folk. From what Ling Xiao could tell, Long Chen was very similar to Little Gold. The only difference was that one was a combination of the Golden Crow and the Devil-Devouring Embryo, while the other was a descendant of the Golden Dragon tribe. Both of them could use demon lings to grow stronger, which was much easier than Ling Xiao could. That was why Ling Xiao wanted to take them to the Primeval God Necropolis. There were many treasures in the Primeval God Necropolis that could help them grow stronger. Chapter 3304. Are you ready, Xiao Long? Ling Xiao looked at Long Chen and asked. Yes. Long Chen nodded and said. In that case, let's get ready to set off. The two of them held the Godfiend token in their hands while Ling Xiao gave the other token to Little Gold to hold in its mouth. The others watched this scene nervously. The Godfiend token began to emit a gentle light, as if some kind of power was awakening. Finally, a new chapter is about to begin. Primordial Divine Tomb, I'm coming. After resting for so long, from tomorrow onwards, there will definitely be bloody battles. However, it's also a chance for me to grow and improve. Ling Xiao was very excited. Long Chen was also very excited. As the Godfiend token's light continued to flicker, the light gradually enveloped Ling Xiao and Long Chen's bodies. Then, the two of them disappeared into thin air in front of everyone. They're gone. Yang Yu was a little reluctant. Yes, they're gone, but they'll definitely come back. Jian Fulong was full of confidence in Ling Xiao. That's right. When he comes back, we'll let him see a better 8 Immortals kingdom. Long Xiong clenched his fists. To be honest, whether it was him, Yang Yu, Bai Fang, or the others, they were all unwilling. It was only because they were not strong enough that they had to stay here. However, deep in their hearts, they also wanted to go to the Primordial Divine Tomb. Cold Plum should be the most unwilling. She used to follow the Emperor. Isn't that right, Cold Plum? Yang Yu looked in a direction but found that there was no one there. Where's Cold Plum? Yang Yu asked in surprise. She was here just now. Look, there's a letter here. At the place where Lung Mai had been standing, a letter was lying flat on the ground. Don't miss me. I have something to do and left. The words on the letter were very simple, but the content was not simple. She couldn't have gone to the door of the Divine Tomb, right? The door of the Divine Tomb was completely open. Outside the door was a desolate desert. Suddenly, many figures appeared in the desert. Ling Xiao and Long Chen were two of them. When they disappeared from the city of 8 Immortals and reappeared, they were already here. In front of him, the huge door to the Divine Tomb exuded an ancient and vigorous aura, as if an ancient giant had been thrown there. Ling Xiao could sense the terrifying aura behind the door of the Divine Mausoleum. That aura was even denser than the Sword Dynasty. If he could cultivate, his cultivation speed would definitely be much faster. There are about 20,000 people, and it feels like the number is still increasing. Long Chen said as he looked around. There are so many people this time. It's a pity that the Sword Dynasty only has 3 divine demon tokens. The other 8 forces should have at least 1 or 2,000. The difference is really big. Ling Xiao sighed. The two of them went to a corner and sat down. No one moved, so it was better to wait and see. Anything unknown was full of unknown dangers, so Ling Xiao didn't want to act rashly. It wouldn't be good if he lost his life. Among these people, I'm afraid that I have the lowest cultivation. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly, but it didn't matter. The more experts he fought, the faster his cultivation would improve. These people had stronger cultivation than him, so it made him happy. Otherwise, it would be boring. Hello, can I sit here? Suddenly, a light appeared and another person appeared in the desert. It was a slender figure. This person walked to Ling Xiao and asked with a smile, "Please take a seat." Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. He had never seen this girl before, but he could feel a familiar aura. It was really strange. "I'm Mai Ying, how should I address you?" The girl introduced herself and asked. "Ling Xiao, Long Chen." The two of them answered. Although they were competitors, they could still be friends before entering the tomb of the gods. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not keep people at a distance. "The 8 core martial artists haven't appeared yet?" Someone suddenly chatted beside him. Ling Xiao knew what they meant by core martial artists. Each of the 9 supremes had a large territory, so there were many martial artists. For example, in the Sword Dynasty, only the martial artists of the Sword God Hall could be called core martial artists. It was similar in the other 8 forces. "I haven't noticed yet. It seems that they come later every year." "I don't know why," another person said. While they were talking, the ground suddenly shook. A large number of lights appeared in the desert at the same time. "They are here. The people of the Vengeful Alliance, Myriad Kingdom, Soul Hall, and Celestial Empire have all arrived." Seeing the white light, many people revealed a look of awe. The 4 forces didn't have many core martial artists, but there were about 5,000 of them. Among them, the Vengeful Alliance had the most people, with 2,000. The other 3 forces basically had about 1,000 people. The difference wasn't big. The clothes these people wore were very particular, as if they were deliberately separated from the other martial artists. Everyone was wearing a uniform with a special symbol on their body. The symbol of the Vengeful Alliance was a bloody sword. The symbol of the Soul Hall was a strange eye. The symbol of Celestial Empire was a throne. The symbol of the Myriad Kingdom was a flood dragon. It was very easy to identify them. The average strength of the core martial artists of the 4 forces was a level higher than that of the other martial artists. Even the weakest of them was at the 6th level of life seizing. It wasn't hard to understand why the 5th level life sizers had gone to the Sword Dynasty to fight for the 3 devil god orders and lost their lives there. "I have to be careful. I've killed most of the people from the other 8 forces." Ling Xiao was on high alert as he changed his facial features. At this stage, he couldn't afford to be targeted. Otherwise, he'd be finished. Among the core martial artists, Ling Xiao spotted 2 familiar faces. Feng Feiye and Heavenly Sea Tyranny. Although there were many martial artists who had joined the Western regions, these 2 were the true cream of the crop. Therefore, among the numerous martial artists, only these 2 had the greatest achievements. "My old rivals have become very strong as well." Ling Xiao looked at Feng Feiye and Heavenly Sea Tyranny, his lips quirking up in a smile. "Against the core martial artists of the 4 forces, we don't have much of a chance." "That's right. That's why we have to work together. After we enter, we'll try to find as many people as possible. Only then can we contend with the core martial artists of the 4 forces. Otherwise, we'll be used as cannon fodder." Forming an alliance was the most commonly used method. When one's own strength was insufficient, forming an alliance was the best choice. Otherwise, how could they compete with the core martial artists of the 4 forces if they were a sheet of loose sand? It would be difficult for him to even survive. Ling Xiao had similar plans. Forming an alliance would be of great help to him. If he fought alone, he'd definitely become a target for everyone. Chapter 3305. Gentlemen, I have some good stuff that can guarantee your survival in the Archaean necropolis. Would you like to buy some? Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about how to form an alliance, a fat man who looked like a balloon suddenly walked over mysteriously. He asked with a smile. "I don't need it." Ling Xiao glanced at the person indifferently. It would be strange if he wasn't a swindler with a glib tongue. "I don't need it either." Mai Ying, who was at the side, also said coldly. "Heh. Looks like we've run into some smart people today." The fat man chuckled, not at all embarrassed to be seen through. "I'm Fan Tuan, from the Myriad Kingdoms. How should I address the 3 of you?" "Ling Xiao." I'm from a remote kingdom. Not worth mentioning. Long Chen. Same as him. Mai Ying. Same as them. Fan Tuan was taken aback by their response. But then he smiled. Fine. It doesn't matter if you don't want to tell the truth. But I've seen so many people, and you three look like good people. Why don't we form an alliance? Alliance? Ling Xiao was just thinking about forming an alliance with someone when this Fan Tuan guy popped up. As the saying goes, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. But he knew nothing about the Archaean necropolis, and this Fan Tuan seemed to know a lot more than he did. A temporary alliance wasn't a bad thing. We can form an alliance, but Brother Fan, you have to show some sincerity. I don't know much about the core martial artists of the 4 organizations. Would you mind introducing them to me? Know thyself, know thy enemy, and be undefeated in 100 battles. Since Ling Xiao had decided to enter the Archaean necropolis, he had to be prepared. And information was very important. Don't worry about it. Fan Tuan rubbed his big belly and laughed heartily. This time, the 4 major powers are all experts. Xian Wubian, Sect Lord of the Black Snake Devil Sect. Yi Linglong, Sect Lord of the Dazzling Palace. Shen Tian, Sect Lord of the Heavenly King Sect. Mo Chishing, Sect Lord of the 7-Star Sword Palace. These were the 4 top experts of the League of Vengeance, all 9th level life-sizers. The reason why they came to the primordial divine tomb, besides obtaining the Fiend God token, was because they wanted to break through to the first reincarnation stage in one go. Only by reaching the reincarnation divine realm would the cultivation of the first reincarnation truly begin. The previous ones are just the basics of the basics. He's actually in the 9th division of life seizing. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Was this the strongest of the 9 supremes? Those rumors in the past seemed to be a little outdated. His cultivation compared to these people was simply like the difference between heaven and earth. From the looks of it, it was better to keep a low profile at the beginning to avoid encountering these extremely strong people. He looked at the 4 people. Just the slight collision of their vital essence in the air gave him a terrifying feeling that made him want to vomit blood. He was really too powerful. Little brother, once we enter the Archean divine tomb, don't think about any treasures. We just need to survive. Rumor has it that as long as you survive, even if you don't obtain any treasures, your strength will still advance by leaps and bounds. Fan Tuan sighed. Clearly, he was also extremely afraid of the leaders of the 4 powerful factions. Ling Xiao replied casually, but inwardly, he didn't think much of it. If he only wanted to survive, why would he have come to the Archean divine tomb in the first place? What about the other experts? Tell me about them. What he was most concerned about were the other experts. Next are the experts from the Celestial Dynasty. There are 3 of them. Do you see that middle-aged man in the dragon robe? That's the legendary Prince Tian. He's probably even stronger than the leaders of the League of Vengeance. Otherwise, why would Mo Li and Zhu Qiong of the Ice Dynasty and Zhu Qiong of the Fire Dynasty listen to him? After all, those 2 sovereigns are on the same level as the leaders of the League of Vengeance. Fan Tuan continued. Ling Xiao looked over at Prince Tian. He was wearing a yellow robe, and looked very domineering. Every movement he made seemed to contain the aura of a king. His eyes were very strange. One was fiery red, and constantly spat out blazing flames. The other was aqua blue, and constantly emitted a cold, sinister aura. Ice and fire appeared at the same time. This guy's martial spirit should be twin martial spirits. Although he couldn't see through his true cultivation, Ling Xiao could feel that this person's strength was indeed slightly stronger than the 4 leaders of the League of Vengeance. I killed General Yulon and refused to give the 9 Supremes catalogue and the Fiend God token to Prince Tian. He must be very angry. This person will probably become one of the most terrifying enemies I'll face in the Archean Divine Tomb. Ling Xiao thought in his heart, and then looked over at the Hall of Souls. That little girl is the master of the Hall of Souls. Fan Tuan pointed at a little girl who looked no more than 11 or 12 years old. The little girl was dressed in black, and gave off a very sinister feeling. Her skin was blue, and she looked like a corpse. Ling Xiao noticed that the others were standing far away from her. The desert beneath her feet had turned completely black. Is she really only 11 or 12 years old? Ling Xiao frowned. There's no need to doubt this. Fan Tuan said with a smile, there are some things that little brother probably doesn't know. That little girl endured a total of 3,600 terrifying punishments from the Hall of Souls, and she survived in the end. She obtained the terrifying body of disaster, and in addition to the terrifying spiritual power she possesses. She may be young, but her strength is terrifyingly strong. What is the body of disaster? I don't know the specifics, but I've heard that no matter who the body of disaster touches, that person will be haunted by bad luck. The Hall of Souls is really terrifying. They can even do this to a little girl. 3,600 punishments, isn't this more terrifying than the 18 levels of hell? Ling Xiao sighed. However, that was someone else's matter, and there was no point in thinking about it. The rise of the Hall of Souls was very sudden, and no one even knew where they came from. They only knew that after the Hall of Souls was established, they only recruited people of the soul race and martial artists with powerful spiritual power. Every martial artist had to undergo cruel torture after entering the Hall of Souls. The more torture they endured, the stronger they would be. In a sense, it was also a shortcut to increasing their strength. It's just that most people couldn't endure it. This also caused the Hall of Souls to have the least number of people among the 4 great factions, but the strength of each person is extremely terrifying. Fan Tuan didn't dare to look at the girl. He only lowered his voice and explained these things to Ling Xiao. I keep feeling that she seems to be in a lot of pain. Ling Xiao's gaze suddenly collided with the Hall of Souls master. In that instant, he felt that he had stepped into a land of Azura. The 2 words Hall of Souls were clearly written on the door, and the surrounding environment was extremely harsh. Brat, you dare to pity me? In my opinion, the pain of flesh is much better than being weak. Being weak is the most painful thing in this world, and you are it. Chapter 3306. She's definitely not just in the 9th level of life seizing. With a single sentence, Ling Xiao was able to determine that the Hall of Souls master was stronger than anyone else. It had reached a terrifying level. Could it be the reincarnation god? Was such a terrifying person here to fight for the treasure of the 9 paragons? It seemed that the 9 paragons were even more terrifying in the past. Thankfully, the master of Soul Hall only looked coldly at Ling Xiao, and then ignored Ling Xiao. Otherwise, Ling Xiao really felt that he would run away. He had assumed that the 4 leaders of the League of Vengeance were the strongest. He had never imagined that the master of Soul Hall would be even more terrifying. How do you know she's not in the 9th level of life seizing? Fan Tuan said, stunned. But there are rumors that she's already in the reincarnation god realm, and is undying and indestructible. Undying and indestructible? That's impossible. Ling Xiao had cultivated undying and indestructible martial arts in the past, but he had come to the same conclusion. There was a lot of exaggeration in that. In fact, it wasn't as powerful as his life reversal divine ability. Undying and indestructible could only be achieved under certain conditions. It doesn't matter if it's possible or not. If you ask me, the only people you shouldn't provoke are this little girl and dragon mother of the myriad kingdoms. Fan Tuan lowered his voice and said, just looking at these 2 people makes me tremble all over. Dragon mother should also be in the reincarnation god realm. Ling Xiao looked at the people from the myriad kingdoms. Just Long Mu's physique alone was enough to shock people. She was about 10 meters tall, and her huge body caused the earth to shake and mountains to tremble. But to be honest, this dragon mother was an absolute beauty if one didn't care about her huge body. Whether it was her figure or her face, they were all top-notch. It was a pity that its body was too big, and it was not a dish for humans. Furthermore, she was just standing there, and yet she emanated a terrifying aura. Who would dare to think that way? Hee. Rumor has it that the core martial artists of Totoland are the son and daughter of the Dragon Mother. This Dragon Mother was a mermaid of the sea race. She walked on land with her legs, but in the sea, her legs would turn into a huge fish tail, allowing her to swim very quickly. Her strength on land is already very terrifying, but in the sea, she is several times stronger. Although Fan Tuan's strength wasn't that great, this fellow knew quite a lot. It was no wonder that he had always been doing small businesses. He probably knew a lot of things through the grapevine. They were all after the 9 Supreme's treasures. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Facing such a powerful opponent, there was no doubt that he would be left in the dust. But it didn't matter. He liked this kind of huge pressure. Only when the pressure was sufficient would he be able to leap. Moreover, this was the archaic divine tomb, the place where the law of the dark jungle was most likely to occur. The strength of an ant might explode overnight and turn into a dinosaur. Therefore, no one dared to underestimate each other at this moment. Otherwise, they would really suffer losses. Moreover, Ling Xiao had his own advantages, and that was the map of the divine tombs of the western region. Not only was it a magical treasure, but it also contained king-class martial arts. It was also the key to opening the 9 Supreme's treasures. Just based on this point alone, he was already much better than the others in Ling Xiao. The 2 most powerful experts in the western region are Dragon Mother and Dark Frost, the master of the Hall of Souls. The others are a bit weaker. However, for the League of Vengeance and the Celestial Dynasty to be called the 4 great powers along with the Hall of Souls and the Myriad Kingdoms, they naturally have their own strengths. That's why Dragon Mother and Dark Frost can't destroy them. Listening to Fan Tuan's explanation, Ling Xiao nodded, but in his heart, he was calculating his own situation. It had taken him less than 2 months to go from the 1st level to the 4th level of the life-seizing stage. The further one progressed, the slower one's cultivation would be. However, he wasn't affected by that. His cultivation speed was related to the strength of his opponents. The stronger his opponents were, the faster his cultivation speed would be. Therefore, sometimes his cultivation speed would be faster than his cultivation speed. That was why he was so determined to enter the primeval god necropolis. There were simply too many powerful experts here. If he had stayed in the Sword Dynasty, it would have taken him 10 years, maybe even 100, to reach another level. But here, he could probably achieve several breakthroughs in a month or 2. Even so, it would probably take him a year or so to reach the level of Dragon Mother and Dark Frost. He still felt that it was too slow. If only he could benefit from that, he could achieve explosive growth. He was the only one who had such thoughts. If he said it out loud, he would probably be strangled to death. Dark Frost aside, Dragon Mother had cultivated for 100 years before reincarnating to reach her current level. After reincarnating, she had cultivated for another 200 years. That speed was incredible. Furthermore, after reaching the reincarnation god level, she had been cultivating for 50 years, and her cultivation had stagnated. That was why Dragon Mother wanted to enter the primeval god necropolis so often. The path of martial arts was an arduous one. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was actually unhappy because he had to spend a year's time. This was simply an invisible act of pretentiousness. Even the special Dark Frost had spent 10 years and endured 3,600 terrifying punishments from the Soul Hall. One could imagine the pain she had to endure. Compared to them, Ling Xiao was really lucky. His cultivation speed was too fast. Of course, talent was one thing, but strength was another. He could only defeat the low-level martial artists of the other 8 Supremes. He could not afford to offend most of them. Outside the primeval god necropolis, no one would casually make a move. Because fighting here was strenuous and unrewarding. Not only would they not gain any benefits, but they might also be targeted by others and expose their trump cards. Therefore, everyone restrained themselves and waited for the envoy of the Fiend God token's owner to arrive. The 2 envoys are dead. I wonder if the owner of the Fiend God token has received the news. Ling Xiao thought to himself. The primeval god necropolis has always been a world of young people. Explosive growth in strength has always occurred. We've all benefited from it. I wonder how the geniuses of the various organizations will perform this time. Xian Wubian said. HMPH. I heard that your League of Vengeance recruited 2 so-called geniuses from the White Tiger continent. How embarrassing. Do you think the geniuses of the Western domain can't compare to the White Tiger continent? Dragon Mother snorted coldly, her voice filled with arrogance and disdain. She didn't seem to be afraid of offending anyone. Her words were filled with provocation. Mother is right. This trip to the Primeval God necropolis is naturally a battlefield for the geniuses of the myriad empires. Those two so-called geniuses from the White Tiger continent are probably only in the 6th stratum of the life-seizing level, right? We're way behind them, said a 2-meter-tall man behind Dragon Mother. Who's that? Chapter 3307. That's Dragon Mother's second son, Shui Weinying, 8th stage life-seizing. Fan Tuan lowered his voice. His strong, but his not Dragon Mother's strongest child. Her 4th son, Dragon Shark, is in the 9th stage of life-seizing. Supposedly, he's as strong as the 4 leaders of the Alliance of Vengeance. So strong. Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect the younger generation to be so strong. It could be seen that with more resources, their strength had indeed increased at a faster rate. He had to work even harder. What's the point of being strong? He said. In the Primeval God tomb, the tables can be turned at any time. What do you have to be so smug about, Shui Weinying? It was heavenly sea tyranny. He was just as domineering as before. Although Ling Xiao had defeated him in the past, ever since arriving in the Black Tortoise continent, his domineering aura had only increased. Ha 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 ha. You've got guts. Believe it or not, I'll kill you first. Shui Weinying laughed heartily. I don't believe it. Don't let me kill you first. Heavenly Sea Tyranny didn't back down. They hadn't even entered the Primeval God tomb, but the smell of gunpowder was already there. Although they hadn't fought yet, it was easy to imagine what would happen once they entered. Chmph. They say the Primeval God tomb is a temple for geniuses, a tomb for experts. I, Darkfrost, don't believe that. The strong are strong, and the weak are weak. Even if an ant becomes a dinosaur can become a dragon. I can still suppress you. All of a sudden, Darkfrost's girlish voice rang out. When she said this, many people wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare. Everyone knew how terrifying Soul Palace was. Everyone knew how terrifying Darkfrost was. Soul Hall's lord is right. I, Prince Heaven, refuse to believe that the Primeval God tomb is an equal opportunity for everyone. Prince Heaven had been hiding for many years, and now he was reappearing. Other than Darkfrost, he was the youngest of the top experts in the Primeval God tomb, and looked to be in his 40s or 50s. To be able to reach the 9th stage of life-seizing at 40 or 50 years of age was a freakish level of talent. Of course, it couldn't be compared to a certain someone. A certain someone was cheating. Listening to these hostile words, Ling Xiao deeply understood that the Archean Divine Tomb was really a cemetery. Who knew how many corpses of martial artists would be buried? And he, perhaps, would become one of them. However, he had to survive until the end. Although he was weak and didn't receive much attention, it was precisely because of this that perhaps it was a good thing. When a group of dinosaurs were fighting, they wouldn't notice the ants in the distance. The best-case scenario would be for the 4 major forces to fight each other. In the end, there would be heavy casualties, and he would reap the benefits. However, it shouldn't be that easy. At the very least, his old rivals Qianhai Tyranny and Feng Feiye weren't simple characters. These two were ranked at the bottom among the young geniuses of the Revenge Alliance. The others weren't simple either. There was another person that Ling Xiao was very concerned about, and that was Totoland's Dragon Shark. This person was very low-key. One could say that he was the strongest among all of Dragon Mother's children, but he stood behind everyone without saying a word. This kind of person was the most terrifying. There was also that Imperial Prince Tian, who was very ostentatious. But he did have the qualifications to be ostentatious. That terrifying strength was definitely above most people. Fan Tuan, gather up. The God and Devil envoys should be arriving soon. Suddenly, a voice roused Ling Xiao from his thoughts. Next, he saw a group of people walking over. They were all strong, with the weakest being at the 6th level of life-seizing. Their leader was even at the 7th level. Boss Lei, I know a few friends. Why don't you let them join us? The more the merrier. Fan Tuan said to the leader. Of course, we welcome them. Boss Lei laughed heartily. Ling Xiao didn't even have time to celebrate before Boss Lei continued. Same rules. Anyone who joins us has to pay 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. After that, everything they get will belong to us. I have the final say on how to split it." In response, Ling Xiao immediately dismissed the idea of working together. He would rather take Long Chen and Little Gold with him. "Little brother, hurry up and agree," Boss Lei said. "Although you might not get anything, and might even lose some mid-grade spirit stones, with Boss Lei protecting you, you'll definitely survive. As long as you survive, you'll have a future." Fan Tuan said anxiously. As far as he was concerned, that wasn't a big deal. After all, that was how he had joined the group. He was just doing it to survive. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, this was no different from robbery. "There's no need for that," Yang Qi said. Waving his hand dismissively, Ling Xiao said, "Go ahead." Boss Lei chuckled. "Do you think that's too much money, boy? That's a protection fee to protect you from getting killed." Boss Lei chuckled darkly. "Like I said, there's no need." Ling Xiao said again. "Mph. You don't know what's good for you. Once we get into the Primeval God necropolis, you'll regret it. Let's go." Snorting coldly, Boss Lei turned and left. Fan Tuan shook his head helplessly and left as well. The only reason he had invited Ling Xiao to join them was because he found Ling Xiao interesting. Who could have guessed that Ling Xiao didn't appreciate his good intentions at all? "Ai. You'll regret this, young man." Boss Lei sighed. Ling Xiao chuckled. Would he regret it? Boss Lei was strong, but he was only in the 7th division of life seizing. How could he possibly protect them? If things went wrong, they might end up being used as cannon fodder. He might as well do it himself. Besides, he was only in the 7th division of life seizing. All he had to do was break through to the next level, and he would definitely be able to defeat a 7th division life-sizer. What did he have to fear? The time has come. The door to the God Necropolis is closing. Please enter. All of a sudden, a voice rang out. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the voice, his eyes wide with shock. Two figures stood there, one in black and one in white, both wearing masks. If they weren't the God-Devil emissaries, who else could they be? Don't tell me there's more than one pair of emissaries. That can't be right. I've heard that there are only 2 of them. If these 2 are real, then who were the ones I killed? Ling Xiao's brow furrowed, and his vigilance grew. Boss, Dragon said, these 2 are way stronger than the ones you killed. As a true dragonfolk, Dragon's son had a beastly sense of smell. Although he couldn't tell exactly how strong the 2 emissaries were, he could tell that they were incredibly powerful. I know. They're at least in the 8th division of life seizing. It seems that the 2 emissaries I killed were just emissaries sent by them. In other words, there's no way anyone from the Primeval God Necropolis can enter the Western Domain. Ling Xiao could only think of one possibility. Whatever. There's no point thinking about it. From the looks of it, they don't seem to know that I killed their emissaries. Or even if they did, they wouldn't care. After all, as far as they were concerned, those 2 emissaries were nothing more than tools to be discarded. Chapter 3308. Boss, let's go. If the door of the Divine Tomb closes, we won't have a chance. Long Chen reminded him. Okay. Ling Xiao nodded and led Long Chen towards the door of the tomb of the God of Sin. Mai Ying, who had been silent all this time, also followed behind. Ling Xiao didn't resist this girl because he always felt that this girl gave him a very familiar feeling. Moreover, she was very close. Even if she followed him, he didn't want to drive her away. He believed that his intuition wouldn't be wrong. Wow! Suddenly, there was an exclamation in front. After Ling Xiao entered, he was also extremely shocked. In his imagination, the primordial divine mausoleum was a desert full of bones and corpses. But in fact, the scene in front of him was no different from the natural environment of the Western region. If there was a difference, it would be that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was more abundant. And there were many ancient ruins. In the environment that was like a primitive jungle, some buildings covered with green plants could be seen. It was full of a simple and elegant atmosphere. Further away, there was a river, a big river that was thousands of meters wide. There were many islands in the river. The situation on the islands was also different. Some islands had lightning and thunder. Some islands had volcanoes erupting. Some islands had snow all year round. Some islands were floating in the sky. It was too strange. This river was like the surface of the sea. It was too shocking. There was also a huge puppet warship by the river. The warship was all made of special materials. It was now unable to move and collapsed there. It was also covered with green plants, and some fish jumped near the warship. The immemorial divine tomb is not a tomb to bury experts, but a tomb to bury history. There are countless ruins and relics here. As long as you have the ability, you can find the opportunity that belongs to you. The voice of the white-robed oracle sounded like the sound of nature. This voice was completely different from the voice of the agent from before. Even if it was emotionless, it gave people a feeling of superiority. Let's begin. Go find your own opportunities. The islands in the river, the relics at the bottom of the river, the ancient tomb in the dense forest, the islands in the sky, and the sunken giant warship. You can all go find them. In this place, there is only one law, and that is to survive. So, in order to get what you want, go all out. The black-clothed demon envoy sneered. Hearing this, everyone began to move. First, it was the core martial artists of the 4 major forces. They formed their own groups and flew in different directions. In the beginning, everyone's main goal was to find the treasure. Killing was just a side goal. The other martial artists also couldn't wait to fly towards the places that the 4 major forces didn't occupy. For a time, only Ling Xiao, Long Chen, and Mai Ying were left in the vicinity of the divine tomb. Let's go. I can feel that the Archean divine tomb is much larger than the entire western region. There are plenty of opportunities. It all depends on how we grasp them. Ling Xiao called out and led Long Chen and Mai Ying in a certain direction. This direction was naturally chosen randomly because Ling Xiao himself did not know what the situation in the Archean divine tomb was. Neither would he know where he would go next. The so-called fortuitous opportunity was a chance to bump into it. He could only take one step at a time. I didn't expect the Archean divine tomb to be so majestic. I believe that a long time ago, there should have been a large number of intelligent life forms living here. But for some reason, there are no signs of life here now. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. The heaven and earth spiritual chi here is so abundant, and there should be no need to worry about food and drink, right? Long Chen couldn't help but say, I think so too. There should be a special reason why this place has become a forbidden land of death. As for what the reason is, we will know very soon. Ling Xiao was still thinking when his face suddenly changed. Trouble is coming. He looked ahead and saw a group of people appear in front of him. The leader was Prince Tian, and there was also a group of beautiful women, all of whom were wearing armor. These women, like General Yulon, were probably female slaves raised by Prince Tian. All of them were very strong. Even the weakest one was stronger than General Yulon. Do you think that this prince won't be able to find you after you change your appearance? Prince Tian looked at Ling Xiao coldly. It was obvious that he was here to find him. Ling Xiao was puzzled. He had used the Yin-Yang Demon King's transformation technique and had never been exposed. Why was he exposed this time? He could not understand. You seem to be very confused. Actually, the reason is very simple. The female slaves that I raise all have my spiritual imprint on them. No matter who you kill, the imprint will remain on your body. No one can remove it. This imprint can last for up to a month. So, don't talk about changing your appearance. Even if you turn into ashes, this prince will still be able to recognize you. Prince Tian sneered. No wonder I felt like I was being watched recently. So that's the reason. Ling Xiao finally understood the reason and gradually calmed down. At this moment, in the forest, a group of martial artists who had accidentally barged in were hiding and watching the battle. Hehe. Luckily I didn't team up with that stinking brat. Otherwise, I would have been screwed to death. I didn't expect him to offend Prince Tian. The one who spoke was the leader of Fan Tuan's group, Boss Lei. Fan Tuan was also in a daze. He could not feel how strong Ling Xiao was. How could a martial artist like Ling Xiao offend a big shot like Prince Tian? This was simply inconceivable. Facing the powerful Prince Tian, Ling Xiao was also helpless. However, this situation was within his expectations. After all, anything could happen in the immemorial divine tomb. Since he had been exposed, he might as well return to his original appearance. Looking at Prince Tian, he said, "From the moment I killed General Yulon, I already knew that this day would come. But I really didn't expect it to come so quickly. Fortunately, the people from the Ice Empire and Fire Empire were not with Prince Tian. Otherwise, the situation would be even worse. Of course, it was also a situation of certain death. How to break out of this situation? This was a big problem. What's the background of that brat? Even Prince Tian is here to kill him? I seem to have heard of such a person. The Emperor of the Eight Immortals Empire, Ling Xiao. Rumors say that he looks like this. It should be right. No wonder. The Eight Immortals Empire was originally the territory of the Sword Empire. No wonder Prince Tian wants to take care of him. That brat is trying to pull a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. Even if he dies, it's already an honor for Prince Tian to personally deal with him. In the darkness, many people were discussing. They did not want to leave immediately, because observing other people's battles could be very rewarding. Perhaps they would encounter Prince Tian at some point in time. Knowing Prince Tian's characteristics, they wouldn't be too passive if they encountered him. Chapter 3309. Of course, no one believed that Ling Xiao could pose a threat to Prince Tian. The difference between their cultivation bases was simply too great. Even Ling Xiao was starting to feel a bit hopeless. "So, what do you think I should do with you?" Prince Tian said as he sat down on his dragon throne. The fact that the dragon throne could fly indicated that it was some sort of special magical treasure. "Your Highness, that young man next to him seems to be the only surviving dragonfolk." Suddenly, one of the young women to Prince Tian's left spoke in a hushed voice. She was probably the strongest martial artist in the group, second only to Prince Tian. She was in the 9th division of the life-seizing level, similar to Prince Tian in terms of fighting prowess. That said, Ling Xiao still wasn't qualified to deal with her. "Oh, are you sure, Long Maier?" Hearing this, Prince Tian looked at Long Chen and said, "You have some of the primordial divine dragon's bloodline power in your body, so you can display great power. Is that kid really a dragonfolk? Doesn't that mean he's a heaven-defying genius?" "There's no mistaking it, Your Highness," Long Maier said. "My martial soul is a pterosaur. Although I'm only a descendant of the dragonfolk, I can sense their blood in me." Long Maier nodded. "Interesting. Very interesting. I was wondering how a lowly human like you could possibly defeat my General Yulon. So, it turns out you have a dragonfolk helping you." Prince Tian could see the level of Long Chen's cultivation base. 5th Division life-seizing. "You're a bit weak, but with my guidance, you'll definitely advance by leaps and bounds. I've always wanted to see what it's like to fly on a dragon. Who would have thought that I'd be able to do it today? Get the hell out of here, boy. Leave the dragonfolk behind, and I'll spare your life." His voice was so loud and clear that everyone in the area heard him. What an unlucky fellow. Prince Tian has his eye on something, and I'm afraid he won't be able to keep it. Someone nearby laughed. "Well, he's pretty strong. I thought the dragonfolk were extinct. Who would have thought that there were still some alive?" Someone else said. "Prince Tian is already incredibly strong. If he gets that golden dragon, doesn't that mean he'll become one of those legendary dragon riders? A martial artist working with a giant dragon, this is something that only happened in ancient times. The combination of the two's combat power will be even more terrifying." Boss Lei was extremely envious. "If I knew that kid was from the dragon race, I would have made a move first." Sigh. "Hey, you want me to scram? Was Prince Tian that amazing? I've even killed people from the Eternal Palace. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. Since there was no way to avoid it, he might as well give up on any fear and fight. It was impossible for him to abandon his brothers and escape even if he had to die. "Long Chen, you stay in the beast ring first. I will look for an opportunity to escape. Right now, We are not strong enough. Don't talk back to me. Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice to Long Chen. Long Chen hesitated for a moment before entering the beast ring. He was very clear that even if he and Ling Xiao worked together, they would not be a match for Prince Tian. Not to mention that Prince Tian had so many female slaves. As for his boss, Ling Xiao, he had many ways to escape. He was willing to leave his fate in the hands of Ling Xiao. "My Ying, you should leave too. This is my own matter. It has nothing to do with you." After keeping Long Chen, Ling Xiao looked at Ma Ying and said, "When it's time to leave, I will naturally leave. But clearly, it's not the time to leave now. Since I've decided to form an alliance with you guys, I will not betray my allies." Ma Ying shook her head. "I did not trust you wrongly. But the opponent is too strong. There's no point in staying." Ling Xiao sighed. "Are you guys done talking?" Prince Tian's voice suddenly turned cold. Since Ling Xiao dared to keep Long Chen in the beast ring right in front of him, that meant that Ling Xiao had rejected him in front of everyone. He did not give him any face at all. "Shut up. If you don't want to listen, then scram. Speaking of which, Prince Tian is just a stray dog. If you have the ability, then go find trouble with the Heavenly King sect. What kind of ability is it to bully us weaklings?" Since they had already decided to shed all pretenses, Ling Xiao would not have anything good to say. He wanted to enrage the other party. Only by enraging the other party would he have a chance to escape. That kid is crazy. His brain must have gone haywire. Yes, does he not know who he is facing? How dare he speak like that? Whether it was Prince Tian's subordinates or the cultivators hiding in the dark, they all had the same thought. Being targeted by Prince Tian as soon as he stepped into the immemorial divine tomb, Ling Xiao was really tragic and unlucky. They did not have any sympathy. There was no need for sympathy in the immemorial divine tomb. They could only gloat. Only regret. They regretted that they did not make a move on Ling Xiao before Prince Tian. To be honest, Prince Tian was the leader of the Heavenly Dynasty, one of the 4 major forces. Even people from Soul Palace, Myriad Kingdom, and Avenging Alliance would have to give him some face if they met him. They would not deliberately provoke him. Ling Xiao seemed to be very insignificant in front of him, simply not worth mentioning. However, this was the immemorial divine tomb, a place where even an ant could become a dinosaur. Moreover, Ling Xiao had the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Not to mention a mere Prince Tian, even the king of sovereigns of the profound world would not dare to fear him. He would not feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Of course, he acknowledged the huge gap in strength, but wanting him to submit? Not a chance. "What did you just say?" Prince Tian thought that he had heard wrongly. Ling Xiao dared to scold him and ask him to scram? No wonder this kid dared to kill General Yulon. He really did not know what death was. "I said shut up. Do you think the immemorial divine tomb is your home? Do you think that others will do whatever you ask them to do? To tell you the truth, don't provoke me. Otherwise, this immemorial divine tomb will be your grave." Ling Xiao continued to provoke Prince Tian. He did not believe that the other party would not be angry. He did not believe that the other party would not make a move. As long as the other party made a move, there would definitely be a flaw. Once there was a flaw, things would be easier. "Since you want to die, this prince will fulfill your wish. After killing you, the dragon race will be mine." Prince Tian sneered and pointed his finger. A terrifying sword light flew out from his fingertip. It was so fast that even Ling Xiao could not see it clearly. However, he still managed to avoid it. He did not rely on his speed to avoid it. Instead, he relied on his Tai Chi eye to predict the direction of the other party's attack. Otherwise, with his speed, he would not be able to avoid this attack. The other party was really too terrifying. Boom! The sword light hit a huge boulder that was 7 to 8 meters tall. The boulder was instantly smashed, but the sword light did not stop and continued to pierce into the distance. About 1,000 miles away, a loud sound rang out. No one knew what it was that had been smashed. F***CK, if I am hit, all my defenses will be useless. Ling Xiao was all too clear. This attack from Prince Tian definitely had the ability to destroy him. There was no doubt about it. "My Ying, run." He did not waste any more words. He had been waiting for this attack. Chapter 33:10. The moment anyone attacked, there would be a flaw. The only difference was the size of the flaw. Mai Ying hesitated for a moment before choosing to leave. If she didn't escape now, she would be dragging Ling Xiao down. As for her, no one cared about her. Prince Tian's men only wanted Ling Xiao's life. Using the sword light steps, Ling Xiao escaped into the distance. In an instant, he was already a few hundred meters away. "Can you escape?" Prince Tian sneered as he stretched out his finger. On his fingertip, there was a sparkling light. "Explode!" Ling Xiao suddenly shouted out a word. The ground where Prince Tian was standing suddenly exploded, sending a cloud of dust into the air. This was a move that Ling Xiao hadn't used for a long time, earth explosion. As long as one's soul force fused with the elemental energy underground, it would cause an explosion. Naturally, this explosion didn't injure Prince Tian or his subordinates. However, it interrupted Prince Tian's attack. Ling Xiao's figure was about to disappear. Pointless struggle. Prince Tian snorted. As long as the mark on Ling Xiao's body was still there, he wouldn't be able to escape from his pursuit. Furthermore, his speed was much faster than Ling Xiao's. Although Ling Xiao had already escaped 1,000 meters away, it was only a blink of an eye for him. Whoosh! In an instant, Prince Tian was already behind Ling Xiao. A cold killing intent was released from his body. Sword Qi gathered at his fingertip once again. However, at this moment, what surprised everyone was that Ling Xiao actually changed direction and flew towards Prince Tian. This scene didn't only surprise those who were secretly observing, even Prince Tian didn't expect that Ling Xiao would dare to take the initiative to attack. Both of their speeds were extremely fast. Therefore, Ling Xiao quickly brushed past Prince Tian. There was no attack. Ling Xiao seemed to have only touched the corner of Prince Tian's clothes. Then, he fled in the opposite direction. "I told you, it's useless." Prince Tian didn't know what Ling Xiao was up to. He only knew that in the face of great power, Ling Xiao's actions were meaningless. But Ling Xiao didn't believe it. Under the most perfect control, even if the difference in strength was like heaven and earth, he could still play with a powerful opponent. Although it was impossible for him to defeat the other party. However, as long as he was touched by the other party, he would die. However, Ling Xiao wasn't trying to defeat his opponent. Instead, he was trying to pave the way for his escape. Pu. The sword light shot out from Prince Tian's fingertips, and the distance was too close for Ling Xiao to dodge. His body was pierced through and he fell to the ground. Incarnation? There was no joy on Prince Tian's face, as he could sense that he had hit something. That was not a human body. What a boring trick. Get out here for this prince. Prince Tian was getting impatient. He had just killed a 4th division life-sizer, and yet he hadn't been able to take him down in 3 moves. That was a complete loss of face for him. "You think I'll get out just because you told me to? Are you an idiot?" Ling Xiao's voice rang out again. At the same time as his voice, the dense flames also rang out. Ling Xiao shuttled back and forth around Prince Tian in order to release the undying bird's fire and trap Prince Tian. The flames roiled. At first, Prince Tian didn't think much of it. After all, given his strength, he didn't fear the flames at all. However, as soon as he touched the flame, he realized that something was wrong and dodged to the side. Immortal flame. I can't believe it's immortal flame. You brat, where did you get so many strange things? Prince Tian's shock wasn't fear. Immortal flame was powerful, but in the hands of a weakling, it couldn't do him any harm. All he had to do was stomp his foot on the ground to disperse the immortal flame. No matter how powerful it was, it didn't matter if it couldn't burn him. You really are an expert, Prince Tian. You're a mighty 9th division life-sizer, and you still can't kill me after 4 moves. Aren't you ashamed? Ling Xiao didn't seem the least bit nervous as he watched the immortal flame disperse. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his face. Deathly Kingdom Black Poison, Bloodthirsty Plague. 2 moves were unleashed to weaken his opponent. Even Prince Tian didn't dare to underestimate the power of these deadly poisons and germs. Although Bai Xiaochun was so strong that the combination of these two abilities could only suppress him by 10%, it was still quite impressive. Even so, 10% was still a very rare thing. And Ling Xiao wasn't done yet. When Prince Tian realized that he had been hit, his expression turned even uglier. This was the first time he had ever been humiliated in front of his subordinates. Especially since they were all his female slaves. "I'll kill you with this move." Prince Tian didn't use any more sword energy, and instead punched out. The explosive fist technique released a terrifying fist shadow that occupied the entire space in front of him. Like a meteor, they rolled toward Ling Xiao. "This move is stronger than the sword energy," Prince Tian said. "But it's much slower." "Idiot." Ling Xiao used phoenix soars through the 9 heavens to leap hundreds of meters into the air and avoid the attack. That said, fighting with Prince Tian at his current level was actually very beneficial for him. Although he hadn't been hit by the attack, he was still able to unleash the full potential of his body. In just a few moves, his cultivation base was already at 30%. Although fighting with a powerful expert was dangerous, the rewards were also great. Seeing that Ling Xiao had dodged the attack, Prince Tian laughed coldly, and 2 beams of white light shot out from his eyes. This move was too sudden. There was no way Ling Xiao could dodge it at all. He was hit squarely. His body was completely pierced through, and all of his defenses were useless. Thankfully, Prince Tian had attacked in a hurry, and hadn't had time to take aim. Plus, Ling Xiao had dodged at the critical moment. The place where the 2 beams of white light hit wasn't a big problem. But this move gave Ling Xiao a fright. He didn't know anything about his opponent, so he couldn't prepare in advance during the battle. Anything could happen. "Let's see if you're still alive." Prince Tian laughed coldly as he looked at Ling Xiao, who had fallen to the ground. He rushed over and stepped on Ling Xiao's body. But he didn't notice the cold smile on Ling Xiao's face. Bang! Prince Tian's heavy attack caused Ling Xiao to spit out blood. His entire body was caved in, and it looked like he was about to die. He was 100% sure that this time, he had hit Ling Xiao himself. Even if Ling Xiao didn't die, he would only have a trace of life left. Then, he bent down and picked up the beast ring on Ling Xiao's broken finger. But at this moment, Mai Ying had returned. Mai Ying, who had already escaped, suddenly turned into a cold shadow and stabbed towards Prince Tian. Prince Tian snorted coldly, and without looking, he turned around and punched. However, at the moment when he was about to attack, Yi Zichen suddenly stopped. Ling Xiao, who should have been on the verge of death, had actually exploded with a shocking attack, completely unharmed. Chapter 33:11. As soon as Ling Xiao unleashed his attack, everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Everyone wondered if they were seeing things. Ling Xiao should have been seriously injured, but instead, he seemed completely fine. Furthermore, he was unleashing a terrifying attack. Was this really happening? No one could answer their question. Ling Xiao was using his most powerful attack, the Paragon of Flames Heavenblaze sword incantation. Although the sword incantation consumed a lot of energy, it was still very powerful. And yet, Ling Xiao knew that this was the only move he could use to injure Imperial Prince Tian. Although it still wouldn't be enough to kill him, it would give him the perfect opportunity to escape. Rumble. Blazing flames appeared behind Ling Xiao's western domain map of the God of the Tombs. Then, the flames transformed into an enormous sword, which shot toward Imperial Prince Tian's back with unstoppable speed. Paragon of Flames Heavenblaze sword incantation. Prepare to die. This was a furious attack from Ling Xiao. A strike filled with hatred. If it weren't for life reversal, Imperial Prince Tian definitely wouldn't have survived. Therefore, he had used up almost all of his true energy to unleash this attack. Then, he tossed a full recovery pill into his mouth. Even if Imperial Prince Tian were more powerful than he would still be completely shocked. His attention was completely focused on Mai Ying. As for himself, he was too close to Ling Xiao. At such a short distance, no matter how fast he was, it was impossible for him to dodge this attack. He didn't even have time to react. The terrifying sword of flame had already stabbed into him. Ling Xiao had poured all of his true energy into this attack, as well as the terrifying power of his deviant flame. Not even Imperial Prince Tien could do that. Not even a 9th Division life-sizer. There was no way Imperial Prince Tien would come out unscathed. None of the onlookers could ever have guessed that a 4th Division life-sizer could unleash such a terrifying attack. Even a 6th Division life-sizer wouldn't have been able to withstand a blow like that. It was simply too terrifying. Imperial Prince Tien isn't going to be killed, is he? Many of the onlookers stared in disbelief at the enormous sword of flame that had stabbed into Imperial Prince Tien. How could that kid unleash such a terrifying attack? It's impossible with his cultivation. Could it be related to his martial arts? Boss Lei frowned and said, "It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. That must be a martial technique at the peak of the general level. No, it might even be a king-level martial skill. Are you kidding me? How could Trash from the 8 Immortals Kingdom possibly cultivate a royal-class martial skill when he's only in the 4th Division of life-seizing? First, it was the dragon race. Then, it was the immortal flame. Now, it was a king-grade martial technique." Ling Xiao shocked all the cultivators present. In addition to the shock, greed began to grow crazily. Regardless of whether it was the dragon race or the king stage martial skill, they were both things that they desperately pursued. If that brat doesn't die, we must get those things. The people hiding in the dark had firmly engraved Ling Xiao's appearance in their minds. Although they knew very well that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to escape the pursuit of the myriad land martial artists. But even if there was a sliver of a chance, they didn't want to let it go. After all, Ling Xiao's treasures were simply too tempting for them. Prince Tien's handmaidens didn't seem to be worried at all. Although a king-grade martial skill was powerful, the person who used it was only a 4th Division life-sizer. They refused to believe that Prince Tien couldn't defend against such an attack. And yet, as soon as the attack was unleashed, their faces flickered with shock. The power of the attack was beyond their imagination. It didn't seem like the attack of a 4th Division life-sizer at all, but more like the attack of a 6th Division life-sizer. It was more than enough to injure Prince Tien. "Hurry up and save Prince Tien." With a squeal, Longmire pounced towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao had already grabbed Mai Ying's hand and unleashed the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Although Prince Tien's handmaidens weren't weak, in terms of speed, they couldn't compare. It was basically impossible to catch up to Ling Xiao, who had used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique. And that was exactly what Ling Xiao had been waiting for. Injure Prince Tien, and then flee. Timed detonation. Even as he fled, Ling Xiao didn't forget to unleash his final attack. Prince Tien, who was already injured to begin with, had a powerful explosion. The few maids who had rushed over were all sent flying. 3 of the handmaidens, who were only 6th Division life-sizers, were instantly killed. The rest of the handmaidens were also battered and exhausted. Although they weren't seriously injured, they didn't look very good. Some of the crafty people who had been watching from the shadows had already taken advantage of the situation to flee. They knew Prince Tien's temper all too well. After being seen in such a sorry state, wouldn't he just kill them? Boss Lei and his men fled as well. And the truth was, they were right. In a fit of rage, Prince Tien killed all of the remaining people hiding in the dark, not leaving a single one alive. "I'm going to kill you, you piece of shit. I'm going to kill you." A sword wound could be seen on Prince Tien's body, as well as burn marks. Although they weren't serious, they were still burning. Clearly, they were. He was the leader of the Celestial Dynasty, and yet, he had been injured by a puny 4th Division life-sizer. It was a complete disgrace. "None of you are allowed to speak of what happened here, or die," Prince Tien said, looking coldly at his subordinates. "Listen up, Prince Tien, you little doggy. I'll definitely get my revenge one day. When that time comes, it won't be as simple as being in a sorry state. If I don't kill you, I'm not human, and all of you scum from the myriad kingdoms will follow you in your misfortune." It was at this point that a voice echoed through the air. Prince Tien didn't want to lose face, but Ling Xiao wanted to humiliate him. Prince Tien couldn't do anything to stop the voice. After all, it was a voice formed by the soul power of the wind. All he could do was listen, but there was nothing he could do. Ling Xiao had already decided that he needed to break through to the level where he could kill Prince Tian as quickly as possible. In order to kill Prince Tian, he needed to be at least in the 8th division of life-seizing. After all, Prince Tian was no ordinary martial artist. He was a genius, far stronger than most 9th division life-sizers. If he wanted to defeat him, Ling Xiao would have to work hard. Although he had toyed with Prince Tian for a bit, and then escaped unscathed, it had been quite impressive. But Ling Xiao knew full well that he had just been venting his frustrations. If he wanted to live with dignity, he would have to defeat Prince Tian. If he hadn't used life reversal today, he would have been dead for sure. Most likely, Long Chen and Mai Ying would have died as well. No, to be exact, it wasn't Mai Ying. It was Cold Plum. From the moment Mai Ying had attacked Prince Tian, Ling Xiao had been certain that she was Cold Plum. Although he wasn't sure how she had gotten her hands on the God Devil medallion, he knew that Cold Plum was in a very bad situation. Although Prince Tian's attack hadn't hit a vital point, it was still very dangerous. Chapter 33:12. Ling Xiao could only temporarily arrange for the unconscious Cold Plum to recuperate in the Mountain River realm. This was to maintain her life, but there was no way to truly wake her up for the time being. You don't have to worry too much. Master will properly research a treatment method. Your mission is to cultivate well. It will definitely come in handy. The Yuan Venerate reminded Ling Xiao. Don't worry, Master. I know very well that treating Cold Plum's injuries will definitely require extremely precious herbs. The more precious the herbs are, the harder it is to obtain them. Fortunately, this is the immemorial divine tomb, so there should be plenty of herbs. I will only be able to obtain better herbs if I become stronger. I won't be discouraged at this time. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Since Cold Plum's life wasn't in danger for the time being, he didn't have to worry too much. His master was the best alchemist in the mystic world. He would definitely be able to find a way to treat Cold Plum. Prince Tian's arrogant face had already been firmly etched in his mind. No matter what, he wouldn't let that face continue to smile. Since he had dared to provoke him, he would return the favor tenfold, 100-fold, and torture him to death. Your Highness, should we get someone to search for him? Longmire asked. Wait a moment. Let this prince search for his location first. Prince Tian closed his eyes and released his spirit power to search for the spiritual imprint on Ling Xiao's body. However, he frowned a moment later. Nothing. Why can't I find him? Of course, he didn't know that Ling Xiao hadn't been aware that he had a spiritual imprint on his body, which was why he had been found. However, now that he knew, given Ling Xiao's spirit power, it wouldn't be difficult for him to remove the spiritual imprint. Forget it. Since you can't find him, then forget it. He's just a small piece of trash who will fall into our hands sooner or later. He still wants to seek revenge from this prince. That's great. This prince wants to see how that flea will seek revenge. He won't be able to surpass this prince even if I give him 100 or 1,000 years. Right now, it was more important to look for treasures. Longmire, inform the people of the Ice Dynasty and Fire Dynasty to prioritize finding the Imperial Mausoleum, especially the Heavenly Sword Imperial Mausoleum of the 8 Great Imperial Mausoleums. That place has the thing this prince wants the most. This subordinate understands. Upon receiving the order, Longmire closed her eyes as a strange martial soul appeared behind her. The martial soul looked like a huge head with 2 antennae on it, like an antenna. A moment later, she opened her eyes and said, Your Highness, I've already explained everything clearly. All right, then let's start moving. It's not worth wasting time chasing after a flea. The other 3 forces are our true opponents. With a wave of his hand, a set of clothes flew out from his storage ring and he changed into them. His disheveled appearance also reverted back to normal. Then, the dragon throne flew into the air and flew into the distance. After he left, many martial artists who were hiding far away finally dared to show themselves. That brat is called Ling Xiao, right? He's crazy. He actually wants to fight against Prince Tian? But to be honest, his performance today is already very good. He actually managed to escape from Prince Tian. This is really surprising. Hehe, isn't that a good thing? If Prince Tien doesn't want to eat meat, we'll eat it. But he's not weak. So what if he's not weak? In the end, he's just an ant. I don't know what kind of treasure he used to successfully escape. Aren't you guys jealous? Immortal fire, dragon race, king-level martial skill, and a fine-grade emperor artifact treasure sword. That's right, it must be. That brat must have used a treasure. If you guys don't chase, I'll go. Everyone had their own thoughts. Some chose to continue searching for treasures. Some coveted the things on Ling Xiao's body and chased after Ling Xiao. However, everyone had a common point of view. Ling Xiao was not weak, but trying to make an enemy out of Prince Tien was purely a joke. It was a joke that would soon spread throughout the primeval god necropolis, and would become the talk of the town. In the eyes of these people, Ling Xiao was nothing more than a clown who didn't know the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth. After all, the Celestial Dynasty was one of the four most powerful organizations in the Western domain. Prince Tien was the leader of the Celestial Dynasty. He was the leader of billions of people. How dare a nobody like him challenge him? If he wasn't a clown, then what was? He was nothing more than a joke. Whether it was in terms of status or power, the two of them weren't even on the same level. One was a 9th stage life-sizer, the other was a 4th stage life-sizer. Ordinary martial artists would need hundreds of years to catch up. And that was under the assumption that Prince Tien's power was stagnant. Considering how talented Prince Tien was, how could he possibly be stuck in the primeval god necropolis? Most likely, Ling Xiao would never be able to catch up to him. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't think it was a joke. If anyone knew how fast Ling Xiao's cultivation base had risen in the past 2 or 3 months, they would know that Ling Xiao was no ordinary person. If Prince Tien truly understood Ling Xiao's aptitude and talent, he definitely would not have let this ant, who could become a giant at any time, escape. He would definitely regret it. Ling Xiao had only come to the primeval god necropolis to get stronger, so that he could pass through the forbidden death zone and reach the 4 domains to find the Moon Maiden. But now, he had another goal. And that was to kill Prince Tien. He had the strongest martial soul in the entire mystic world, the martial soul of Tyrant Heaven. He had the best talent in the mystic world, so why couldn't he do it? That was the source of his confidence. He wasn't just spouting nonsense. Sensing that Prince Tien's aura was gone, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. However, he didn't stop walking. He continued onward. He was sure that his attack on Prince Tien had exposed a lot of his secrets, and would have attracted a lot of attention. At this stage, it was better to stay away from those people as much as possible. If it really didn't work, then he would just kill those people. Long Chen had also been released, and the 2 brothers hurried on their way. Relying on the recovery pill, he had basically recovered to his peak state. For this trip to the primeval god necropolis, he had made ample preparations. Whether it was the recovery pill, heaven tribulation pill, or the spirit fruits he had obtained in the Ice Reverend's tomb, they had all been refined into pills. And he had already consumed all of them. After consuming them, the energy of the spirit fruits had fused into his cells, becoming an existence of potential. In this way, as long as his potential was stimulated, his cultivation could continue to break through. In terms of being able to store potential, other cultivators really couldn't compare to him. Long Chen, I suddenly thought of a good plan. On the way, Ling Xiao suddenly said, "Boss, you don't want me to go find Prince Tien, do you?" How smart was Long Chen? He instantly thought of Ling Xiao's so-called good plan. Because he was actually thinking about such a thing. The current him wouldn't be of much use following Ling Xiao. Instead, he would become a burden. Chapter 33:13. That's right. Following me will be very dangerous. Such a situation might happen again. I might be able to escape once, but I might not be able to escape a second time. But with Prince Tien, there's basically no one in the immemorial divine tomb that can harm you. Not only that, since he wants to nurture you, he'll definitely give you a lot of resources. With him, your strength will definitely increase faster than if you follow me. Ling Xiao analyzed. It's indeed a good idea, but I can't get over it psychologically. It feels like I'm betraying you, boss. Long Chen shook his head. No, if you follow him, He'll only look down on me. This way, you and I will be safer. How can that be considered betrayal? Actually, the only thing I'm worried about is that he might do something to your soul. Ling Xiao said solemnly, but it's fine. I can inject half of my soul into your soul realm to hide it. As long as he dares to use that method, I'll make him fail. At that time, you just have to pretend to obey him. Since that's the case, I'll listen to you, boss. I also feel that my current strength is too weak. With such strength, I'm already invincible in the Eight Immortals Empire. But here, I'm simply at the bottom. Actually, I already had this idea before, but I was afraid that you'd be angry, so I didn't mention it. Long Chen smiled. Actually, he had another idea in his heart. That was to become Ling Xiao's spy and infiltrate the Heavenly Emperor Empire. After all, the Heavenly Emperor Empire had more people, so the chances of finding treasures would be higher. If he went undercover, Ling Xiao would be the first to know what the Heavenly Emperor Empire found. His life had been saved by his boss several times. It was worth it to take a risk for his boss. Not to mention, this wasn't just a simple risk. There were many benefits. Let's go. I'll send you over. I'll only leave after I'm sure you're safe. Ling Xiao called out and brought Long Chen in a different direction. He used the Taiji Eye to find Prince Tian's position and sped up. Prince Tian met up with the people from the Ice and Fire Empires. His speed had slowed down a lot. It didn't take long for them to catch up. I'm right here. You go over. If the situation doesn't seem right, immediately escape. Leave the rest to me. This plan was risky, but he felt that it was worth it. Ling Xiao had already prepared the refining array stones. He gave 2 of them to Long Chen and took the rest for himself. If something went wrong, the array refining stone would be the key to escape. Who? Long Chen's appearance made the Celestial Dynasty's people become vigilant. Your Highness, Long Chen is here to seek refuge. Long Chen did not answer the person who asked the question. Instead, he shouted at Prince Tian, who was not far away. When Prince Tian saw Long Chen, he was overjoyed. However, there was still a flash of light in his eyes. Seek refuge? Where is your master? Prince Tian asked. Ling Xiao, that trash, was ambushed by other martial artists while he was escaping. I took the opportunity to slip away. When he said this, Long Chen felt very uncomfortable in his heart. However, in order for the plan to succeed, he could only slander his boss a little. Why? Wasn't he nice to you? Does he see you as a brother? Prince Tian naturally wouldn't believe Long Chen's words so easily. Brothers can't be eaten as food. His strength is too weak and he has offended you. Following him will only lead to death. And I can feel that the revival of our dragon race all depends on you, Prince Tian. If you don't abandon me, I hope you can take me in. Long Chen said. Your Highness, you can't trust this fellow so easily. The dragon race's intelligence has always been good. Long Maya reminded. Do I need you to remind me? The arrogant Prince Tian was naturally unhappy with Long Maya's words. Wasn't Long Maya treating him like a fool? However, her words did make sense. Come here. The corner of Prince Tian's mouth curled into a sneer. He naturally had a way to make this dragon his own. Yes. Long Chen walked towards Prince Tian. When he was 4 to 5 meters away, Prince Tian's eyes suddenly flickered and a strange light shot into Long Chen's eyes. As expected, it's still the same trick. Ling Xiao, who was observing in the dark, knew that this was a soul secret technique. It was similar to his soul snatcher. It was to control Long Chen's soul and turn him into a puppet. Fortunately, he made preparations in advance. Who is your master? Prince Tian asked after a long time. Your Highness Prince Tian. Long Chen's eyes were lifeless, as if he had lost his usual vigor. It's a success. Your Highness Golden Eye is indeed magical. Long Maya said excitedly. He's lifeless now, but he'll return to normal after a period of time. Moreover, his memories will be completely changed. It doesn't matter if he came to me sincerely or not, he'll become my most loyal subordinate. Prince Tian laughed and said, it just so happens that one of the 8 great imperial tombs, the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, is most suitable for this fellow. With the Dragon Emperor and the Heavenly Sword Emperor, this prince will be the strongest dragon knight in the western region. It's a success. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Naturally, Long Chen's reaction was an act. Half of his Yuan spirit was in Long Chen's soul realm, so he was very clear about Long Chen's situation. Laugh as much as you want. When you nurture Long Chen to become incomparably strong, you'll realize that you're just an idiot being used. With a sneer, Ling Xiao quietly turned around and left. At this time, the further he was away from Long Chen, the safer Long Chen would be. Next, he could focus on increasing his strength. Whether it was in the Eight Immortals Empire or in the immemorial Divine Tomb, he must become a top-notch existence. Whoever dares to provoke him, he will destroy them. This will not change. Wrapping his clothes tightly, Ling Xiao increased his speed. With his keen sense of smell and powerful Tai Kai eye, he can definitely detect danger or opportunity at the first moment. Along the way, he found many traces of battle. There were also the corpses of cultivators and monsters. The immemorial Divine Tomb has only been opened for a short time, but people have already started to die. It's really a gloomy and terrifying place. Along the way, he found many spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits, which were better than the ones in the Ice Reverend's tomb. This was still the outside world. If he was in a small world, he believed that there would be more such treasures. It was a pity that these spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits had been ruined by some people. Some people who didn't know the value of these things at all didn't know the value of these things. Shaking his head helplessly, Ling Xiao continued to move forward. Suddenly, an open space appeared in front of him. However, the situation in this open space was a little strange. It was all white snow, and icebergs stood in great numbers. There was not a single plant. The whole place was white. It seems that the environment in the immemorial Divine Tomb is really strange. I don't know what law it is that caused the environment to be so different in such a close place. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Chapter 33:14. Even as Ling Xiao was lost in thought, his Taiji eye caught sight of a group of people off in the distance. Isn't that Big Boss Lei and the others? Ling Xiao thought, grinning. He hadn't forgotten how Big Boss Lei had looked down on him. Now was a good time to go see what was going on. Who knew, he might be able to pick up some good stuff. Besides, Fan Tuan had been nice to him, so if there was any danger, he might be able to help. Moving to a safe location, he peered through the gaps in the ice forest. The first thing he saw was a group of crystal-clear, snake-like demonlings. Ice crystal snakes. Ling Xiao knew that ice crystal snakes were generally around the 5th stage of the 1-star life-seizing level. Mutant ice crystal snakes, however, were as strong as 6th stage life sizes. If he ran into an ice crystal snake king, it was likely that they would be 7th stage life sizes. As far as he could see, there were about 30 ice crystal snakes, all of which were ordinary ice crystal snakes. There were no mutant ice crystal snake kings. However, ice crystal snakes were ice-type demonlings, and in a glacial environment, they were nearly twice as strong. The sudden appearance of so many terrifying demonic beasts really made people speechless. After all, even the sunbird from the Hegemon Sword dynasty was only in the 5th stage of the life-seizing level. The Primeval God Necropolis truly was a Primeval God Necropolis. Furthermore, ice crystal snakes were special. They were elemental creatures. Generally speaking, elemental creatures had much stronger life force than ordinary demonlings. Their regenerative abilities were even more shocking, especially in an environment that suited them. If they couldn't kill their opponents with a single blow, then they were virtually invincible. The ice crystal snakes had incredible defensive capabilities, and were probably no weaker than a peak general class defense-type martial artist. Furthermore, they could spit out frost, which could instantly freeze a martial artist. It was very difficult to fight them. Generally speaking, if one wasn't strong enough to crush them, no martial artist would want to fight them head-on. After all, it wasn't worth it. It was none other than Big Boss Lei's group that was facing off against the ice crystal snakes. Big Boss Lei's group had a total of 20 or so people, and even the weakest of them was in the 6th stage of the life-seizing level. But even so, when faced with these 30 ice crystal snakes, he was actually crushed miserably. From the looks of it, 2 of them had already been killed. The remaining people were still holding on. Boss Lei is indeed strong. He is not afraid of fighting 3 ice crystal snakes alone. No wonder he was so arrogant before. However, the others were not as powerful. The ice crystal snake moved very quickly in the glacier, and it was very easy for it to blend in with the surrounding environment, making it impossible to guard against. Boss Lei, we can't hold on any longer. These ice crystal snakes are too strong. We should retreat. Our lives are more important. Someone shouted. Retreat my ass. This ice crystal snake's demonic beast core is very valuable. Moreover, it has an ice gall in its body. That thing is even more valuable. I've already investigated. The owner of the God and Devil token has sent many traveling merchants to the ancient divine tomb. As long as we obtain these things, we can go to him to exchange them for spirit stones and pills. This is very important for our long-term activities in the Archean divine tomb. Don't forget that once the door to the divine tomb closes, it will be half a year. During this half a year, we have to accumulate a large amount of resources. If you run now, you'll still have to die in the future. Big Boss Lei roared as he fought. Boss Lei, I can't hold on any longer. Fan Tuan shouted from the other side. Fan Tuan was in the 6th division of the life-seizing level, so he could handle 1 ice crystal snake. However, he was currently being attacked by 2 ice crystal snakes, and had no choice but to wield his saber to defend himself. Despite that, he was still in a precarious situation. You piece of trash, Big Boss Lei said. If I'd known you were such a piece of trash, I wouldn't have brought you along. Bullshit. How am I a piece of trash? I'm only in the 6th division of the life-seizing level, and I can't even handle 2 ice crystal snakes. You're a fucking 7th division life-sizer, and you can't even handle 3 ice crystal snakes. Who's the real piece of trash here? I paid so much protection money, and in the end I have to fight on my own. Have you no fucking shame? Fan Tuan was so angry that he couldn't help but curse as he fought. When he had first joined Big Boss Lei's group, he had felt that the more people there were, the better. If they helped each other, their chances of survival would be higher. Furthermore, he had paid enough mid-grade spirit stones as a reward. But now, Big Boss Lei was clearly capable of helping him, and yet he wasn't doing anything. It was truly infuriating. You dare to curse me? Big Boss Lei said coldly, his face flickering with anger. Suddenly, he sent 2 of the ice crystal snakes flying. As it turned out, he had been putting on an act all along. Then he sent the 3rd ice crystal snake flying with a kick. Laughing coldly, Big Boss Lei walked toward Fan Tuan. You piece of trash. How dare you curse me? I'll destroy you. So what if I curse you? I'll *CK your mother. Fan Tuan knew that he was going to die for sure. That was just how he was. Until he had a falling out, he could tolerate anything, and even lower his head to anyone. But once he did, he had nothing to worry about. What did you say? Big Boss Lei said, his face turning ashen. I said I'll *CK your mother. Fan Tuan repeated himself. Big Boss Lei was about to explode. Suddenly, he picked up speed and charged toward Fan Tuan. Fan Tuan really wasn't going to be easy to deal with. Just when everyone thought he was going to die, he rolled onto his back. Suddenly, he did a donkey's backflip, and dove behind the 2 ice crystal snakes. The ice crystal snakes had been attacking him, but now they were attacking Big Boss Lei. Boss Lei's furious attack landed on the 2 ice crystal snakes. The 2 ice crystal snakes were instantly smashed into pieces. What the fuck? A 7th stage life-sizer is really strong. I'm not a match for him. Fan Tuan's face turned cold. The power of Big Boss Lei's attack was enough to send him flying. Big Boss Lei really was strong. Are you ready to die? Big Boss Lei said, looking at Fan Tuan with a sinister smile. Kid, you must have made a lot of money doing business. Hand over all the spirit stones you have, and I'll spare your life. Spare your mother? Do you think I'm stupid? I've already done my homework on you. You think you can trick me into giving you my spirit stones, then kill me? Not a chance. I might not be as strong as you, but I'll give it my all. Even as the words left his mouth, Fan Tuan steadied himself. He knew that he couldn't escape. Big Boss Lei was faster than him, and he knew that it would be better to fight to the death than to leave his back to the enemy. Even if he died, he wouldn't regret it. "You've got guts," Big Boss Lei said. "Too bad it won't do you any good. You've been influenced by that Ling Xiao brat. Sooner or later, Prince Heaven will kill him. Even if he doesn't, I'll kill him anyway. He has a lot of treasures on him." The truth was that Big Boss Lei had come looking for Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, the Primeval God necropolis was too complicated, and Ling Xiao had gone looking for Prince Heaven. In the end, he lost track of him, and ended up in the nest of the ice crystal snakes. Now, he had to fight. And it was going to be a tough fight. Chapter 33:15. I don't think he's going to die. Otherwise, Prince Tien would have killed him right from the start. He's a true genius. You Morans can't see through him. Do you know why I recruited him from the start? I just thought he was an expert. Who would have thought that a bastard like you would look down on him? If he can hurt Prince Tien, can you? And you're calling him a piece of trash? You're the complete piece of trash. Fan Tuan didn't really care that he was going to die anyway. Therefore, he decided to just say whatever he wanted to say. "Fine, I'll kill you first, and then I'll kill him." Big Boss Lei sneered. Suddenly, his body trembled, and the saber in his hand slashed down madly. There was no time for Fan Tuan to dodge, and all he could do was block with his saber. Bam! A huge boom rang out, and Fan Tuan felt his arms sinking down as his saber stabbed into the ground. Boss Lei chuckled coldly and raised his saber again, preparing to finish Fan Tuan off. "Damn it," he thought. "I never thought I'd die like this. What a coward." Fan Tuan was feeling very depressed. Although he was much stronger than other martial artists in the same level, he still couldn't fight someone above his level. Furthermore, Boss Lei was an expert in the 7th division of life seizing, so there was nothing Yang Qi could do about him. They were both saber users, but Boss Lei's saber technique was heavy and powerful. Yang Qi, on the other hand, was slick and slippery. His saber technique was unpredictable, and if he fought force with force, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Closing his eyes, Yang Qi prepared to detonate his meridians. Even if he died, he couldn't let Boss Lei off easy. That was his simple plan. However, it was in that very moment that a terrifying force appeared next to Fan Tuan. Not only did it prevent Fan Tuan from detonating, it also slammed into Boss Lei's abdomen, sending him flying backward. "Who's there?" both Fan Tuan and Boss Lei asked. Was this newcomer friend or foe? Both of them were very nervous. Then, they turned to look at the newcomer. It was a young man in a green robe, with long, flowing black hair. He was taller than most youths, and although he wasn't particularly muscular, he was very well proportioned. "It's you." Both Fan Tuan and Boss Lei recognized him. That was because this person had left too deep of an impression on them. Apart from this young man, there was no one else who could injure Prince Tien and escape. However, they were also very confused. Wasn't this Ling Xiao only in the 4th division of life seizing? To be able to send Boss Lei flying with a kick, even though this sneak attack was unexpected, it still proved how powerful his attack was. "That's right, it's me, Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao smiled at Fan Tuan and said, "Brother, you seem to have joined a mediocre group." Boss Lei also recognized Ling Xiao, and his brows were tightly knitted together. He was not in a hurry to counterattack because Ling Xiao's kick still hurt him. At this moment, 4 ice crystal snakes had already pounced on Ling Xiao, who had suddenly appeared. It was as if they felt that this person who had suddenly appeared was the strongest among them all. This was the case for the ice crystal snake. They could determine the strength of their enemies, and then use their advantage in numbers to take out the strongest one. That would make the rest of the fight much easier. Boss Lei wanted to see exactly how strong Ling Xiao was. Although 4 ice crystal snakes weren't a threat to him, they were still quite intimidating. Furthermore, how could a 4th division life-sizer deal with an ice crystal snake? And 4 of them at that. It was almost impossible. Of course, what he didn't know was that Ling Xiao was invincible in the 4th division of life seizing. When he transformed into a beast soul, he had the battle prowess of a 5th division life-sizer. And when he transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat, he had the battle prowess of a 6th Division life-sizer. Therefore, to him, these ice crystal snakes weren't much of a threat. The 4 ice crystal snakes were extremely ferocious. When Fan Tuan saw them, he hurriedly stood back to back with Ling Xiao, ready to help. "Brother," Fan Tuan said, "I really have to thank you for saving my life. These ice crystal snakes aren't easy to deal with. Why don't you deal with 2 of them, and I'll deal with these 2? Let's work together." Truth be told, he could handle 2 ice crystal snakes. The only reason he had asked Boss Lei for help was to see how he would react. If he ended up in a dangerous situation, and Boss Lei refused to help him, he would be dead for sure. Therefore, it was better to figure out what to do first. "There's no need for that. Brother, you stay off to the side and make sure the other ice crystal snakes don't get close. Also, keep an eye on Boss Lei. I'll deal with these 4 ice crystal snakes." Ling Xiao gave Fan Tuan a push. The force was neither too strong nor too weak, and it just happened to push Fan Tuan out of the battle. Fan Tuan wanted to turn around and help, but it was too late. The 4 ice crystal snakes were now closing in on Ling Xiao from 4 different directions. They were only about 3 meters away. Ordinary beast soul transformations should be fine. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he entered his Frost Dragon beast soul transformation mode. This was the home turf of the Frost WM, so it was only natural for him to use the transformation. After transforming, Ling Xiao's entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of armor made from the bones of the Frost WM. He looked majestic. After transforming, Ling Xiao released the majestic aura of the Dragon Clan. However, this little bit of dragon aura had no effect on the ice crystal snakes. Moreover, there were 4 of them and Ling Xiao was only 1 person. They did not believe that this human could be their match. Kai, 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 kai. A total of 4 sounds were heard almost at the same time. 4 streams of icy aura rushed towards Ling Xiao, intending to freeze Ling Xiao entirely. "Brother, be careful. That guy's icy aura is terrifying. Once you are frozen, you can only wait for death." As soon as Fan Tuan finished his words, he was dumbfounded. Because what happened next was something he had never expected. Not only did Ling Xiao not dodge, he even opened his mouth and sucked the icy aura into his body. Then, he opened his mouth again. Frigid ice dragon breath. The terrifying frigid ice dragon breath was unleashed, and the 4 ice crystal snakes couldn't stand up to it. Frozen solid, they began to fall to the ground. Of course, it only lasted for a moment. After all, ice crystal snakes were ice-type demonlings, and had strong resistance to ice. However, Ling Xiao had already thought of a way to deal with them. After using the frigid ice dragon breath, he lashed out with his dragon tail. It circled around Yang Qi, and then hit the 4 ice crystal snakes. The frozen snakes didn't even have a chance to break free from the ice before they were smashed to pieces. Ice galls and demonling cores fell to the ground. What's going on? Fan Tuan wasn't the only one who was flabbergasted. Everyone else was completely flabbergasted. Ling Xiao was a 4th stratum life-sizer, and yet, he had killed 4 ice crystal snakes as if they were toys. He was so freaking strong that they couldn't help but feel ashamed. Even the weakest of them was in the 6th stratum of life-seizing, and yet, killing 1 ice crystal snake had been so difficult. Chapter 33:16. Everyone was shocked at how strong Ling Xiao was. From the beginning of the fight to the end, Ling Xiao had only used 2 moves. Freak. Boss Lei's eyes grew darker and darker. Ling Xiao's cultivation base hadn't improved. He was sure of that. Could it be that the kid's battle prowess had always been this terrifying? Boss Lei really had misjudged him. No. I can't make him my enemy for now. He has too many secrets, including the Dragonfolk, Immortal Flame, and King-class martial skills. If I fight him head-on, I'll end up with both sides getting hurt. I might as well keep him by my side and keep an eye on him. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Boss Lei came up with an idea. Ling Xiao's battle prowess was incredible, and he hadn't even used the king-class martial skill he had used against Prince Tian. If he did, he would be in trouble. Therefore, even if he wanted to kill him and take his treasures, he had to find a good opportunity to do so. Keeping Ling Xiao by his side was obviously the best choice. That way, he would have the advantage of being in a favorable position. "Why don't we stay and fight, little brother?" Boss Lei asked. "If we work together, we might be able to get into more dangerous places and get more benefits." After all, Ling Xiao and Boss Lei had already killed 9 of the ice snakes. Because of that, the number of ice snakes had dwindled. Their team became more relaxed. Boss Lei did not join the battle again. Instead, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "All right." Ling Xiao said, smiling. "Ha ha ha. Great. Let's get rid of these ice snakes together." Boss Lei laughed coldly. As long as Ling Xiao stayed, he would have a chance to make his move. Little did he know that Ling Xiao's goal was the same as his. Ling Xiao wasn't confident in being able to beat Boss Lei. Therefore, he had to find an opportunity to use Boss Lei's battle prowess. After all, Boss Lei was a 7th level life-sizer. If they encountered any danger, they would need his help. However, he didn't immediately join the fight. Instead, he walked over to Fan Tuan and said, "Are you going to stay?" "If you stay, I'll stay. But I have to warn you that Boss Lei isn't a good person. He took the money and didn't do anything." Fan Tuan warned him. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Fan Tuan was a sentimental person. Since Ling Xiao had saved his life, he naturally had nothing to say to Ling Xiao. It was precisely because of this that he had to tell Ling Xiao these things. "He's not a good person, and I'm not someone to be trifled with. You don't have to worry about that. I joined your group purely because I know too little information. Take this Archean divine tomb for example. These 2 places are clearly connected, but one side is lush with vegetation, and the other side has become an iceberg and snowfield. What is the reason for this?" Ling Xiao released the golden phoenix incarnation and cleaned up the ice crystal snakes in the surroundings while he chatted with Fan Tuan. "Oh, that's simple. I've done my research. The ancient divine tomb is actually made up of 10 different terrains. These 10 terrains were also known as the 10 districts. These 10 zones were divided into natural zone, glacier zone, raging flame zone, ferocious beast zone, and so on. We were in the natural area just now, and this is the glacier area. And each area has a city. The city in the glacier area is called Ice City. I heard from Boss Lei that Ice City belongs to the owner of the God and Devil Order. There are a lot of supplies there. We are planning to kill these ice crystal snakes and then go to that place." Fan Tuan spoke in detail, but some of the information was just hearsay. He didn't know if it was accurate or not. After listening to Fan Tuan's words, Ling Xiao was even more determined to follow this team. He was simply blind in this place. He didn't know where to go and what to get. And Boss Lei came from WN Guo, so he definitely knew more than him. "What's the specific situation of Ice City? Do you know?" Ling Xiao asked. This really stumped me. Although I tried my best to inquire about some information, I still couldn't find it. Fan Tuan smiled bitterly. "Well, then let's go to Ice City together. Anyway, it's a long time. It's half a year. Let's understand the situation first." Ling Xiao knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of Fan Tuan. After all, Fan Tuan had never been here, and all the information he knew was hearsay. Some of it was accurate, some of it was inaccurate, and some of it was impossible to find out. By now, all of the ice crystal snakes had been killed. Boss Lei's team had lost 5 people. Originally 26 people, but now there were only 21 left. Of course, Fan Tuan had paid his way in. The others were Boss Lei's trusted subordinates. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable shriek rang out. The ice crystal snake that had been killed suddenly jumped up, and its body grew even larger. Strange horns grew out of its head. "It's mutated." Ling Xiao was delighted, and immediately pounced on the mutated ice crystal snake. His 9-snake general beast soul couldn't keep up, and he urgently needed a new beast soul to upgrade it. Ling Xiao didn't care about ordinary ice crystal snakes, but this mutated one was a 6th level 1-star life-sizer. It was just right. Seeing Ling Xiao attack, Boss Lei didn't move. Ling Xiao was still in his Frost WOM beast soul form as he fought the ice crystal snake. Clearly, this battle was going to take much longer than the previous one. Before, Ling Xiao had been able to kill 4 ice crystal snakes in an instant. But the mutated ice crystal snake had taken him nearly 10 minutes to finish it off. However, from the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao did not reveal his true strength. After killing the mutated ice crystal snake, Ling Xiao took out the demon core and ice gall, then swallowed them. "What are you doing, kid?" The old wolf squad's rule is that all spoils of war belong to the boss. Seeing Ling Xiao eat the demon core and ice gall, Boss Lei's subordinate couldn't stand it. However, Ling Xiao ignored him and continued to do as he pleased. Within his body, the ice crystal snake's core had already begun to transform. Ling Xiao was already very familiar with the process of transforming a core into a beast soul. Moments later, the beast soul was fully formed and fused into the 9-snake general beast soul. The 9-snake general beast soul was now in the 7th division of the life-seizing level. In this way, Ling Xiao's 9-snake poison domain would be even more powerful. In his 9-snake general beast soul form, his battle prowess would also increase by a lot. Other than that, the fusion of the beast souls also increased the energy in Ling Xiao's cultivation C by a full 10%, reaching 40%. "What did you just say? All spoils of war belong to the boss?" After finishing his cultivation, Ling Xiao looked coldly at the martial artist who had just questioned him. "That's right. Boss Lei set the rules. No one is allowed to make an exception." Knowing that Boss Lei was backing him, the man stuck his neck out. "That's the old rule," Yang Qi said coolly. "Since you want me to join the squad, then the rules need to be changed." Ling Xiao chuckled coldly. "Don't push it, kid," the martial artist said coldly. "Be careful, or I'll kill you." "Don't kill me. Kill me. Why don't you try?" Ling Xiao said mockingly. Chapter 33:17. Seeing that Boss Lei didn't object, the man suddenly burst forward, unleashing the full power of a 6th stratum life-sizer, hoping to kill Ling Xiao with a single blow. The only reason Boss Lei didn't try to stop him was because he wanted to see if Ling Xiao would be as strong as he was in the face of a martial artist. He wanted to test Ling Xiao's strength with his trusted aide's life. "Mph, reckless fool. Venomous fangs." Ling Xiao snorted coldly, and a snake head appeared behind him and sank its fangs into the man's neck. It was so fast that the man had no time to react. The moment he was bitten, the poison began to spread through his body. In the blink of an eye, he was dead, and his body melted into pus. "Are you really sincere about inviting me to join your squad, Lei Old Wolf?" After killing the man, Ling Xiao looked over at Lei Old Wolf and smiled coldly. "Of course I'm sincere. I just didn't have time to stop that idiot. Don't worry, brother Ling Xiao. The rest of the spoils will go to you. The rest will be divided according to the previous arrangement." "What do you say?" Lei Old Wolf's pupils constricted. He had no intention of getting revenge for his trusted aide. In fact, he was even more afraid of Ling Xiao now. He had killed a 6th stratum life-sizer with a single move. Wasn't this kid a bit too strong? What he didn't know was that back in the 8 Immortals Kingdom, Ling Xiao had already killed 3 6th stratum life-sizers. Now that Ling Xiao was 4 times as strong as before, his trusted aide's fighting prowess was actually weaker than Dugu Kangying's. It was only natural that Ling Xiao could kill him. Therefore, Lei Old Wolf was very cautious about how to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew exactly what Lei Old Wolf was thinking, which was why he was being so overbearing. After all, Lei Old Wolf was confident that Boss Lei wouldn't do anything to him. That would be for the best. Ling Xiao looked at Lei Old Wolf coolly. "You guys go on ahead. I have some things to discuss with Fan Tuan. I'll catch up." Lei Old Wolf frowned, then his brows relaxed. After collecting the spoils of war and cremating the corpses of his teammates, he headed towards Bingcheng. Crunching sounds could be heard as they stepped on the icy road. Everyone had different thoughts in their minds. "Boss, that brat killed one of our men. Furthermore, he has so many treasures on him. Aren't you going to take action?" Boss Lei, who was walking at the front, heard the suggestion of his confidant beside him. "You saw how strong that brat was," Yang Qi said. "He killed a 6th division life-sizer with a single blow. Furthermore, he had yet to use his king-level martial skill. We have to wait for an opportunity, Lei Old Wolf said coldly. That person was rather disdainful. However, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Inwardly, he thought to himself, he used poison to defeat a 6th division life-sizer, that's all. Furthermore, in my opinion, that king-tier martial skill of his must have been unleashed by some kind of magic treasure. It can only be used once in a very long time. Perhaps it could only be used once. Otherwise, I would have used it long ago. He didn't understand why Lei Old Wolf was being so cautious. They had 20 brothers. If all of them attacked together, how could they not be able to kill that brat? However, he knew Lei Old Wolf's temper, so he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only endure for now. Ling Xiao, who was walking at the back, didn't need to look or hear to know what the people in front of him were muttering. They were obviously targeting him. However, he already knew that, so he didn't care. Instead, he was filled with curiosity about Bing Cheng. Fan Tuan, tell me everything you know about the Archean tomb of the gods. Ling Xiao said. No problem. However, most of what I know is just hearsay. It might not be true. Fan Tuan said. It's fine. Tell me everything. I'll determine if it's true or not. Ling Xiao said. All right. Let's talk about Bing Cheng first. Actually, there are 10 cities in the 10 districts. Each city is occupied by a god-devil king. Below the god-devil king, there are many experts. Those above the god-devil king are controlled by the owner of the god-devil token. These cities are the safest places in the Archean tomb of the gods. As long as you enter, you are not allowed to fight. If anyone fights, the god-devil king and his subordinates will definitely come out and kill them. However, to stay in these cities, you have to spend at least 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones every day. That's more than 1 million mid-grade spirit stones in half a year. It's impossible for ordinary warriors to have so many mid-grade spirit stones to pay, so they have to leave after staying in the city for a while. If they don't have enough money, they have to suffer. The owner of the god-devil token really knows how to make money. Under such circumstances, the warriors from the western region have to kill beasts every day and exchange them for spirit stones. In exchange for a stable period of time? Ling Xiao sneered. The so-called safe zone is just a place for warriors to linger on. But then again, there are still people who have millions of mid-grade spirit stones. What if they stay in the city and don't leave? It won't work. Fan Tuan shook his head. You should know that there are only 2 ways for a warrior to leave the Archean tomb of the gods. One of them was to kill other warriors to evolve his godfiend token. Every time you kill someone, the god-devil token will absorb their power and grow stronger. There are 9 ranks of god-devil tokens. The highest is rank 1, and the lowest is rank 9. When the god-devil token evolves to rank 1, you have to hand it over to the god-devil king, and you'll be able to leave the Archean tomb of the gods. How many people do you have to kill? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. If you want the god-devil token to rank 1, you'll have to kill at least 1,000 6th stratum life-sizers, over 100 7th stratum life-sizers, more than 10 8th stratum life-sizers, or a 9th stratum life-sizer. For people like us, that's an impossible task. Fan Tuan sighed. However, there is another way, and that is to complete the missions given by the city. The missions are divided into 3 categories: low, medium, and low. 4 low-level missions, you have to complete 10,000 of them. 4 medium-level missions, you have to complete 1,000. 4 high-level missions, you have to complete 100. Of course, these missions are also very dangerous. Even if they are low-grade missions, to martial artists of our cultivation level, acting alone is equivalent to courting death. That's why we've formed an alliance. Seems like it really won't be easy. After listening to Fan Tuan's explanation, Ling Xiao had a rough idea of what to do. The city was a safe zone, but you had to pay spirit stones to stay there. On the other hand, if you could kill the god-devil king, you could take over the city. If you wanted to leave the Archean tomb of the gods, you had to kill someone to evolve your god-devil token. Or you could complete missions to evolve your god-devil token. For some reason, he felt like he was a slave who had to do whatever he was told to do. But that was what Ling Xiao hated the most. He didn't want to take either of those paths. Chapter 33:18. What I'm more concerned about is the people who didn't manage to leave the immemorial divine tomb. What happened to them? Did they die? Or were they captured and enslaved? Or did they become something else? Ling Xiao knew very well that the conditions for evolving the divine devil token were extremely harsh. This was something that most people couldn't do. Tens of thousands of people had entered at once, and only 10 or 20,000 had survived. However, only a few hundred had managed to leave the immemorial divine tomb. Where did the others go? Ling Xiao had many guesses, but in the end, they were only guesses and couldn't be taken seriously. He wanted to hear what Fan Tuan had to say. I can't answer this question because no one knows the answer to this question. Not even the top experts of the 9 Supremes know. Are they dead? Or alive? This is still a mystery. Fan Tuan shook his head. I think they're still alive, but in a special way. Ling Xiao had a feeling that this game created by the Divine Devil Token's owner wasn't purely for killing people. It was very likely that there was another goal. But as for what it was, he really couldn't figure it out. He could only take it one step at a time. And who was the Divine Devil Token's owner? Was there someone else controlling him from behind the scenes? These were all unsolved mysteries. From the moment Ling Xiao stepped into the immemorial divine tomb, he wanted to solve these mysteries. He didn't want to rely on killing people to evolve the divine devil token, nor did he have any interest in carrying out any missions. Because that made him feel very uncomfortable, like he was being controlled like a toy. But now, this game had to continue. Only by clearing the game would he have the right to know the secrets behind the scenes. And this so-called secret might be very simple. Or it might just be a game created by a group of experts who had nothing better to do. And the ants of the western regions were the chess pieces of this game, providing them with entertainment. But no matter what it was, Ling Xiao wanted to know the truth. Of course, before that, the most important thing for him was to increase his strength. Right now, he couldn't even defeat Prince Tian, let alone 10 Godfiend kings. As for the Divine Devil Token's owner, he didn't even need to think about it. There were many ways to increase one's strength. Find the key materials to continue cultivating the 9 Supreme Sword technique. Constantly fight to increase one's cultivation, looking for demonic beasts to raise the grade of their beast souls. These 3 methods were all ways for Ling Xiao to increase his strength. Naturally, he wouldn't let any of them go. Of course, there were also the treasures inherent in the Archean Divine Tomb. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized a problem. Fan Tuan, why did you enter the ancient Divine Tomb? Ling Xiao asked. Is there even a need to ask? Of course, it's for the powerful ancient martial arts legacy. Fan Tuan looked at Ling Xiao and said, Don't tell me you didn't come here for these. I'm really not. I came to the immemorial Divine Tomb because I heard that this place can make warriors stronger. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. It seems like you really don't know anything about this place. Do you know why so many people still come in despite knowing that this place is extremely dangerous? It was all for those ancient mysterious inheritances. The immemorial Divine Tomb was not like this in the past. This place used to belong to one of the 4 regions. Later on, it was said that a battle between top experts had occurred, and as a result, the terrain here had changed. Countless experts had died tragically here, forming countless inheritances. Among them, the top ones are the 8 imperial mausoleums. Fan Tuan said excitedly. I can tell you that in the entire western regions, other than the Celestial Empire, which is a local force and is stronger, the other 3 forces have actually obtained their inheritances from the immemorial Divine Tomb. That's how they became incomparably strong. There's such a thing. Ling Xiao was quite surprised. If that was really the case, then the inheritances in the immemorial Divine Tomb would really have to be fought for. I heard that the 9 top experts of the 9 Supremes also left their inheritances here. How does their inheritance compare to the 8 imperial mausoleums? Ling Xiao asked. Not worth mentioning. Fan Tuan waved his hand and said, I've already told you. The establishment of the 9 Supremes, other than the Celestial Empire, relied on the inheritances of the immemorial Divine Tomb. How can the inheritances of the 9 supremes compare to the 8 imperial mausoleums? The inheritances of any of the 8 imperial mausoleums are much stronger than the inheritances of the 9 supremes. Kid, what do you know? Suddenly, Boss Lei turned his head and scolded. Although the 9 supremes appeared later than the 8 ancient emperors, their inheritances are the strongest. Because the 9 supremes themselves are the 9 clones of the ancient sword emperor. The ancient sword emperor is the master of the 8 ancient emperors. Kid, you always say that you're well informed. Are you dumbfounded this time? Actually, those fellows of the 4 forces already know this secret. So when they're searching for the 8 imperial mausoleums, they're also searching for the tombs of the 9 supremes, which is the ancient sword emperor's tomb. When the 9 supremes combine, the ancient sword emperor's inheritance will appear. But that's just a legend. In this world, no one has obtained 10 complete copies of the 9 supremes catalogue. No one knows what the 9 supremes catalogue will look like after combining into one. Compared to the illusory ancient sword emperor, the 8 imperial mausoleums are naturally more realistic. Fan Tuan retorted. You're not wrong, but I believe that the ancient sword emperor's inheritance must exist. As long as we can obtain it, we'll definitely surpass the 4 forces. Boss Lei's face was filled with hope. The ancient sword emperor? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Could the map of the Western region's divine tombs that he obtained be the guide to the ancient sword emperor's inheritance? No, this secret must be kept for now. I'll look for it when I'm strong enough. Otherwise, it'll become someone else's. I'm not asking for the ancient sword emperor's inheritance. If I can obtain one of the 8 imperial mausoleums, I'll be satisfied. Ling Xiao smiled. That's still as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The ancient emperors of the past were all existences whose strength surpassed the first reincarnation realm. No one knows exactly how strong they were. But according to the information, the identities of the 8 ancient emperors are clear. They are the Dragon Emperor, the Flame Emperor, the Ice Emperor, the Sky Sword Emperor, the Soul Emperor, the Sea God Emperor, the Linglong Empress, and the 7 Stars Battle Emperor. Actually, you should have noticed that the 9 supremes basically have all the abilities of the 8 ancient emperors. Because the 8 ancient emperors' abilities were imparted by the ancient sword emperor. Therefore, the 9 clones of the ancient sword emperor naturally have the abilities of the 8 ancient emperors. The 8 imperial mausoleums haven't been found yet? Ling Xiao asked. How is that possible? Currently, the inheritances of the Soul Emperor, the Sea God Emperor, and the Linglong Empress have been found. They are in the hands of the Hall of Souls, the Myriad Kingdom, and the Linglong Palace respectively. Fan Tuan answered. That means there are still 5 of the 8 imperial mausoleums left. This is an opportunity. Ling Xiao was a little excited. As long as there was a way to increase his strength, he would definitely not miss it. That's right. There are still 5 that have not been found. Fan Tuan nodded and said, the inheritances of the ancient emperors that have been found have become the key to the rise of the Western region's forces. Or they might become the greatest driving force for their rise. Chapter 33:19. Fan Tuan continued, Soul Hall relied on the Soul Emperor's legacy to become one of the 4 great powers of the Western regions. Actually, the rise of the 10,000 nations was the same. But Empress Linglong's legacy is a bit special. Apparently, Linglong Palace still hasn't comprehended it. But I've heard some news as well. It seems that Linglong Palace's new disciple, Feng Feiye, has something to do with Empress Linglong's legacy. Perhaps they brought him out this time to borrow the environment of the archaic divine tomb to let him accept Empress Linglong's legacy. Once he obtains that legacy, I believe Feng Feiye will become an existence above all other young geniuses. Perhaps Linglong Palace can even unify the Alliance of Vengeance under their banner. Interesting. Ling Xiao's eyes twinkled with a strong desire. If he could get those top-quality legacies, he'd be very happy. Even without the ancient sword sovereign's legacy, the legacy of the 8 great ancient emperors was enough to surpass the first reincarnation realm. After fusing with it, he wouldn't be so passive when he went to the 4 regions with the beast god's legacy. Moreover, if he had enough strength, he wouldn't have sent Long Chen to spy in the Celestial Emperor dynasty. After all, although his plan succeeded, There was no guarantee that the celestial imperial prince wouldn't see through it one day. Thus, the most important thing was to increase his own strength and gain the ability to protect his brothers. It's very interesting. I, Fan Tuan, don't want to live under someone else's roof and be bullied all the time. I want to get a strong legacy too. Even if it's not the 8 great ancient emperors, there's plenty of other legacies left behind from this powerful battlefield. As long as I get stronger, I'll kill that boss Lei. Ling Xiao, can you leave that fellow's life to me? Fan Tuan might be fat, but he wasn't a fat otaku. He had his own dreams and ambitions. Otherwise, why would he give up a stable life and come to the archaic divine tomb? The god-devil token wasn't bound by force. It could be given to someone else. The reason he came here was to become stronger. It was all for the sake of changing his almost unchanging life. That kind of life wasn't necessarily a blessing. He didn't want to waste his life in luxury. All right, then let's work hard together. Ling Xiao patted Fan Tuan's shoulder, and the two of them smiled at each other. Two idiots. You're not far from death, yet you still want to obtain some kind of inheritance. Big Boss Lei laughed coldly and did not say anything else. He continued to advance in the direction of Ice City. What he needed now was an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. So before this, as long as Ling Xiao didn't do things that were too excessive, he wouldn't care. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of the old wolf team. One of them was carrying a sword on his back. It was actually a fire attribute high-quality emperor artifact. When Ling Xiao saw this, his eyes widened. Back then, for the sake of this fire-attributed sword, he had asked the people of the 8 Immortals' kingdom to help him search for it for a very long time. In the end, he had finally obtained a mortal-grade emperor artifact sword. Although it wasn't bad, its level was too low. It definitely wouldn't work against an expert. And now, someone actually had the thing he had been dreaming of. How could he not be happy? So it's the Fire Snake Brothers. I wonder why you're looking for my old wolf squad. Big Boss Lei wasn't afraid of them at all. After all, each of the Fire Snake Brothers was only in the 6th stage of life seizing. Only when the 2 of them worked together could they unleash the power of a 7th stage life sizer. Big Boss Lei, we're not looking for you. We're looking for him. The eldest of the Fire Snake Brothers pointed at Ling Xiao. Big Boss Lei, we hope you won't interfere. That's not going to be easy. He's my brother now. If you kill him, how am I supposed to show my face in the future? Big Boss Lei said hypocritically. 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones for you not interfering, said the younger of the Fire Snake Brothers coldly. Hey, brother Ling Xiao. What do you think we should do? Do you need our help? Big Boss Lei looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. If I asked you to kill them, would you? Ling Xiao said with a cold laugh. That's not a good idea. Big Boss Lei said. If you don't want to, then what's the point of talking? Screw off to the side and watch. How dare 2 6th stage life sizers try to kill me? It's like they're here to give me weapons. A fine Emperor-class Profound Flame Sword. A fine Emperor-class Snake Venom Sword. Interesting. I'll take them all. Ling Xiao looked at Big Boss Lei with disdain. If he had known that guy wouldn't help, he wouldn't have counted on him. Brother, I'll help you. The Fire Snake Brothers are not easy to deal with. But if it's 2 against 2, it'll be easy. Fan Tuan was much more of a brother than Big Boss Lei. At this time, he wasn't afraid of danger and offered to help. Ling Xiao whispered into his ear, your mission is to keep an eye on Big Boss Lei's men. I'll deal with the Fire Snake Brothers alone. He wasn't afraid of the Fire Snake Brothers. Even if it was 2 against 1, he could split his attacks. What he was worried about was Big Boss Lei's sneak attack. As long as Fan Tuan kept an eye on him, he wouldn't have to hold him back for long. He wouldn't let Big Boss Lei succeed. How could he not know what that bastard Lei old wolf was thinking? All right, be careful. Fan Tuan also saw Ling Xiao's worry, so he nodded. Ling Xiao walked towards the Fire Snake Brothers and smiled. You too want the treasures on me? That's right. If you know what's good for you, hand them over obediently. Otherwise, we'll waste time. Big Boss Fire Snake said coldly. What if I don't? Ling Xiao smiled. If you don't hand them over, we'll snatch them. Big Boss Fire Snake said sternly. You guys really think too highly of yourselves. Prince Tian wanted to kill me, but he didn't succeed. With just the two of you. TSK. Ling Xiao shook his finger and said, if you make a move on me, you're courting death. Prince Tian underestimated you, but we won't. Big Boss Fire Snake said, your strongest skill is only that Emperor-class skill. It's a pity that your cultivation is too weak, so it won't be very powerful. As long as we block that move of yours, you won't be able to do anything. I don't need that move to deal with you guys. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, in my eyes, the two of you are just two caterpillars that are courting death. Ghost God Seal. Before Ling Xiao's voice died down, he suddenly formed a seal with both hands. A ghost god appeared in front of him, filled with a majestic and terrifying aura. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Before the other party understood him, he would use a powerful move to catch them off guard. This was Ling Xiao's strategy. At the same time that he used the ghost god seal, Ling Xiao's body had already transformed into the shadow rabbit beast soul. The shadow rabbit had inherited the essence of Ling Xiao's shadow ultimacy. In the shadow rabbit beast soul transformation, the power of the shadow ultimacy's moves would increase greatly. The ghost god seal's power would also increase. Chapter 3320. The ghost god seal was a peak general class technique, and with the addition of his shadow rabbit form, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill 2 6th division life sizes. In his shadow rabbit form, Ling Xiao could unleash the power of a 5th division life sizer. Combined with a peak general class technique, it was only natural that he would be able to crush 6th division life sizers. The ghost god brimming with the aura of death shot toward the fire serpent brothers, its black aura filling the air. In the blink of an eye, the two men were surrounded. What? The fire serpent brothers had never imagined that Ling Xiao would actually attack them. Even more shocking was the fact that Ling Xiao's attack was so terrifying. Originally, they had thought that they could unleash the power of a 7th division life sizer. Although they had told themselves not to underestimate their opponent, they still couldn't help but look down on him. However, Ling Xiao's attack was swift and vicious. They didn't even have a chance to draw their swords. Boom! A terrifying boom rang out. The black ghost god pierced through the fire serpent brothers. In the blink of an eye, the black aura of death was like the most terrifying acid in the world, completely corroding the fire serpent brothers' bodies. Chunks of rotten flesh fell to the ground, transforming into pus. The stench filled the air. Clang! The two swords fell to the ground. Without even thinking about it, Ling Xiao put them into his ring of holding. As for the fire serpent brothers, they were long dead. Even their souls had ascended to heaven. This was the primeval god necropolis. Even in the Western domain, there was no place like this. If you wanted to rob someone, you would be killed. That was a matter of course. Seeing Ling Xiao kill the fire serpent brothers so easily caused Lightning Old Wolf's eyelids to twitch. The others were equally shocked. The fire serpent brothers weren't weak at all. And yet, Ling Xiao had killed them so easily. Just how strong was Ling Xiao? Lightning Old Wolf was starting to feel a bit confused. He had assumed that even if the fire serpent brothers weren't a match for Ling Xiao, they would at least be able to help him test out Ling Xiao's strength. That way, he would have a good idea of what to do. But now, it was as if nothing had been found. Those two pieces of trash had died so easily. How useless. Lei Old Wolf was still hesitating about what to do next when a warrior beside him suddenly spoke. Kid, you can take the things in Brother Huoshi's storage ring, but you have to give those 2 swords to our boss. Oh, why? Ling Xiao smiled and said, we've already agreed before. What I get is mine. You have no right to take it. Why are you suddenly changing your mind? That profound fire sword's original name was Fire Supreme Sword. The original name of the snake poison sword was Supreme Snake Sword. It was something from the Western region's tomb of the 9 Supremes. It was a waste for the Fire Serpent brothers to obtain it. You're a 4th division life sizer, so it would be a huge waste for you to get something like this. It just so happens that there are quite a few of us who use swords. If you hand over those 2 swords, we can give you some protection. That person coldly snorted. Seeing this person speak, Old Wolf Lei did not stop him. This was the second time he had allowed his subordinate to ask Ling Xiao for something. Last time, his subordinate had been killed by Ling Xiao. What would happen this time? This subordinate of his was a 6th-tier Qi condensation realm martial artist. He should not die so easily. Lei Old Wolf, what do you think? Ling Xiao looked at Lei Old Wolf and asked coldly. The Fire Supreme Sword and the Snake Supreme Sword are not something you can have. Give them to me, and I can compensate you with some spirit stones. Lei Old Wolf thought for a while and finally decided to shed all pretense of cordiality. Because he realized that if this continued, he would only become more and more depressed. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he had more than 20 people under him. He did not believe that he could not kill this kid. Did you hear that? Hand over the Fire Supreme Sword and the Snake Supreme Sword, and we can spare your life. Lei Old Wolf's trusted subordinates also shouted at Ling Xiao. Fan Tuan looked at this scene and frowned, but did not say anything. He believed that Ling Xiao would make the best decision. Keek, are you all idiots? Ling Xiao sneered. You bunch of good-for-nothings. Other than Lei Old Wolf, who is a bit of a threat to me, the rest of you are completely useless. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? I'm not qualified. Who is qualified to come over? Let me see. Kid, it seems like you really want to do things the hard way today. You are strong, but there are so many of us. Do you think you have a chance of winning? Lei Old Wolf sneered. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, he could not be bothered to pretend anymore. Boss Lei is right. You're just a little kid who hasn't even grown out his hair. How dare you snatch things from us? That's right. Hand over the treasured swords, and you can still live. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Everyone chimed in. Obviously, they did not take Ling Xiao seriously. Sometimes, the advantage in numbers would really make martial artists forget themselves. Although it will take some effort to kill you, it's not impossible. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I think you're really tired of living, kid. Initially, Lei Laolang was indeed a little fearful of Ling Xiao, but that was all. After all, he was a 7th-level life-sizer. And among his subordinates, there were 26th-level life-sizers. Ling Xiao actually said that he had a chance of winning. Was there something wrong with his brain? Or did he not know his name after surviving the Imperial Prince's attack? Actually, it would be difficult for Ling Xiao to kill these people. However, he was in a hurry to raise his cultivation base. With so many people ganging up on him, it was a huge crisis. This way, the energy in his cultivation sea would definitely skyrocket. In that case, it would not be impossible for him to reach the 5th level of life seizing. Moreover, every 10% increase in his cultivation sea's energy would double his battle prowess. First, he would use his speed to avoid a direct confrontation with Lei Old Wolf, and then find the weaker ones to attack. Finally, he would have a showdown with Lei Old Wolf. This was his plan. Although the plan was a little dangerous, it still had a high chance of success. Moreover, the path of martial arts did not require stability. If you did, you would never be able to catch up to those geniuses of the same generation who had large amounts of cultivation resources. Cut the crap. You want my treasured sword? No way. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Ling Xiao looked at Lei Old Wolf and said. All right, since you're courting death, don't blame us for being ruthless. Brothers, get your weapons and kill that kid. Lei Old Wolf was still quite cautious. He ordered his subordinates to attack, but he was not in a hurry. He probably wanted to see if Ling Xiao had an opening before attacking. Old brother Fan, just stand by and help me. Take care of as many as you can. If you can't, just protect your own life. With that, Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into the purple lightning bull beast soul. Then, he used quaking mountains and quaking earth. Chapter 33:21. The ground shook, and Lei Laolang and his subordinates all entered a dizzy state. Even though it was only for a moment. However, what Ling Xiao wanted was this moment of opportunity. Then, he released the 9-snake general beast soul that he had just promoted. 9-snake poison region, Dead Nation Black Poison. A large area of black poison smoke surrounded Lei Larolang and his subordinates. Those martial artists with weaker defensive power were instantly swallowed up by the terrifying black poison and turned into black pus. Those with stronger defenses also released a large amount of true essence to suppress the Death Kingdom black poison in fear. As a result, no one could unleash their full strength. It's not over yet, grandsons. Bloodthirsty rat plague. After the Dead Nation black poison, it was the bloodthirsty rat plague that tortured Lei Larolang and his subordinates to death. In the blink of an eye, 15 of the 20 people had died, leaving only 5 people who were relatively stronger. Fan Tuan, who was at the side, had no chance to intervene at all. Ling Xiao was too strong. He was dumbfounded by what he saw. This scene was simply like a dream. Lei Larolang was still slightly stronger. At this moment, he had already closed in on Ling Xiao. The broadsword in his hand slashed towards Ling Xiao's neck. Ling Xiao couldn't help but show some admiration. Under the weakening of his Dead Nation black poison and bloodthirsty rat plague, Lei Laolang's strength actually didn't weaken much. It seemed that Lei Larolang had probably encountered a similar situation before. Only by surviving in such a terrifying environment could he have such a strong resistance. Clang! Ling Xiao waved the Fire Supreme sword that he had just obtained to block Lei Laolang's broadsword. A raging fire bloomed from the sword. It forced Lei Larolang to retreat again. Save me .. Suddenly, there was a horrified cry for help from afar. This voice attracted both sides of the battle, causing the battle to stop instantly. Everyone looked into the distance. The sky and the earth were all covered in white. Oh no, it's the extreme cold blizzard. Run! When Lei Larolang saw that, he didn't even have the thought of avenging his subordinates. He turned and fled in the opposite direction of the extreme cold blizzard. The rest of the group followed suit. Fan Tuan anxiously shouted at Ling Xiao, "Brother, let's run. If we run into that extreme cold blizzard, even if we don't die, we'll lose a layer of skin. It's one of the most terrifying natural disasters in the ancient divine tomb, and it's also one of the dangers that warriors don't want to encounter the most. You go first." Ling Xiao looked at the blizzard and transformed into his Ice Blast Dragon Beast soul. He had a feeling that the extreme cold blizzard was not an inanimate object, but something that was alive. They were like elemental creatures. That thing had indeed given him a huge amount of pressure. He even saw those fleeing cultivators being swept up by the terrifying snowstorm, then frozen into ice cubes in the air, and finally torn apart. After all, the strongest of the group was in the 7th division of life seizing. No wonder even old Wolf Lei fled in fear. Since I have life rewind, I'll go all out. Ling Xiao thirsted for advancement, thirsted for strength. Lei Old Wolf's subordinates were too useless. They didn't give him any pressure at all. However, this extreme cold blizzard made him feel the threat of death. "Don't be stupid, brother," Fan Tuan said. "That's an extreme cold blizzard. It's different from ordinary blizzards. It's so terrifyingly cold that it can freeze an 8th division life-sizer into ice cubes in an instant. Then you can rip them to shreds." Seeing that Ling Xiao wasn't leaving, Fan Tuan grew anxious. Ling Xiao looked at him for a moment, then walked over and suddenly struck out with his palm. "Once you get out of here, stay away from Lei Old Wolf and the others. If you survive, I'll definitely help you kill them. Until we meet again." Ling Xiao's control over the strength of this palm strike was simply perfect. Fan Tuan felt himself being shoved backward, unable to stop. But at the same time, he wasn't injured. He quickly moved away from the extreme cold blizzard, only to see Ling Xiao being swallowed up by it. "Ha! I finally made it out." By now, the extreme cold blizzard was gone. Lei Old Wolf had personally seen Ling Xiao being sucked into the blizzard and then frozen into ice cubes. As for whether or not he was dead, although he didn't see it with his own eyes, how could he still be alive? After all, that was a terrifying disaster that not even 8th division life-sizers could survive. "Boss, should we go find those 2 treasured swords? They are high-quality Emperor-class treasured swords. They shouldn't have been destroyed by the extreme cold blizzard." There were 4 other people who had escaped with Lei Old Wolf. Although Ling Xiao's kingdom of death-black poison and bloodthirsty plague had tormented them, they hadn't died. Of course. That kid deserved to die. But we have to get those 2 treasured swords. Otherwise, all those brothers he killed would have died for nothing. Lei Old Wolf nodded, then began to walk in the direction where the blizzard had disappeared. That was where Ling Xiao had been sucked into the blizzard. Just as they were about to reach it, they saw another figure approaching, calling out, "Brother Ling, boss, it's that bastard Fan Tuan. I didn't expect him to be such a sentimental person. He could have escaped, but he came back. You two, go kill him. The other 2, come with me to find the treasured swords." Lei Old Wolf couldn't be bothered to kill Fan Tuan himself. Fan Tuan was strong for a 6th division life-sizer, but compared to a 5th division life-sizer like him, he was nothing. Right now, his most important task was to find the flame-revered sword and the snake-revered sword. Perhaps he could even find Ling Xiao's ring of holding. If he was lucky, Ling Xiao's ring of holding might even contain the cultivation method for a royal-class martial skill. The mere thought of that made him incredibly excited. Meanwhile, Fan Tuan was being intercepted by 2 6th division life-sizers. Screw off. Fan Tuan's eyes were bloodshot. He wasn't a good person, and liked to con people into buying his things. He was also a fatty. But despite all his flaws, there was one thing he hadn't forgotten. That was friendship. Ling Xiao had saved his life, and in the nick of time, let him escape. That was something he remembered very clearly. Even if Ling Xiao was dead, he would find the pieces of Ling Xiao's corpse, collect them piece by piece, and bring them out of the Archean tomb of the gods. Then, he would send them to Ling Xiao's hometown for burial. Roaring madly, he slashed out with his saber. The 2 martial artists blocking his path actually did not have any reaction and were chopped into 2 by this saber. They died on the spot. Fan Tuan stared in shock for a moment, then understood. Although Ling Xiao was dead, the poison was still spreading through the bodies of the 2 martial artists. Although they didn't seem to have any problems, they were beyond cure. Furthermore, he was already stronger than martial artists of the same level. It was normal for him to kill 2 people with a single move. Realizing this, Fan Tuan felt even sadder. Ling Xiao was so strong, and so talented. Why did he have to do that? He didn't understand.